what we're here for.
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! I'm being repressed!
That's too much, man!
Come on! What?
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
I'm staying in the race.
Put your drum up.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the rich way.
Are you not entertained?
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Science.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
This is ridiculous!
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
Jesus, I say that.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
Would you drum up?
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
What now?
Oh, girl, baby girl.
I see that you know your judo.
China. I have to have my China.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Don't be creepy.
Rid of the Second Amendment.
Weak.
Give me a joke.
Well, here we are once again. floating somewhere between Earth and space. Trying to figure it all out. It's been a crazy week, which means we've got a lot to talk about. As always, Space Fams, we've got a heck of a journey here as we stare into the void. Don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts, as these space flights are often dangerous. Well, good to see you folks here on this Space Friday week-ending report, and boy, oh boy, do we have a lot to go over. Due to last week's incredible stress, my health kind of took a turn at the beginning of this week, slash the weekend, I guess, too. It was a rough go of things, but I am feeling better. I'm trying to take care of myself over the last couple of days, which means we've had 2 less days of streams than we should have, at least during this week. Which means we've got a hell of a lot to talk about, Space Fans. First, though, I must do shout-outs. Mo and Noep first, Gatto second, and Choki third. Soul Life a close fourth. I also see Selena Marie, Choki, B-Cat, Bob Carmody, Mozart, Look Bovine, Hermit Horologist, and... is that everyone? Sammy. And Sammy. Okay, good to see you folks. Like I mentioned, we have a hell of a lot to talk about. Craziness in the world. Certainly much of it caused by the United States, it would seem. We do have an incredible amount of Earth news to talk about. The last 6 days have been just filled with that. From the new Pope to all of the horrifying things Israel's been doing. And 7 days of escalating tensions between India and Pakistan. Let's get started in the United States with the man who's apparently taking responsibility. I don't know what that means. This guy is about to take responsibility.
I'm staying in the race.
For what? Let's find out.
1 week and 5 days before the release of a book that I and reporter Alex Thompson wrote about the cover-up of President Biden's cognitive decline. The Bidens are back. They gave their first joint TV interview since leaving the White House, and former President Biden had some harsh criticism for his successor, President Trump, calling President Trump's return to power, quote, the worst 100 days any president.
I gotta say, why you would do something like this, I don't know. I don't understand what this does for anyone, even Biden himself. It just, none of it makes sense to me. Make it make sense.
But Biden also took responsibility for the role he played in returning Trump to the White House to a degree. CNN's Arlette Saenz has this look at the Biden's return to public view.
Former President
Jesus
Joe Biden
Christ.
back in the spotlight and denying claims of cognitive decline in the nation's highest office.
They're wrong. There's nothing to sustain that.
The 82-year-old former president sitting with the host of The View for the entire hour, defending his time in the White House and handling of the 2024 election.
The only reason I got out of the race was because I didn't want to have a divided Democratic Party.
But it was his wife, former First Lady Jill Biden, who offered the most...
You didn't want to have a divided Democrat. The Democrats were already pretty divided. God, this is such a... oh my God.
Forceful pushback and denied shielding her husband from public view.
I did not create a cocoon around him. I mean, you saw him in the Oval Office. You saw him making speeches.
Honestly, it a little bit feels like Jill Biden is the one who wanted this to all happen. It almost seems like she's sort of leading him around, like getting him to come out. Joe, we didn't get enough out of that presidency. We missed our stop. We got to create one on The View right now. And it is so weird. I don't understand why they're out here. This seems like an incredibly blunderous political move. If you cared about the supposed future of the Democrats, like you just said, this doesn't seem like a good idea. Just he should just not exist, at least for the next 4 years. 4 years.
Hiding somewhere.
Biden's round of interviews this week comes ahead of the release of several books expected to examine Biden's mental acuity and his decision to seek re-election.
Everything we have to do with, look, if
we defeated Medicare,
we finally beat Medicare.
Jesus
His
Christ.
disastrous
We did. We
performance
finally beat
against
it.
Donald Trump in a CNN debate set off a wave of panic among Democrats, with prominent party leaders privately and publicly urging him to drop out of the 2024 race.
The Democratic Party at large didn't buy into it, but the Democratic leadership and some of the very significant contributors did.
Polling before and after the debate showed a majority of voters, including many Democrats, had doubts about his ability to serve another term, not just defeat Trump. And almost 4 weeks later, Biden...
The fact is, it wasn't that wasn't the only problem, right? That was some people's problems with Joe Biden. That it was a problem. It wasn't even my number one problem with him, but he was not doing well. He was not doing well. He was already not polling super good going into the debacle of a debate. And they did everything possible to I still don't understand why they hung on and tried to force it. I don't know whose decision it was. I mean, in the end, it's Biden's, right? You know, so long as he had his faculties about him, it was up to him, right? He was the one out there saying, "I'm staying in the race." It would have been nice if he dropped out and let us have an actual primary rather than just sort of having Kamala foisted on us.
ended his campaign.
Should you have withdrawn earlier, given someone else a bigger chance?
I don't think it would have.
I don't think it would have mattered. I don't know. It's something tells me it. Jill tells me it wouldn't have mattered, actually.
President Kamala Harris with less than 4 months to wage a campaign, a fact Biden got wrong today.
There were still 6 full months.
Biden says
It's
he's not surprised
six
Harris
whole
didn't
months.
win, blaming her loss.
These days, 6 months to me are like a decade.
I mean, this is ridiculous. You couldn't. You made that claim. I don't think it would have made a difference if Democrats had a real primary like the Republicans did. Well, I mean, I don't know if I can say that. Republicans didn't have a real primary. I retract that last statement. But boy, of course it would have mattered. Of course it would have mattered. Is that a joke? Is that supposed to be a funny joke? Come on.
Sexism.
I've never seen quite as successful and a consistent campaign undercutting the notion that a woman couldn't lead the country and a woman of mixed race.
But Biden now acknowledging his own role in Trump's return to the White House.
Do you take any responsibility for Trump's reelection?
Yes.
Yes,
I do.
do.
Because look, I was in charge.
Here we go. Here you can hear it one more time.
Reelection.
Wait.
Return to the White House.
Do you take any responsibility for Trump's reelection?
Yes, I do. Because look, I was in charge and he won.
Yes, I do, because I was in charge. Yes, correct. It was your fault. I don't know what's up with this, why they're trying to come out here. I know why, right? Because people are already writing his legacy for him. Jake Tapper is writing a book with whoever, but the fact is he wrote his own legacy, right? Like, you can't come out and say I was actually really, the Palestinian protesters really loved me. right? You can't rewrite history. You can't rewrite that he stayed in the race too long.
I'm staying in the race.
None of those are not options, and I don't know what it's like. The legacy of the first 2 years of the Biden term, is that basically what this like? Remember the first 2 years for all of those things? Remember before Gaza? It's like, yeah, but if we want to talk about the legacy, we have to talk about the complete legacy, of which those first 2 years were pretty tarnished. I mean, there was a couple of things I had problems with in the first 2 years, honestly. But you know, no president is perfect. But of course, the second 2 years are worse. But it's insane. It's insane that they're out here doing this right now in the middle, while Democrats attempt to build a tiny amount of momentum. Biden is out here trying to remind everyone.
Zero Megastar just cheered 200 bits.
Oh shit.
Space Corgis activated.
Space Corgis activated. Exactly. Oh, Megastar, I appreciate you always keeping us alive over there on Twitch with the sweet 200 biddies. Activating the Space Corgis. It's a smart move. It's a smart move. I did just mention Gaza and Palestine a bunch. Speaking of all of that, I don't know if you heard, but there has been a protest at Columbia. Oh, Mono reminding me of the goal, something I should have probably done already. That's on me. Don't worry, I will make a goal. I'm hoping to stream all weekend. That's kind of the plan in my mind right now. Should be okay to do it. Okay, goal initiated. Thank you for the reminder. Okay. Was I saying? Oh, right. Yeah, we were transitioning to talking about this pro-Palestinian protest, which took place at a Columbia building, a library, essentially, but it was also happening out on the street. And it was going on for, I think, at least 3 days, 2 or 3 days, I think. I could be wrong on the exact timing of that. May have only been 2 days. Here's Eyewitness ABC from Wednesday.
First at 6 o'clock, we have some breaking news. Anti-war protesters have taken over a room in the library at Columbia University. Newscopter 7 is above the campus, and Eyewitness News reporter Sonia Rincon is on the ground for us with the latest. Sonia.
Yeah, Bill, we're on West 114th Street, and we could hear the chants of protesters. We can't see them from where we are, but Newscopter 7 is above and can see them. We've also seen some social media video of what they are up to this afternoon. At about 3:15 this afternoon, they entered the reading room at the Butler Library. At least 100 protesters, very loudly but very peacefully, and the NY...
Well, what have you done?
NYPD is here now. Remember, the NYPD does not enter Columbia's campus unless leadership of the university requests them to do so. And that has not happened as of yet, but it certainly seems that they are prepared to do that at this time because there is now a police response, at least outside the campus from what we can see. I'm going to read you a statement from Columbia University. It says, unfortunately, the university is dealing with a disruption in the reading room at Butler Library. It says Columbia's public safety team is responding and working to mitigate the situation, and individuals have been asked for identification, which will be recorded and asked to disperse. They've been told that failure to comply will result in violations of our rules and policies and possible arrest. No individuals who have been protesting in the reading room have chosen at this point to identify themselves and depart. Individuals who were not involved in the protest have been allowed to leave. And while this isn't isolated to one room in the library, it is completely unacceptable that some individuals are choosing to disrupt academic activities.
Oh, is it unacceptable? Oh, no, not the library. Oh, God. Oh, it's unacceptable, everyone. You heard it here first. ABC 7. Okay. Now, the very next day, things escalated when Colombia called in the police. Here's status coup from yesterday. Now, one thing I would like to point out, and I don't unfortunately have this video in front of me for context, but I don't know, I'm assuming a portion of people who watch this saw it already. If you haven't, look it up. But a woman was attacked by an angry mob of Orthodox, like Zionist Orthodox Jews. It was a literal mob. Hundreds of people on the street were chasing this woman, brutalizing her, harassing her, threatening her. There was one police officer there. But you look around here and you see, just in this one shot, you can see at least 24 police officers. You know, I think it's important for us to pay attention to where resources are allocated and when they're just, you know, they're just nowhere to be found.
Hey, this is Ashley Bishop. Status coup. John Farina and I are live on the ground again today in front of the Butler Library at Columbia University, where students have pro-Palestine students have occupied the library.
Oh, sorry, it's too loud.
We will not. Sorry, guys. I hope you can. Okay, my mic is not working. If you were watching us on the last live stream, we just came from a protest in front of Cipriani's in Manhattan, where protesters were protesting.
Aren't Orthodox against? Many are, but not all. Not all. No, I understand your confusion.
A fundraiser for the Manhattan Institute, and the mic is not working now, so we ran over here to Columbia University.
It's just like with the New Testament with Christians, right? Everybody interprets the Bible in different ways, right? Even within the same sect sometimes, and you know, you just really can't paint the broad brush. Anyway, this was actually, I just remembered this. This was from the night before. This was the night after the first video we watched. I'm sorry. I misidentified where this was from.
Please statuscoup.com/join. Sorry guys, so that we can do more on the ground coverage like this. A protest at Cipriani's in Manhattan, where there was a fundraising for the Manhattan Institute. The protest was at Columbia University, and if you want to see us doing more of this stuff, you need more subscribers. So please do consider becoming a.
Okay, you can see there was protests going on for multiple days at Columbia and outside of Columbia University in it as well. Now, the very next day, things got really out of hand. This next video is honestly, it's kind of disturbing. So I just want to warn you of that. This one's also from Status Quo. This was from 22 hours ago now. Although I think this was earlier in the day. I mean,
Hey, it's Jordan. I am in Flint, Michigan, East Palestine, Ohio, Tumwa, Iowa. Please support the...
honestly, I'm not sure we need to see any more of this. That's really all the... I mean, this cop, they did... I think they wound up filming his badge. But that cop right there, just unprompted... I mean, we could watch the lead up if you want, but I already watched it, and I'll tell you, this guy had no... There was zero provocation for this. He went from just standing here talking to people to just wailing on them. Look, he's just saying, move along, move along. Oh, someone said something nasty to... someone said something nasty to him that offended him, and so he just started bashing people. Which to me seems like a definite crime, a violation of people's First Amendment. Like, just straight up battery and assault.
Illegal.
Want to see how NBC News covered this protest? It was really good. It was really good and measured. Very, very middle of the road. By the way, 269,000 views. They had less than 2.6 thousand likes. 1% like ratio on this video. So this is some hot content.
So hot right now.
And some breaking news to tell you about right now. Within the last few minutes, Columbia University directing NYPD onto their campus to remove protesters who refuse to leave the school's library. Now, you can see police officers, some of them even in riot gear, removing some of those students in zip ties. And right outside, clashes between police and protesters turned violent with those heavy metal barriers being pushed into the air. And this is what the scene looked like inside a Butler library a little bit earlier. Students protesting in a standoff with school public safety officers. The school saying two of those officers were hurt. Outside, a large group of students gathered earlier, attempting to force their way into the library. Remember, the school was a site of those encampments last year, protesting Israel's war in Gaza. Now a major target of President Trump over allegations of anti-Semitism. Let's get right over to NBC's Emily Aketa over at Columbia University right now. Emily, I saw something happening behind you right before we came.
I don't know if you quite caught it in there, but I'm fairly certain I heard him say that there was a violent clash between police and students. But that was clearly not the case. It wasn't as if they were running at each other, fists blazing. There were students yelling, standing, and then there was officers attacking students for no good reason.
To you, what's the situation looking like right now, and how many people have been removed?
Well, Gotti, those arrests are still underway as we speak. So far, I've counted 78 people ushered out by the NYPD of the library, which you can see behind me just ahead of finals week. They're largely walked out in twos, flanked by police, their hands behind their back, tied with zip ties. One protester had just shouted "Free Palestine" as they had been ushered out by the police. This comes after demonstrations flooded into the school's library earlier this afternoon. Columbia University posting a series of updates and statements, first saying that for the protesters who refuse to leave, who refuse to provide identification and disperse, they could face possible arrest. Well, several hours later,
to provide identification and disperse, otherwise you get arrested. So you have to leave, you have to stop protesting, and tell people who you are. The police. Which usually, I mean, that's basically... unless there's actual charges, or reason, I don't know, legally speaking, if that's, you can be forced to identify yourself just for being at a protest.
They called in the NYPD, and that is what you see behind me. There are barricades, there are special response teams who have been going in and out of the library that university officials say have been occupied by protesters. It's not just tension spilling over inside of the campus, but also outside, maybe about 50 yards or so from where.
It's just tensions that are spilling over. We saw what happened. We saw what happened. Police are just literally attacking students. It's just tensions. They're spilling over. These students, they're just so... Oh, they're just so angry, and the tension, and the, oh, wow, the clashes. Even though, once again, as usual, protests were peaceful, and then Colombia called in the cops to attack them. And arrest them for free speech.
Illegal.
But don't worry, I've got a good piece of news. Got one good piece of news for you, people. In the midst of it all, one tiny, tiny victory. As of about 6 hours ago or so, a judge has ordered the release of Tufts University student Ramesa Ozturk, woman who has now been detained for weeks without charge.
Back, we want to tell you about some breaking news in a high-profile immigration case. A federal judge in Vermont just ordered the release of detained Tufts doctoral student Ramesa Ozturk. So let's go now to CBS News legal reporter Katrina Kaufman. Katrina, you were following this development during a bail hearing for the Turkish national. So what can you tell us about what happened in court?
The judge said that the detention of Ramesa Ozturk could not stand. He said that bail was necessary. He talked about, a lot of this hearing was about her asthma condition, and he talked about how keeping her in detention could cause irreparable harm to her health if it's continued. He also said that it appears that she has just been detained due to an op-ed that she wrote, and that he sees a very substantial First Amendment claim here, as well as due process issues. So this seemed to be a very clear-cut case for the judge. He also did not in any way deem her to be a danger to society or a flight risk. He didn't even put any travel restrictions.
I mean, it is laughable to think that she's a danger to society. And, you know, the fact that the Trump administration has been claiming letting go, specifically the people who've been detained for free speech, as being flight risks is one of the funniest things I've ever heard. Their plan was to deport them to different countries. What countries, I honestly don't even know. But that was their plan. And they're like, these people might flee. They might flee the country which they were trying to jettison them from.
Come on!
But this is great. This is great news. Whether or not the Trump administration will respect this, she has not, as of yet, I don't think, been actually released. She's supposed to be released, according to the judge, immediately. I don't know what immediately means. I might have to look it up.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Megastar, immediately and sooner, please. Hey, very good timing with that super chat. Thanks, Megastar. Look at you. You're donating on the Twitch and the YouTubes? That's crazy.
That's too much, man!
That's crazy. You're crazy. But yeah, this is all, I mean, this is good news. The fact that the what do you call it? The clear and definitive nature with which this judge made the ruling, and the basis on which the judge made the ruling, I think it's all good stuff, right? You know, pointing out that free speech, essentially, like going directly to the heart of the case, the free speech issue, the op-ed which she wrote, and yeah, it just gives me a little bit of hope. It's this crazy week we've been watching. 34 likes, eh? Okay. It's almost 1 like per minute. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. No. Where'd it go? Yeah. Oh, God. Okay. By the way, Omega Star just got us started on that goal of ours, 1 of 5. Not bad start at all. Not even an hour into the stream. Let's now go to the Ministry of Truth and see what Caroline Levitt had to say. I'm sure it was very normal.
No, in front of you. Thanks, sorry. Thank you, Caroline. Does the administration have any response to the news?
That picture.
No, in front of you. Thanks, sorry. Thank you, Caroline. Does the administration have any response to the news today that a federal judge has ordered the immediate
Why does it keep pausing right here? What is happening?
release of Rumeysa Ozturk from detention, and particularly
What is happening?
how rude his comments that the government submitted no evidence other than an op-ed that Ozturk wrote last year?
I will have to check in with the Department of Homeland Security.
Oh, she'll have to check with the Homeland Security. Great. Sweet. Gonna check with Secretary Puppy Killer. R.I.P. Cricket.
On that particular case, but I think our overall feeling, we've made quite clear that lower level judges should not be dictating the foreign policy of the United States, and we absolutely believe that the President and the Department of Homeland Security.
So wait, this is foreign. This is, I mean, this is by most definitions not foreign policy. We're talking about people on U.S. soil with legal reason to be there. All right, now if you missed the, was this the NBC News interview? Trump did multiple interviews over the weekend and in the week with news media, the nasty news media. Let's go here.
Donald Trump sat down for a wide-ranging meeting with, what's her name, Carol Welker?
Kristen Welker.
Kristen Welker on NBC News.
Carol
We're going
Welker.
to play a bunch of clips from it because there's a lot of insanity there. I don't know if it's actual insanity or what, but it's becoming increasingly clear that there is a method to his madness. And he avoids things that he doesn't want to talk about by blaming other people or talking about his lawyers. And then everything else he talks about, clearly he just talks to 4 or 5 or 10 people and just parrots what they're saying, but doesn't know what they mean beyond what he's just said. So, it's like he gets these talking points that resonate with him, but he's not reasoned them out. So he can't go any further than those, and they sound insane when he says them.
Yeah.
And we'll get to a lot of these things over the course of the show. But here is Trump. Again, we saw on camera when Stephen Miller, they were in the White House, in the Oval Office, and there was a press gathering. There's a lot of people in there, and Stephen Miller is like announcing to the president that they won the Supreme Court case.
We did it
about Abrego Garcia, 9-0, when in fact it was the opposite. And
but isn't that the declare victory no matter what thing? Like, if we're looking at Stephen Miller as almost Roy Cohn reincarnate, it's that just be strong and wrong and break things and
strong
just
and wrong.
Declare victory no matter what.
Ever since he stopped spray painting his head, he's really gotten better. All right, let's go.
So let's talk about this, because obviously you've had a back and forth with the Supreme Court. In a 9-0 decision, the Supreme Court directed your administration to facilitate the return. You've talked about this in the past of Abrego Garcia from a prison in El Salvador, whose deportation your administration called an administrative error. You said in a recent interview you could bring him back, but you won't. Are you defying the Supreme Court?
No, I'm relying on the Attorney General of the United States, Pam Bondi, who's very capable, doing a great job, because I'm not involved in the legality or the illegality. I have lawyers to do that, and that's why I have
lawyers like Pam Bondi.
A great DOJ. We have a great one. We had a very corrupt one before. Now we have a great one.
This one still breaks me every time I hear him say it. Donald Trump referring to the DOJ as his lawyers. A, they're not his lawyers. B, their rulings, they don't even make rulings. They're not judges. You know, I know the word justice is in there, but they are not judges. It's just, I mean, they're below the Supreme Court. Like, you taking their opinion over the Supreme Court, that's insane.
And they're not viewing the decision the way you said it. They don't view it that way at all. They think it's a totally different decision.
Well, you say you have the power to bring him back, though. Your Attorney General says, quote, that's up to El Salvador. Just to put a fine point on this, do you have the power to bring Abrego Garcia back as the Supreme Court?
Well, I have the power to ask for him to come back if I'm instructed by the Attorney General that it's legal to do
instructed by the
but
Attorney
the decision
General
as to whether or not he should come back will be the head of El Salvador. He's a very capable man.
Well, you know, and your Attorney General has said the issue is with that word facilitate. Will you seek clarification from the Supreme Court? Do you need to go back to the Supreme Court?
Do you need to go back and have them tell you?
We may do that.
Do you need to go back to the Supreme Court and have them explain it to you further? Is that? I really wish you would have honed in on this DOJ nonsense. Pam Bondi is not Pam Bondi's decision. She doesn't get to dictate this shit. This is not. This is fucking insane. Supreme Court said something. Oh, but Pam Bondi, she said, "We all love Pam," and Pam's saying we are doing everything perfectly. It's a perfect deportation.
Do you need to go back to the Supreme Court?
We may do that. I was asking about that. We may do that.
Your Secretary of State says everyone who's here, citizens and non-citizens, deserve due process. Do you agree, Mr. President?
I don't know. I'm not.
What do I know?
I don't know.
Well, the Fifth Amendment says.
I don't know. It seems. It might say that, but if you're talking about that, then we'd have to have 1 million or 2 million or 3 million trials. We have thousands of people that are
70 million trials.
Some drug dealers and some of the worst people on earth. Some of the worst, most dangerous people on earth. And I was elected to get them the hell out of here, and the courts are holding me from doing it.
But even given those numbers that you're talking about, don't you need to uphold the Constitution of the United States as president?
I don't know. I have to respond by saying again, I have brilliant lawyers that work for me, and they are going to obviously follow what the Supreme Court said. What you said is not what I heard the Supreme Court said. They have a different interpretation.
Is anyone in your administration right now in contact with El Salvador about returning Abrego Garcia?
The interesting thing here is that he's just playing so dumb. And he's not this dumb. He knows. I'm deferring to my lawyers as if he's like
as if he's on trial.
Well, first of all, he's not the client of the DOJ. Let's make that clear. It's supposed to be independent.
But that's
the
how
DOJ attorneys were the ones who went into court and said we screwed up. And on multiple occasions when it came to Abrego Garcia. But this whole idea, like, I don't know if I need to follow the Constitution, this is pretty basic stuff. Let's cut to his attorney advising him whether or not he should take this vow.
This is not privileged. It was on camera, yeah.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
We didn't see if he had his fingers crossed or if his attorney. I don't know if that was his
Just
attorney
kidding.
disguised
Just
as
kidding.
The Spy v Spy character.
I don't know. Do I
the
have to
old,
uphold the Constitution?
Mad Magazine, I think it was.
Carmen Sandiego next to him.
You say the Supreme Court said that, but Pam Bondi told me the Supreme Court gave me a gold star, so...
Who am I supposed to believe, the Supreme Court or Pam Bondi telling me about the Supreme Court? It's a great point, Matt. It's a great point. Okay. Around this, on the same day, I think that came out, Donald Trump, I guess, tried to distract everybody from that interview by announcing this. I mean, maybe he genuinely wants to reopen Alcatraz. It's hard to say. But yeah, remember this from this earlier this week? It's been a crazy week. It's been a very weird week. Let's go on the ground. In Alcatraz.
We're in the oldest cell block on Alcatraz. We're in the oldest cell block on Alcatraz. This was last used in the 1930s, and all of this is original from when it was built. You can see there's a sink in there.
It's vintage.
If you keep going, there's a toilet in there. They're all crumbling, falling apart, but even if they were usable, none of this is connected to any utilities. They have no running water on this island.
That's okay.
Everything has to be brought
They
in
have the
every
ocean.
single day and shipped out. And so just to even run this place as it stands is logistically a nightmare, I'm told.
Ah, a nightmare? Jeez. But yeah, of course, this Alcatraz idea of Donald Trump's
Please support
is
our
genuinely
independent journalism
insane.
at democracynow.org/
Genuinely insane, fiscally irresponsible, certainly what some might define as a waste, like that CNN reporter just mentioned, would take an incredible amount of not just refurbishing the entire prison that hasn't been used for 100 years, and then also somehow connected to the power grid, like for enough power to actually power the place, as well as like sewer and water. It's like, it's insane. It's insane to think about doing it. I mean, it's in the middle of the ocean. It's not a. We have other ways of, of keeping prisoners in prison. You don't need to surround them with a moat and sharks. But that's Donald Trump for you. That is Don. The fascist dictator of America.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
We're continuing our conversation with Mahdi Hassan, who is marking the first anniversary of his news site, Zeteo, which he formed after leaving MSNBC. Mahdi, you've closely covered the war in Gaza as well as the Trump administration. So if you could begin on Gaza.
On where we are right now?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, some of us tried to say that Donald Trump would make things even worse. There was a big debate during the election campaign where people understandably said, it can't get any worse. And the one thing you know about US politics is it can always get worse. And I think we've seen that with the Trump administration. He came in with this great fanfare. He had the fake ceasefire around the time of his inauguration. He got a bit of credit from some folks. We always knew it was never going to last. Netanyahu ended that ceasefire. They're now killing people at rates even worse in many ways in 2024. You guys began the show talking about 100 people killed in 24 hours. And the world is numb to that. In October, November, December of 2023, It was a huge story, and today people are shrugging their shoulders. We're talking about ethnic cleansing of Gaza, relocating the entire population. The Israeli government said this week that they will flatten everything that remains in Gaza. Netanyahu was quoted in cabinet saying that we don't want to die with the Palestinians, we want them to die alone, was Netanyahu's phrase to his own cabinet ministers. And of course, Donald Trump himself has signed off on all of this. We're now having a mass starvation campaign. During the Biden administration, it was bad enough saying, are we going to get 100 trucks in, 200 trucks in? 0 trucks have gone into Gaza since March the 2nd.
You talk about the personalizing Palestinians. In the United States, where the media manufactures consent, can you talk about the icing out of Palestinian voices? I mean, the fact that you're no longer at MSNBC, that you were forced out of MSNBC after this incredible confrontation you had, questioning you had, interview with an Israeli spokesperson, and your ongoing coverage of bringing those voices out.
So one thing I did at MSNBC, I was at MSNBC for 3.5 years, and one thing, some of my colleagues, we had Ayman Mohyeldin at the premiere of the film last night, who still has a show at MSNBC, although he shares it now with 3 other hosts. But one thing we did, and one thing Joy Reid, who's also left the network recently, had her show cancelled.
Forced out of the network.
And Ali Velshi, who's still at the network, thankfully, another great correspondent. Something that some of us did was to try and platform Palestinian voices. One of the problems we have, as you say, is they are iced out. Americans don't hear from Palestinians or Arabs or Muslims or people with actual expertise of the region or people who have spent time in Jenin, in the occupied West Bank, in Gaza. And that is a fundamental problem. You're getting a very one-sided view of the conflict. What's ironic, Amy, is the recent Pew poll that came out showed the American public is actually, for the first time, more sympathetic, less sympathetic to Israel, much more critical. I think it was 52%. I can't remember the exact number, but a majority of Americans were critical of Israel or are not supportive of Israel for the first time. And I looked at that number and I thought, wow, a majority of Americans, a slim majority, that's despite the media coverage in favor of Israel. Imagine if Americans actually got fair coverage of the...
Yeah, this interview with Mehdi and Amy, who was beautiful, and Mehdi says a lot of very, very factual things in this 8 minutes. We're not going to watch the whole thing. I'm just going to go towards the end here. Let me scoop us a little bit forward.
Doubt that. In
steroids, if you create a situation where the American government, American military is on the ground in Gaza trying to control the population.
I mean, don't we have an idea? What did Trump tweet out that the video, the 30-second video of
with a gold statue
Elon
of Trump
Musk, a gold statue of Trump, and then Trump and Netanyahu on the beach.
He loves his AI videos of himself. It's an insane video. We all just moved on for it because there's so much happening in the news, but I'm glad you reminded that. Look, he's been consistently clear on one thing: ethnic cleansing, relocation of Palestinians, creating Gaza the Riviera. He's obsessed with the beachfront property because he's a real estate guy / war criminal endorser.
A federal appeals court on Wednesday ordered the Trump administration to transfer the abducted Tufts Fulbright scholar, international student Rumeysa Ozturk from Louisiana back to Vermont, where her case could be heard. You just interviewed the Massachusetts Congresswoman Breonna Presley about her treatment.
Horrific treatment. We're not just detaining foreign students in this country for speech crimes, Amy. We're torturing them too. If you listen to what happened to Badr Khan Suri, who's a Georgetown student who was also detained, the torture that he's gone through, the abuse, the sleeping on the floor, the denial of clean underwear, and now Rumeysa Ozturk. Ayanna Pressley, Congresswoman, told me that when she went to...
Why have you done this to me?
To see her, she was denied health care. She suffered severe asthma attacks. She had her hijab removed without consent. I mean, Louisiana, that detention center in Louisiana is famous for human rights crimes. So why are people being sent from Vermont and Massachusetts and New York, Mahmoud Khalil, to Louisiana? That in itself is a question we should ask ourselves. We're torturing people again.
So, Mehdi, in that same
crimes.
interview, Ayanna Pressley said to you, this is not about the Trump administration. This is not about weathering the next 4 years. I believe this will dictate the next 100. We have 30 seconds. Your response to that?
I think she's right in many ways. I think we are in that historical period now. This is not just about Trump. You look at the global rise of fascism and authoritarianism. You look at what's happening with Narendra Modi in India and Orban in Hungary, Putin in Russia and Ukraine, Middle East autocrats. We are in that place where a democracy, the progress we made over the last 80 years, 100 years, is at stake, very much so.
And a judge just stopped immigrants from being sent to Libya on a U.S. military jet. And over 80 students were just arrested at Columbia. And Rubio said he'd pull international visas of students who were protesting. Your final thoughts in 5 seconds.
Fascism isn't coming, Amy, it's here.
Mehdi Hassan,
Such a based
end
end
of the media
freaking
website
interview.
Zateo, which is...
Mehdi, that was incredible nutshelling, my guy. Fascism's not coming, it's here. A chilling statement from Mehdi. I'm afraid he is right. You suggest we name the skeleton guitarist Jim Brewer. Alright, I still haven't created... I need to create a channel inside of the Discord for people to vote and or suggest skeletonian names. I was thinking John Skelfield. Because it kind of... whatever. By the way, don't forget, everyone, we have a goal today to make sure we get all of the content. One thing I do want to tell everybody is we have definitely, this first week or so of April, unfortunately seen a lot of gifted memberships expire, leaving some without many without memberships, but also putting us behind on trying to get even more emotes. We need to get to a 19th emote now as the next goal. It's going to take a lot of backtracking our way up the hill of memberships, and of course we count those memberships towards the goal. So you can kind of, you know, can help us in multiple ways here. Just an idea. Alright, now, speaking of fascism, let's go to Secretary Puppy Killer, Kristi Noem, who was in, I believe, Chicago. Yeah, this is from a couple days ago. She was holding a news conference.
Yes. Secretary, with all due respect to your families, could you answer to people like the governor that believe that you only present circumstances?
Oh shit. Mo and Noah immediately coming in with 5 sweet galactic memberships, which counts for 3 of the 4 outstanding slots, whatever you want to call them. Goal ticky thingies. 4 of 5 people, that's what I'm trying to say. Alright, who got these sweet memberships? Vicky with a membership. Simric. Alfredo Gonzalez. Ohm. And Zach Wilson. Very nice. Very generous of you, mowing up. I appreciate you. Alright, back to Secretary Puppy Killer. R.I.P. Cricket.
There's no statistical evidence to support it? What do you mean?
That, for example, crime has been down for the last 20 years when immigration has gone up.
Well, that's simply not true. And all you have to do is to look at this binder full of people that are right here in these neighborhoods in this state that are still at large, perpetuating criminal activity against the citizens that live here. All of these people could be brought to justice if Governor Pritzker would change the state laws and allow law enforcement.
We'd be able to get them all if Illinois would just change its state laws.
Illegal.
Otherwise, so yeah, fascinating. But Kristi Noem was out here with a binder. Tell us about all those dangerous immigrants stalking us in our streets. And if only J.B. Pritzker would just change the state laws of Illinois. I'm not sure that J.B. Pritzker can just do it. I think it would need to be passed by the state Senate of Illinois, if I'm not mistaken. But okay, you can just blame it on J.B. Pritzker, I guess. You do you. All right. Talk more about immigrants and one of Trump's nominees who has a horrifying history as it relates to immigrants. Let's go back to Democracy Now! From 2 days ago.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. The Inter-American Commission on Human Rights has found Customs and Border Protection agents who fatally beat Mexican father Anastasio Hernandez Rojas are responsible for acts of torture. It's the first time the Independent Commission, which investigates extrajudicial killings and human rights violations, has issued such findings against a U.S. law enforcement agency. In 2010, Rojas was crossing the southern border in an attempt to return to San Diego, where he'd lived for 25 years to reunite with his wife and 5 children after being deported. He was stopped by border agents who brutally beat and tasered him while he was handcuffed until Rojas died from heart failure. His death was later ruled a homicide.
It's just cruelty.
In 2012, Democracy Now! Spoke to
It's just senseless cruelty, is what that is. You know, there is no reason for that. You have a man in handcuffs, and you're just wantonly beating him, tasing him, and all this. It is this. There needs to be some sort of like conscience test. You know, I don't care how well you shoot a gun. Tell me how your brain works when it comes to human empathy, please. That should be the test for police officers. But wait, there's more.
Witness who recorded footage of the fatal beating. This is Umberto Navarrete.
Anastasio face down in handcuffs.
Sorry, this is just a repeating of the horrifying beating of this man, and I'm just not going to subject you to all that for a second time. Hold on. Here? Is this here? Yeah.
American Commission on Human Rights findings on the killing of Anastasio Hernandez Rojas comes nearly a decade after his family filed a complaint in 2016. And this comes as President Trump's nominee to head Customs and Border Protection, Rodney Scott, faces questions about whether he obstructed the criminal probe into Rojas's killing in an attempt to cover up the ICE agent, the border agent's actions. Democratic Senator Ron Wyden raised concerns during Scott's confirmation hearing before the Senate Finance Committee last month.
In 2010, he led the U.S. Border Patrol in San Diego. While in that position, a migrant who crossed the border was detained by CBP officers and severely beaten while in their custody. The man we've mentioned, Mr. Rojas, died of those injuries, leaving behind his wife and 5 children. Rather than following the agency's own policy and immediately referring the incident to outside investigators, the San Diego CBP office began its own inquiry. In the course of that investigation, the CBP officers taped over the only video copy of Mr. Rojas' death and tampered with physical evidence, according to court documents. In an action that the former head of CBP Internal Affairs called illegal and possibly obstruction of justice, Mr. Scott signed a subpoena to obtain Mr. Rojas' medical records, which Customs and Border Patrol then refused to release to the San Diego Police Department.
And Donald Trump's new CBP nominee, Customs and Border Patrol director, is the very man who proceeded over this cover-up. That is the opposite of a man who should be in charge of this agency. He couldn't even manage to properly execute his office at a lower level within the same organization. And instead of merit, we get reverse DEI. You know, did you do your job bad? Great. Have you never done this job before? Great. You know, like, that's basically the current qualification standards from the Trump administration. If you've done your job in a way previously which hurt people, great job. You are on your way to getting a sweet, sweet Trump nomination. Now, this horrifying situation, we caught a glimpse of this earlier in the week. I think we might have watched it on Tuesday. This shit was horrifying. Chat said a bunch of stuff while we were watching it. That has all now been confirmed and escalated. That being N-word Karen, who we, I think, talked about on Tuesday. And chat was suggesting that she had raised a bunch of money. Well, you were all suggesting it was at $100,000 on the night we were watching it. Apparently, it has gotten a lot bigger.
Saying the N-word to a child in a moment of anger is bad. Is it so bad that it warrants the total and permanent destruction of a person's life? And we all know how this script ends. The offender, in a desperate attempt to call off the dogs,
the total and permanent destruction of a person's life. What is he talking about? What is Matthew talking about right now? No one terminated. Her life is not terminated. She's alive, raising hundreds of thousands of dollars on the internet. Oh my God.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
The martyrdom on the right. Oh, her entire life it's ended. She is dead. Why did she have to die?
And we all know how this script ends. The offender, in a desperate attempt to call off the dogs, tearfully apologizes and begs for mercy, a mercy that they surely will not receive.
Huh?
But that is where the M. Night Shyamalan twist ending comes into play. Because Shiloh Hendricks did not apologize. Instead, she posted a crowdfunding campaign on Give, Send, Go, where she doubled down and defended her actions and asked for help to relocate and get her family to safety. It is, in the end, a net positive that this woman has raised.
It's a net positive.
I hope she raises them.
It's a net positive. Explain those words, Matthew. Explain those words. I really wish I could get him to actually quantify. He said he's using a word like net positive. Well, that means that you've weighed all the pros and cons and come to the conclusion that it still ekes its way into the net positive territory. And I just need to know what the fuck that means. Oh, we're not going to get it. It's sad.
You just heard self-proclaimed theocratic fascist Matt Walsh of the Daily Wire defend a woman named Shiloh Hendricks who went viral for calling a child a racial slur while she was at Soldiers Field Memorial Park in Rochester, Minnesota. And in said video, she proceeds to call the man filming and confronting her the same racial slur multiple times, as you're going to see.
Call him a child?
The fuck you talking
Did you
about?
call the child the word?
None of your fucking business.
It is my own business. You call him a... Okay, why don't you have the boss to say it right now again?
Fuck you, Nick.
Okay. Alright, that's what you say.
You don't go digging through people's shit, you dumb fuck.
Nobody digging into your shit.
A little fucking kid just did, you dumbass.
That little kid, you call him a...
Yeah.
The little child?
What if he acts like one? He's gonna...
Are you about to hit him? You chase him here?
This is my opinion. I think CPS should take this woman's child away from her. I think it would just be a benefit to society.
He took my son's stuff.
So that gives you the right to call the child 5-year-old and the N-word.
If that's what he's gonna act
That's
like.
what you're gonna call him.
That's what he's gonna act like.
I think it would be a net positive.
You know, that's a hate speech. And you can be recorded for that.
The words of Matt Walsh, I think it would be a net positive to have this woman's child taken away from her. You know? Legally, you know, by CPS. But I think this probably qualifies as child abuse. Subjecting your son to this horrific behavior. Sorry, we're not done.
Okay, we'll see about that, what the internet has to say about you.
Yeah. So, she, I guess, thought that it was justified to call a black child who's reportedly neurodivergent a racial slur because he took something from her diaper bag. Lady, he's a child, and you're a fucking adult. See, when I was his age, I stole something from the store myself. It was a little keychain of a seal wearing a vest. I liked it. Nobody noticed. But in the event an adult caught me, I suspect that 5-year-old me wouldn't have been treated the same way for obvious reasons. Now, when my mom found out, she scolded me and she explained to me that you can't take things that don't belong to you. And I didn't do it again. Lesson learned. I was 5, maybe 6. Why couldn't this lady, who's a mother herself, explain this to the child in the same way that my mom explained that to me? We know the answer to that question. It's because this woman is a racist piece of shit. That's why. She's a degenerate lowlife who thought that it was appropriate to accost a child because he took something from her fucking bag.
Yeah, and I mean, I understand someone being upset, but taking it to that level, subjecting someone else to that, you know, something gets taken from you, you know, people don't usually have a great reaction to that. But spewing out racist garbage, there's no, that's not an excuse. That's not an excuse for that kind of behavior. You know, find the kid's parents, say, hey, I think your son took something out of my bag, you know, or go up to the child and say, hey, I think that's mine, right? You're a parent. Be a fucking role model, for the love of God, instead of being net negative for society. But here's the thing. Like, and I was thinking about watching this whole video. We don't have to. We already watched this. Fact is, she's now raised over $500,000. I think it's approaching $1 million now. It's fucking out of control. You know, it is insane that she's being rewarded for this. The fact is, this site that is allowing this crowdfunding to go on has comment section on it, and it's just filled with white supremacists, actual Nazis, all just sort of cheering this woman on for her horrifying behavior. Meanwhile, we're over here struggling to pay the galactic bills. Speaking of which, June, I've done the math, because my payments are all, they come in like a month after I actually received the donations on YouTube and Twitch. I already know ahead of time that June's gonna suck real bad. So do consider donating to the Galactic News Network. You know, we don't need to raise $1 million. A lot less, actually. All right. Let's go here. Talk about different cultural issue. The JFK Center. The Kennedy Center, whatever it's called. That Kennedy Center might have a few...
Sources are telling us that some cast members of Les Miserables will boycott an upcoming performance at the Kennedy Center on the night that President Trump is set to attend a high-dollar fundraiser there. Our panel is back, including Jamie Gangel, who is the one breaking this story. Jamie, tell us what you've learned.
So what we've been told is that the production company gave the actors the option of whether or not to perform that night, and at least 10 to 12 have opted out. They include some major roles, some ensemble, we don't know yet. But look, this goes back to what we've seen for the last, has it just been a couple of weeks, with the friction over the Kennedy Center.
This is just an idea I'm having right now, but, you know, considering, I think that the Les Mis people should start a revolution. Right, this is the beginning of the revolution. They're already doing a play about the French Revolution. Might as well just take it all the way. You know, you cancel your appearance, and then you start the revolution. I don't know don't know about the logistics of all that, but I do think this is the plan we go with. But wow. Et tu, les mis.
President Trump took over. Hamilton canceled their run at the Kennedy Center. A number of other performers have. So this is just the latest. It does coincide. This will be President Trump's debut at the Kennedy Center, and he has announced that he is going to hold a major fundraiser that night. He said when Hamilton dropped out, he didn't much like Hamilton, I believe the quote was. He's liked Les Mis, he's used the music, even though the creators were not crazy about it, so we'll see how he
Yeah, well, I was going to say that. I mean, obviously, Lin-Manuel Miranda.
I forgot about that.
A favorite of many Democratic politicians.
Right.
I forgot about that. There we go. Les Mis announcing earlier this week that many cast members, almost a dozen, will be foregoing this Kennedy Center production due to their objections to Donald Trump's takeover of said institution, along with the rest of his fascist sort of decisions. But don't worry, Pam Bondi is taking things very seriously. She's taking her job very seriously. And she's going to right some wrongs. She's going to right some wrongs. This was her from a couple of days ago outside the White House.
I can be really quick. I told Peter earlier to pass on to you. I have in about 10 minutes, I have about 24 victims' families coming in my office for a private meeting. Joe Biden commuted the sentences of 37 of the 40 death row inmates. The victims' families had no closure. They found out, some of them on Christmas Eve. One, a Marine who had been raped and murdered. Her family, no closure. One.
Okay, if you didn't quite catch what, that's about all we need, I think, of this. But if you didn't quite catch it, Pam Bondi is holding some sort of event at the White House with people who were essentially directly impacted by the crimes, of people who were on death row, right? Who had their sentences commuted, right? Like, the thing about that I love about this most is while Pam Bondi is having this sort of, what do you want to call it? Pity party, I guess, something like that, with these families of people. Now remember, these people who got off of death row, who were taken off of death row by Joe Biden, they're not getting out of jail. It's not like they're going back on the streets. They're going to stay in jail till they die. They're just not going to be executed, right? And this is just a continuation of them using people as props. But I just want us to just go back in our heads a few months ago to January 20th. Anybody remember what happened on January 20th? Where's the meeting at the White House for all the people who have been affected by the release of the J6 rioters? Where is that? Oh, we're not going to be doing that because those people were actually fine patriots who were doing like a tour of the Capitol, right? We're not gonna. Some crimes are worse than other crimes, it's true, but they don't seem to be taking that one at all seriously. Why isn't she holding? She should be. I mean, come on. There was a lot more people who had their sentences commuted or were completely pardoned by Donald Trump first day in office. Some of those people have actually gone on to commit more crimes since being, released. But Pam Bondi, she's focused on the important stuff. I gotta say, if you are the sort of person who needs someone to die in order for you to feel better about something, you need to go to therapy. Okay? I'm just gonna say it. It's barbaric, and you shouldn't be like adversely affected because someone doesn't die. They're not going to be coming back out onto the street. They're not going to be, none of those people who were, had their sentences commuted by Biden are going to be coming, out of jail. And really, this affects no one. It affects no one, and it's a fake just a fake outrage they're just using to, further their agenda and their narrative. Okay, 50 likes. Get you more emotional support characters. Now, you might have missed this one from earlier this week, but Donald Trump held, there was another meeting over the looming FIFA World Cup, which is going to be held in the United States.
Very special. Very small signature. That one got big.
This was, I think, on Tuesday.
Yes, I like the event even more so than usual, but I want to thank you all and welcome to the first meeting of the White House FIFA Task Force. I'm thrilled to be joined today by Vice President J.D. Vance. Thank you, J.D. FIFA President Gianni Infantino. FIFA Senior Advisor Carlos Cordaro.
I can say all the names. Very good. Very great. Hold on. Let me just let me scoot forward. I'm trying to remember where it was that I wanted to. At some point, I think they started asking questions, right? Yeah, I think it's around here.
Of these great people or anybody around the table, please. Yeah, please go ahead.
With him and with also the president of Mexico, there's been some recent tensions between them and the United States. Are you worried about any problems with that joint partnership as co-hosts of the World Cup next year?
No, I don't see any tension either. We get along very well with both. They just got to pay a little more money, They're just they're getting away with things that they shouldn't be, and they understand. We had a great meeting today, actually, with the new prime minister, who's a terrific guy, and we had a very long session with JD and Marco and everybody, and it went very well. No, we had a very great meeting, and no tension. We want to
no tension. Right, it was actually very, very relaxed.
Peoples, and that's what's going to happen. And also with Mexico, I think the relationship is really very good with the president of Mexico, as you know, you probably heard, and we're going to have a very good relationship with regard to FIFA. I have no doubt about it. Johnny would know better than
it's going to be great.
You understand? I mean, I think the relationship is very good. Thank you very much.
It's going to be great. This is FIFA, and we're going to have a great relationship with FIFA. Now, one thing I've been thinking about all this is I think Donald Trump might be overplaying his hand on this, or not even overplaying his hand. I think he's just misreading the moment right now. I highly doubt. I think this is probably going to be one of the lowest attendances for FIFA ever. I mean, Donald Trump has basically waged a war on people coming to this country. All over the world, people have been watching the stories of just people entering the U.S. and getting detained at the border, getting detained by like all sorts of different U.S. like agents, and I think a lot that is going to disincentivize people. Now, I'm not going to say it's going to stop everyone from coming, but I do think it's going to cause a lot of people to just say, I'm going to watch it on TV. That's only one reason. There's plenty of other reasons right now why most countries don't have a positive view of the United States right now. And I think there's just so many disincentives that the Trump administration has created. And what I love about this is the United States, I mean, there's a bidding, right? We had to bid for this FIFA tournament because it was supposedly, and I would contest that FIFA does actually generate benefits for the host countries. But the fact is, it's already too late. We already spent the money. We built a bunch of shit. We went through the bidding process and all this other crap. It's been years in the making now, and all of a sudden Donald Trump gets in office and completely just wrecks it. Like, honestly, I don't have great feelings about the World Cup or anything, but I just find it just fascinating. It's just another example of Donald Trump's complete ineptitude. Because the fact is, he wants this. Like, he doesn't care. I don't think Donald Trump understands sports in general. Doesn't seem like a very athletic guy. But it's one of those things. It's like one of those things that Donald Trump, I think, genuinely wants to go well, and I don't think it's going to go the way that he thinks it is. Speaking of big events, media that people watch on their TVs. I don't know if you heard about this one, but earlier this week, Donald Trump called for 100% tariffs on movies from outside the U.S., foreign films.
The president also announced a new tariff this weekend. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, and this is an interesting one. The president saying that he will now put 100% tariff on movies that, as he puts it, are coming into our country that are produced in foreign lands. He says we want movies made in America again. It's not precisely clear whether...
Declaring the Insurrection Act, we are being invaded by foreign films. Chocolat. Amelie, all of these nasty films. Lord of the Rings, what is that? I'm the Lord.
Lands, he says we want movies made in America again. It's not precisely clear whether this includes all foreign language movies that are shown, for instance, in art house cinemas, whether it includes foreign productions on streaming services, or whether it includes all movies that include some aspect of production that are outside of the United States. Because movies, a lot like cars, include various components that are produced in different countries. In a lot of cases, you know, if a movie is scripted in the U.S., cast in the U.S., it might be shot outside of the U.S., in part because a number of other countries include some tax incentives for production of motion pictures. And so the president here is identifying a real issue. You know, talk to anyone in Los Angeles, they do say that a lot of the jobs associated with the motion...
It's a real issue. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. It's so fucking... Oh my god. That is not a real issue. I'm sorry. Plenty of American movie studios go and shoot in other countries. And if anything, it's gone down. If anything, that has gone down. With the increased technological advancements, with the replacement of green screens, with LED technology and all this other shit that's been getting put into there, the need to go to other countries to make films has gone down. So I don't know. It's not a real issue. I don't know what these assholes are talking about. It's bullshit. Okay, it's been a weird week. It's been a weird week. All right, let's talk health. We got a few stories to talk about with health. Let's start here. Remember that guy, Ben Carson? CGI is going to get taxed because it's getting done overseas. That's fair. That's fair. Although there's some CGI studios in the United States, but that's fair. But yeah, I was talking about on-set production, not so much post-production. But that's a fair point. That's a fair point. Yeah, remember Ben Carson, that guy. Didn't he run for president at one point? Well, Donald Trump is apparently, I think, planning to nominate him to something.
I'll turn to Mr. Krishnamurthy to ask his question.
Or wait, didn't he already get nominated?
Thank you, Mr.
Wait,
Chair.
hold on. Yeah, this was
Good
the
morning,
House
Mr.
Oversight
Edwards.
Committee.
The title of this
Please
hearing
shut
is,
up. Please,
quote,
please shut up. I'm just remembering, didn't he get already nominated for some garbage? Wait, is he currently? No, he's not in the. He's not in the government right now, is he? I've been foiled by my own. Whatever.
Ask his question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Edwards. The title of this hearing is, quote, examining the growing welfare state. And I actually have an article here which talks about cutting corporate welfare. You remember this article, right? And in this article it says, one ripe area for reform is corporate welfare, which a new Cato study estimates costs the federal budget $181 billion a year. That's what you said, right, in this article?
Absolutely.
And your study helpfully breaks down by age the number $181 billion by agency and program, right?
That's right.
Unfortunately, however, HCon Res 14, this is the Republican House budget resolution, does not use your study, believe it or not, to find savings. For example, you've identified subsidies to different corporations, but this particular budget resolution doesn't actually use your study or any study to cut those subsidies. You don't dispute that, right?
No, right. I think Congress should cut corporate welfare and low-income welfare.
Well, let me talk about corporate welfare for a second and what this particular budget resolution tries to do. HCon Res 14 targets social safety net programs. It directs the Energy and Commerce Committee, which oversees the Medicaid program, to cut $880 billion from its budget. You don't dispute that, right?
I haven't looked in detail, but I assume that's right.
Additionally, HCon Res 14 directs the Ag Committee,
What
which
is
oversees SNAP.
What detail is this guy hoping for? What a dumb fucking question.
That right?
I haven't looked in detail, but I assume that's right.
Additionally, HCon Res 14 directs the Ag Committee, which oversees SNAP, to cut $230 billion from its budget. You don't dispute that, right?
Right.
When I was young, I relied on the food stamp program, which was the predecessor to SNAP, and it was critical for my family. And I believe that cutting food aid is just plain wrong. Let me turn to another topic. Dr. Carson, you said the following: Obamacare is really the worst thing that has happened in this nation since slavery.
I remember that.
You don't dispute you said that, right, sir? I don't dispute that. Well, let's look at the facts. Obamacare is really the Affordable Care Act, or the ACA. In 2024, the government reported that over 65 million people have health insurance because of the ACA. You don't dispute that, right, sir?
What I am making a point in when I said that
What did
is that
what'd you say?
all of the socialists and the
All of
Marxists
the
say
socialists.
that socialized medicine is the linchpin.
It's the linchpin
to providing socialism throughout the.
It's the socialism. I don't even know why. I don't understand why Ben Carson is here, but he was called by the Senate or the House to this oversight hearing. It's fascinating. I don't know why we need this guy ever. And I'm still, really, I mean, oh God, it's almost like it's almost like reminiscent, this sort of going back to the old days, back when Ben Carson was calling Obamacare worse than slavery. It's worse than slavery. Medicare for all it's insane. Like, refuting it is just genuinely not worth the time. It's just hilarious. Yeah, the House thought that guy had important testimony for us. Now, let's go to this troubling story from a couple of days ago, which didn't make a lot of splashes in the news, but in 2024, or not, well, the 2024-2025 flu season was actually incredibly deadly, and New York came out with this statistic. 25 children died in New York. Most in state history, at least since the original the original influenza outbreak from whatever that was, 1919? When was, whatever, basically ever since then.
Some shocking news tonight about the flu and the deaths of children nationally and here in our area. In New York State, 25 deaths of kids so far this season, the highest ever in New York. 5 children's deaths reported from the flu in New Jersey, and 2 young children have died from the flu this year in Connecticut. Nationwide, 216 kids have died, according to the CDC. That's the highest loss of the flu in 15 years. The health commissioner in New York saying some people pushing misinformation about vaccines, and it's led to declining vaccination rates. The number.
Shocking. Who could have guessed that misinformation espoused by hysterical conspiracy theorists would have a negative effect on society as it relates to health and wellness? Yeah, we are living in a very strange time. Now, Donald Trump has picked another non-doctor to be in a important medical position in the United States. He has a great reason, though. Don't worry. He has a great reason for picking another non-doctor to head up U.S. health policy. Get ready. Here it is.
The one big, beautiful bill.
You just announced a new nominee for the U.S. Surgeon General who never finished her residency and is not a practicing physician. So can you explain why you picked her to be America's top doctor?
Because Bobby thought she was fantastic. She's highly, she's a brilliant woman who went through Stanford.
Bobby F.
As I understand it, she basically wanted to be an academic as opposed to a surgeon.
Bobby F. told me, actually, this lady's not a doctor either, but we're both non-doctors. A non-doctor, RFK, told me this other non-doctor was really great. And I said, sounds good, Bobby. I trust you. And so, yeah, Donald Trump has nominated a non-doctor to be the Surgeon General of the United States. She's going to be incredibly important to use a phrase from Ben Carson, she's going to be certainly a linchpin in the health system in the United States. And how the U.S. decides to treat different health threats in the country. It's going to be great. Don't worry. All right, let's talk the FBI. Kash Patel was asked some questions about his role there. This was from, I think, earlier on Friday.
Well, we're privileged to have the ranking member, the vice chair of the full committee with us today. Senator Murray, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Chair Moran. It's good to work with you and Ranking Member Van Hollen in this new position. So,
by the way, Cash App Patel, he would probably recommend that you use Cash App to hook it up here. Like I said earlier, June's gonna really suck for us if we don't start raising some funds. Cash App, a great place to help us with that. Same thing for PayPal. But specifically Cash App, because that is, of course, Kash Patel's full name, Cash App Patel. I don't know his middle name. Does he have a middle name? Cash App Dickweed Patel.
look forward to both of you and the work on this committee. You know, the FBI does really crucial work to keep our nation safe, whether it's stopping criminal organizations or domestic terrorists.
Illegal.
Protects our nation's secrets. It prevents cyber attacks, keeps our children safe from harm, and a lot more. So this is really sober work with extremely high stakes. And I'm concerned that instead of focusing on the incredibly important mandate to keep Americans safe and to help impartially enforce our laws under your leadership, Director Patel, the FBI has been weaponized to go after Americans who disagree with the president. FBI resources have been diverted away from combating terrorism to focusing on immigration requests. And all of this, the diverted missions, the fewer resources, fewer agents, heightened politicization, is happening now under your watch, and it is, I believe, making Americans less safe. Now, let me just start with the budget. As Ranking Member Van Hollen noted earlier, this hearing is being held without the FBI's fiscal year 2025 spend plan and a full budget request for fiscal year 2026. The spend plan is required by law. It was due to Congress over a week ago. We have not yet seen it. That is really absurd. The FBI is our nation's leading law enforcement agency, a budget of $10.7 billion. It is critical that we understand how you are spending taxpayer dollars. So, Director Patel, when should we expect this FY25 spend plan for the FBI? Have you seen it? Have you reviewed it? When will we get it?
I'll get you an answer, ma'am. I don't have a timeline on that.
It was due last week by law.
I understand.
And your answer is you just understand.
I'll let you know. It was due last week. It's just like... oh my god. This is like some sort of a high school drama, or something, not a drama, like a comedy. You know, Cash App, he made it to school, but he did not do any of his homework. Hasn't been doing any of his homework for weeks. Comes here, it's like the final week of school, and she's like, dude, you owe this from last week. Like, I'll let you know. You're gonna have to go to summer school. All right, Cash App. So yeah. So by law, he was required to have brought a full budget for the year. By the way, I don't know if you know this, we're like 4.5 months into the full year 2025. And the FBI still hasn't produced a budget for the Senate yet. Wow.
Illegal.
Okay, speaking of budgets and finances, Scott Bessent was being questioned. This was the sorry, what's the name of this committee again? It's like a house. What? God damn it. I cannot remember which committee this was, but I know it's a House committee. Let's go here. Forbes breaking news from 2 days ago.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman who's the vice ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Caston, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Secretary Bessent, I'm starting my 7th year in Congress, and in those 7 years, I have never received more phone calls from my constituents on any issue than the hack into the Treasury payment system earlier this year. As you know well, this is the system that manages over $5 trillion a year of federal payments, payments to taxpayers, payers to Social Security beneficiaries, payers to embedded foreign assets who are overseas and undercover, and it has their personal information and their routing information. This is a purple district. People were nervous. We sent a letter to your office along with 150 colleagues asking 20 questions. Your response that we just received was non-responsive on all 20. Mr. Chairman, I'd like unanimous consent to enter those 2 letters into the record.
Without objection.
I want to get through a lot of those questions right now, Secretary Bessent, and I would ask you to be as brief as you were in your response, but I would very much like a more fulsome answer in writing. In January, the New York Times reported that you pressured David Lebrick out of his role overseeing that after he refused to grant that access to people that Elon Musk had imposed. Can you confirm the accuracy of those reports?
That's incorrect, Mr.
You met with him on January 30th, put him on administrative leave, and he left the day later. Is that accurate?
They did not put him on administrative leave. Administrative leave, I asked him to take, I met with him 90 minutes
So you're denying the New York Times report? Was it your choice?
I am adamantly saying that the New York Times is inaccurate.
Okay, all right, fine. That's yes or no. New York Times is inaccurate, fine.
He was not placed in administrative leave, and he subsequently resigned after sending numerous emails.
Sir, I'm just asking for yes or no questions. If you want to be voluminous, please write me a letter. Was it your decision to terminate Mr. Lebrick, or were you pressured by others?
He resigned.
Who made the decision to put him on administrative leave? You or someone else?
Again, sir, he was not put on administrative leave. That is
okay. So
by the way, I'm just going to mention something. Might not have any relevance, but Scott Bessent here did not swear in. Did not swear in for this House committee, which I find very strange. One, that he wasn't compelled to swear to tell the whole truth. This guy is the goddamn Secretary of the Treasury. Why is it that this guy, why should he not be held to account? Right? Like, just to tell the truth. I don't know. And I don't know if he's lying here or not. You know why? Because the guy refused to swear in to this hearing. Let's see what Ayanna Pressley had to ask of Mr. Bessent.
Thank you. Secretary Bessent, you have heard from Democrats publicly, and I'm certain you've heard from Republicans privately, that this administration's reckless and chaotic tariff policy is wreaking havoc on our economy. Rather than delivering stability for our country, this Trump tariff tantrum has been inconsistent, counterproductive, and disconnected from reality. In my district, the Massachusetts 7th, I'm hearing it from everyone. Small business owners are reeling from the unpredictable on-again, off-again tariffs. They're holding back on expansion, delaying hiring, and bracing for the impact. Local and state officials are telling me about the effect tariffs will have on our state budget. Simultaneously, Massachusetts will see energy bills increase while revenue from tourism will decrease. But I want to focus on the constituent outreach that I've received from everyday families who are just fighting to make ends meet. Yes or no? Mr. Secretary, do you know what a car seat is?
I have 2 children, yes.
I figured as much. It's correct, you and your husband have 2 children. So I'm sure you know that car seats are absolutely essential for families when traveling with babies and toddlers to school, to worship, to doctor's appointments, just everyday living. But not only are car seats essential, they are the law of the land. It's the law of the land in 50 states. So there's no getting around that. Mr. Secretary, what's your estimate of how many babies are born in the United States each year?
I would guess 2 to 3 million.
Well, while the number fluctuates, there have consistently been more than 3.5 million babies born in the United States. That means millions of families.
Price is
in this
Right
country.
rules, right? I mean, Scott Besson, at least he managed to estimate approximately without going over. Great job, Scott. So good.
Are doing well. Buying a car seat because it's essential and it is the law of the land in all 50 states. But now that cost is going up because Trump has announced up to 145% tariffs on Chinese imported products. Approximately 9 out of every 10 car seats in the U.S. come from China. That's a steep cost.
my China.
Steep cost hike for families all over the country. The price is up in Republican districts and in Democratic districts. And it's not just the car seats that are impacted. We're talking about strollers, cribs, high chairs. No family is exempt from the harm of these Trump tariffs on essential baby products. But don't just take my word for it. Mr. Chair, I would like to enter into the record a Yahoo Finance article from May 2025 entitled, "First Year Baby Expenses Already Top $20,000, and Tariffs Are Adding to the Bill as China Dominates Key Imports."
Without objection.
Look, I support improving manufacturing in America, but that is not going into effect overnight like these tariffs are. There needs to be an exemption to help America's families. Trump has used his power for tariff exemptions on thermoplastics, semiconductors, but what about baby products? Mr. Secretary, do you support an exemption to tariffs on items that parents need to care for their kids? Yes or no?
Congressman, what you're referring to are...
Yes or no?
What you're referring to are...
I'm reclaiming my time because I don't want you to feel...
Jeez, Scott doesn't even support an exemption for baby stuff.
How rude.
Now, I would say this. I wasn't a huge fan of Ayanna Pressley's messaging here. Mostly because I feel like if we... Just hear me out. If we play this game of like trying to convince Donald Trump to remove this or that tariff, right? Going and pleading to the king over and over again. Oh, please, sir. Oh, may we have another exemption, please, for this other thing. It's just this piecemeal sort of haphazardly. It still winds up being like this. It's just an environment in which we just shouldn't want to live in. Right? It would be bad. And it already, like we've been talking about, opens up the way that this all is being done. It just opens up so many opportunities for corruption. People trying to sway Donald Trump one way or another on tariffs, right? And like there was this one story from earlier this week, which I don't think we're going to cover, but like where some freaking trucking company went and bought $20 million worth of Trump coins so that they could go to this meeting that he's going to have. Like, I don't know if you heard about it, but like Trump's meme coin project put out some press release saying they were going to have like the top 20 Trump coin holders for a dinner at the White House. And so now people are like scrambling to like buy up his crypto, like to gain influence. Like it's insane. And we just gotta get rid of him. Like we just need to. I'm sorry. Like fuck an exemption. Exempt everyone from all the tariffs. How's that sound? How's that sound? Of course, Donald Trump's gonna, I mean, him walking it back should be fascinating. At some point, I think he's going to have to try. But he's also an incredibly fragile, egotistical narcissist who thinks he's right about everything and hates being publicly embarrassed. Now, sure, there's plenty of times where he's tried to turn an L into a W, strong and wrong. But this one's going to be tough because of how many times he said that he loves tariffs. As well as all of the stuff he's done now. Liberation Day. Anybody remember that? Like they had everybody sitting out on the fucking White House lawn, had props and everything. It declared it a national, not a national holiday, but basically without. It was just insane. Oh my god! But there was they put out their own montage for Liberation Day. To walk that back will be fascinating to watch. Scott was asked some more questions about statistics. Let's go here from the same House committee hearing. Terry.
A woman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the Secretary for being with us today. I want to start first by just clarifying your testimony and its delivery. Why did you ask for your witness statement to be embargoed until this morning?
Sorry, pardon me?
Your testimony reads right at the very top, embargoed until delivery, which means that we didn't follow the usual practice of this committee of getting the testimony 24 hours in advance so that committee members can review it and prepare for questions. Yours was posted at 10:01. The committee was at 10. Well, it looks like you need...
My staff is just telling me that it's standard practice.
It's your standard practice? It's not our standard practice. As a committee.
I'm told that it was standard practice.
I'm told it was standard practice. You're being told by a representative, a House representative right now, speaking to you, who just, I love how she just got done literally just telling him to his face, that's not standard practice. And he's like, he just doubles down. He's just like, I am told that is standard practice. You're literally being told that it is not.
Okay, you were told by whom, sir?
So my comms team and legislative affairs team working with the committee.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think for the record...
This goddamn Trump White House just continues to shift the blame. Every time that they do something wrong, every time that they circumvent normal standards and practices in this... They just play stupid over and over again. Oh, my staff told me something, and that justifies our not preparing House members with the adequate testimony in writing or whatever else. It's freaking insane.
I think you should clarify to the gentleman that is not our standard, and I know that at least I didn't know anything about this until I got it here, and I don't think our committee staff on the Democratic side was notified that we would be getting all your testimony late. I just wondered, why you had made that request, and clearly at the top, embargoed until delivery.
Well, embargo to delivery, I think that was mostly meant for the press.
It's meant for the press.
We're not press, sir. We're the members of Congress that have oversight. So, Mr. Chairman, I would hope that you not condone this kind of late submission. It just doesn't help, frankly, for some of the atmosphere that's created when we all just sit down and we still don't have your testimony. Well, then, we just sort of don't feel really good about that. It's not our custom and practice.
Congresswoman, I appreciate the importance that you put on my statement.
Well, thank you. Notice it's important, sir. Do you know what the poverty rate is in our country?
I believe that the poverty level is a fixed number.
No, do you know the poverty rate in this country?
I believe it is in the teens.
In the teens, okay. Well, it's about a little over 11%. It just strikes me that most of all your testimony is always about the tax cuts and cutting costs, and it's always about tax cuts, and it's always about the rich. But nothing is ever said about poor, other than you suggesting that you worked yourself
No,
through
ma'am.
college.
No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. and
Sir, I read your testimony. That's not anywhere in here.
Deductibility.
That is not in here, sir.
Deductibility
I am
of
referring
auto
to your
loans.
testimony and what I've listened to. I said right up front, I can see you and I can hear you. You've not said one thing about what we're doing to help the poor. In fact,
None of your colleagues.
Yeah, I'd be shocked to hear that Scott Pessant ever spent time with somebody who is, in poverty that wasn't serving him. Dude is a multi-millionaire hedge funder. Okay, we need to take a quick break. We'll be back talking more U.S. Trade and fiscal policy right after these space messages. All right. Well, I hope everyone's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell icon as well so that you make sure you never miss an episode of this Spacecast. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube super chats, super stickers, memberships, Twitch with the bits and the subscriptions. We got Cash App and PayPal. Two great places for you to avoid giving a large cut of your donations to either YouTube or Twitch, and instead make sure that all of that money gets used to continue the funding of this stream, which you are hopefully enjoying right now. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. Only $3 a month will get you all sorts of great space bennies, avatar, shout out, and much, much more. So go on to the website and find out what we have in store for you. Anyway, chat, that's enough space messages from me. Just remember that as June approaches, we are going to be in trouble due to last month's snafu with the stream. Anyway, chat, enjoy this break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right. Everyone here, I think, knows what that sound means. Means it's time for us to get back to the show. So get in those seats, Space Fams, otherwise you're gonna miss it. Something which I don't think you want to do. Okay. Back to the US stuff. And actually, we've got a very short-ish, I mean, what is short? We've already done 2 hours. We got, galactically speaking, we have a short US section today because there's been so much happening in the world. Much of today's stream will be covering all of those events, but we still have things to talk about in the US, more specifically fiscal and trade policy. Speaking of fiscal policy, Fed Chair Jerome Powell held a press conference after the Federal Reserve released its interest rate outlook and decision earlier this week on Wednesday. Here's Forbes breaking news. Was it Wednesday? I think it was Wednesday. Yeah. All right. I forgot. I made a huge tiny mistake. Sorry, I forgot. We're not going to stare at the empty podium. Don't worry, chat. I'm going to speed this up. Where does Jerome come out? Come on, Jerome. Don't be shy. Don't be shy, buddy. There we go. Take 2.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people.
What is maximum employment?
Despite heightened uncertainty, the economy is still in a solid position. The unemployment rate remains low, and the labor market is at or near maximum employment. Inflation has come down a great deal, but has been running somewhat above our 2% longer run objective. In support of our goals, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged. The risks of higher unemployment and higher inflation appear to have risen, and we believe that the current stance of monetary policy leaves us well positioned to respond in a timely way to potential economic developments. I will have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments.
More?
Pardon me.
It's incredibly exciting. We do not have time for that, though, Jerome. No. No, we do not. But it felt worth it to at least pop in, listen to Jerome Powell momentarily. I do not have the energy to go listening to him for too long. He's an incredibly boring man. Suffice to say, the Federal Reserve saw reasons to leave interest rates where they are, specifically that being the horrifying position which the Federal Reserve finds itself in, facing both potential for rising inflation and also lower growth and higher unemployment. A trifecta which the Federal Reserve quakes at the thought of, something which they basically can do nothing about, or they can only do one thing at a time. It can cause, at least based upon how they view things and how they interact with our financial system. Really, there's not much they can do. Lower or raise interest rates both have implications, and in this moment, they are stuck between a rock and a hard place, and an orange glowing blob. All right. CNN from Wednesday as well on the Fed's decision to keep interest rates where they are.
Known for thinking and thinking again about every word he says before he says it. is not mincing words today.
If the large increases in tariffs that have been announced are sustained, they're likely to generate a rise in inflation, a slowdown in economic growth, and an increase in unemployment.
So that was the chairman of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, this afternoon. He made those comments after choosing not to adjust interest rates for right now, and instead issuing warnings of coming higher prices, higher unemployment, higher inflation because of all the uncertainty around the president's tariff policy.
Immediately,
That's
if
all
not
unfolding
sooner.
as the stakes in the global trade war now getting higher.
I will be going to Switzerland, and the negotiations will begin on Saturday.
Are those negotiations considered advanced?
As I said, on Saturday we will begin, which I believe is the opposite of advance.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent today confirming trade discussions with China, but also leveling expectations there, saying that these are basically talks to talk about talking, even suggesting that it's a coincidence, emphasizing he was already going to be in Switzerland this weekend.
It's gonna just
happened, and the Chinese
happened to be going to Switzerland.
happened to be there too.
Yeah,
But
totally
what the two
happenstance.
sides could discuss.
No, nobody. I love this situation, this like game of chicken that the United States and China are playing. Oh my God!
I have to have my China.
It is insane. Nobody's willing to say that they're the ones who wanted the talks, even though it's almost definitely the United States. But no, they were just having a happenstance meeting in China. That's good. We can all hang our hat on that. We'll make life decisions based upon a meeting about meeting. So all gives me great hope for the future. But yeah, with the current tariffs in place and the reciprocal tariffs looming in the distance now, I think about 60 days if I'm doing the math right, almost exactly to the day. Since the tariff pause was done on April 9th. Got about 2 months left. And those of the countries that do not manage to come to a deal with the United States, the assumption is, although there's no guaranteeing anything in this current climate, that those tariffs are going to go back on. Some of these insane numbers which the Trump administration arrived at by way of a fantastical mathematical equation. Speaking of a fantastical mathematical equation, Americans are trying to make the numbers number, the math, to make their finances make sense. And it's feeling like more of a fantasy day by day, people looking at their bank accounts, looking at their bills, saying these two things do not add up. Here's CBS Evening News from Wednesday.
You can see the impact of inflation most clearly these days at the grocery store. But you can also see it at food banks, where people who never dreamed they'd need it are turning for help. Even some with six-figure incomes are struggling to feed their families. Mark Strassman has tonight's Eye on America from Wallingford, Connecticut.
Forget the image you may have of people who are hungry. In America, hunger is now as mobile as this food bag serving a line 60 deep in Connecticut.
Being under financial stress takes a lot of time, a lot of planning, sometimes.
Take Chandra Kelsey, grocery shopping on a tight budget for her family of 5.
It's whatever's on sale.
Food insecurity eats at her, a lifelong trauma.
You remember going to food banks?
Mm-hmm.
What was it like?
The first time I did it, I cried. To be in a position where you are doing okay and then you lose everything the next day, it's humbling. It's scary.
And yet you'd never suspect Need has lived with his family.
Household income is roughly?
$150, 2 people working full-time. Sometimes I work 2 jobs.
How can you make $150,000 and be food insecure.
That's not what you bring home after taxes. You know, we have mortgage, insurance. We've got one kid on their way to college, one in college. Something as small as, $1,000 expense could throw things off significantly. This one's crazy looking.
On and off for a decade, Kelsey has relied on help from Connecticut Food Share, the state's largest food bank. She and 2 of her children now give back by volunteering here. All this food, and it's still not enough. Nationally, more than 50 million people need help getting food from charities like this one. Here in Connecticut, that's 1.
Yeah, and that's like 1 in 6 nationally. Jesus Christ. Jesus. But yeah, people struggling to pay for groceries. I mean, we talked about earlier this week that a new study showed that Americans, a large portion of America is, I don't know the exact portion, it's not a majority of Americans, but a large number of people are racking up credit card debt just to pay for their groceries. It's insane. It's true. And I can't remember exactly the number, but it was like, God, it was like 20% of Americans are paying for groceries on credit right now, which is a horrifying situation to be in. And that 15% of that, I think it was not even able to pay that debt off. So they were just basically putting themselves like, what was that? 15% of 25 is what? Like 4 or 5%, I think, of America. I can't do the math right now. But 4 or 5% of America are basically just ruining their financial lives just to pay for the food that they are eating right now for them and their families. It is insane. It is insane, the world that we're living in right now. Day 1. No more expensive bacon or eggs. Make breakfast great again. Mabiga. Embiggen.
When a natural disaster strikes, it can create a financial storm for homeowners who've lost it all. In tonight's In Depth, CBS's Dave Malkoff reports many are often left temporarily homeless and still obligated to pay their mortgage.
Double pane glass doors, still have water in them from the storm.
You can still see the flood damage 6 months after Hurricane Helene hit Beth and Alex Brightman's home in Hudson on Florida's west coast.
Oh my God, the stuff that was in my china cabinet.
Since then, they've changed the message at their door.
Let's not stay home. It originally said, let's stay home, because that's all we wanted to do was stay here in our retirement home.
Flood insurance only covered damage to the structure, and homeowners insurance doesn't cover contents lost from flooding.
If we had a hole in the roof and rain came in, then our belongings would have been covered through the homeowners.
So they're using savings for repairs while living in a rental, still with a $2,500 monthly mortgage.
We still kind of live paycheck to paycheck.
About a month after Hurricanes Helene and Milton hit the southeast, nearly 60,000 homeowners fell behind on their mortgages. And there's been a similar trend after the LA wildfires. Right now, 4,100 homeowners there are delinquent on their mortgage payments.
They understand that you have short-term cash flow issues.
Economist Paul Willen says historically, lenders have worked out arrangements with disaster victims.
Yeah, those banks always so willing to work with everybody. But yeah, people all over the United States are also dealing with all of the different horrifying environmental disasters that have happened over the last year. Really over the last 6 months. Helene, Milton, was that 6 months? Maybe a little bit further back, but still. 9 months. Boy, we are getting deep into this year already, people. Alright, let's go from people still trying to make ends meet after having their homes destroyed talking about all the people who are currently dealing with the fact that the Trump administration just, even though they're destroying the Department of Education, they've turned back on student loan payments. Get rid of the Department of Education and then force people to pay. It's what a plan.
Millions of Americans are facing a major expense they had previously thought was in the rearview mirror. Today, the federal government is resuming collections on defaulted student loans. Some of the $1.6 trillion in student debt outstanding. For tonight's In Depth, CBS's Lana Zak reports on loan holders already struggling to make ends meet.
Are you worried about drowning? Yes. I mean, we're kind of drowning as it is.
Jana Hartwood, a nurse in Iowa, owes more than $40,000 in student loans. 2 years ago, her son was born with a medical condition. To treat it, she exhausted her savings and had to borrow from her 401k.
I don't think anyone takes out a loan with the intention of not paying it back. It's how easily you can pay it back that's the problem.
During the pandemic, the first Trump administration put student loan payments on pause, a policy Biden extended. But now the federal government is putting an estimated 5 million Americans into collections, taking the money owed by seizing some wages, withholding tax refunds, and even deducting payments from some Social Security checks.
There are extraordinary collection tactics that the government has.
First issue is with the Student Borrower Protection. Tax refunds and even deduct
wages, tax refunds, and Social Security checks. Wow. It just feels like they're just trying to punish anybody who's not a millionaire right now. That is base. If you're not a millionaire, you deserve to be punished, according to the Trump administration. And certainly, at least if you go by policy. Seems like if you need help, that's not society's problem. In fact, you're a problem, and therefore, basically punitive action's going to be taken against you for being not a millionaire. Horrifying. All right, we're almost done with this CBS report. Let's talk about the auto industry, something Donald Trump seems to really want to make better, great again, you might say. But even with everything Donald Trump's doing, maybe not even, even with everything Donald Trump claims that these tariffs are doing, auto workers are getting furloughed.
Measuring presidents by their first 100 days goes back to Franklin Roosevelt and the New Deal.
President Trump's first 100 days have been largely about the trade deal, and so far there's been more wheeling than dealing, especially with China.
Today, the president downshifted on his auto tariffs to eliminate overlapping taxes on car makers.
They would not be hit by both a 25% tariff on imported vehicles and a 25% tariff on steel and aluminum.
Ed O'Keefe is in Warren, Michigan, where the president is holding a 100-day rally. Ed?
Good evening. The president's back in this battleground state, key to his victory, and he's touting his work on the economy and with tariffs. But as he marks the first stretch of his second term, people we spoke to here outside Motor City fear the economy could get worse. Touching down in Michigan, President Trump brought with him good news for the state's key industry. Automakers will still face a 25% tariff on imported cars and parts, but not an additional tariff on other critical materials, including steel and aluminum. The news was cheered by the big three American car makers, though customers will likely still pay more for a new car, and it does nothing to cushion the economic pain of auto workers Scott Duty and Tabitha Noble, who were furloughed just before Trump took office. What does that then cause you to have to worry about in terms of costs on a day-to-day basis?
You know, your food went up, gas went up, our wages went down.
Utility bills have went up. Groceries have went sky high.
Both agree tariffs could eventually bring more jobs to the U.S.
Eggs are 95% cheaper now.
It's going to take time for more to happen.
Noble voted for Kamala Harris and is more pessimistic.
Unemployment's went up. every day somebody's closing their doors because nobody's going in to buy anything.
But that's not the case at the holiday market just outside Detroit. Store director Eric Schneider says customers aren't yet whining about higher prices, but they may soon pay more for goods like imported wine.
We haven't changed our prices.
Okay.
Yeah.
But if it keeps up...
Yeah, because wine...
Yeah, I mean, they definitely sort of strayed away from that original topic, but the fact is people who work in the auto industry are, being furloughed. Some are being laid off because right now the automakers are basically cutting back on production, hoping that these tariffs get called off, hoping that they'll get a loophole carved out for them, hoping whatever they need to get their costs back down to what they were at, and just putting off a lot of work. Now, this is something Donald Trump could have completely avoided by doing targeted tariffs, working with different industries that he felt needed to come back to the U.S. But Donald Trump just blanket said everything needs to come back. All manufacturing must happen in the U.S. But that's just not the economy we have set up right now. And that's why these tariffs are so problematic. All right. Now, while regular Americans are struggling day to day, businesses struggling to decide what to do with their businesses, all of these factors converging, Donald Trump is enriching himself on the crypto market. That's right. Democracy Now! From Tuesday.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now!'s Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
Senators Elizabeth Warren and Jeff Merkley are calling for a federal investigation into the Trump family's cryptocurrency venture after a fund backed by Abu Dhabi announced it would make a $2 billion investment in crypto exchange Binance using a Trump-branded crypto coin. The deal could generate hundreds of millions of dollars for the Trump family. In their letter, Senators Warren and Merkley wrote, quote, "The deal, if completed, would represent a staggering conflict of interest, one that may violate the Constitution and open our government to a startling degree of foreign influence and the potential for a quid pro quo that could endanger national security," unquote. Senator Warren also released this video last week blasting the deal.
The United States is getting ready to bless Donald Trump's latest grift. A shady Abu Dhabi investment firm just announced it's going to make a $2 billion business deal with a foreign crypto company called Binance. So here's the kicker. Binance and the foreign investment firm are going to use Donald Trump's stablecoin to finance their transaction, essentially giving Trump a cut of that $2 billion deal. Boy, looks like corruption, smells like corruption. So yeah, the Senate is going to put a stop to it, right? Wrong. Right now, the Senate is getting ready to greenlight the grift by passing the so-called Genius Act next week. This is a bill that would make it even easier for the president and his family to profit off their own stablecoin and oversee their own financial company.
President Trump is headed to the Gulf next week. In related news, last night, on Monday, President Trump spoke at a crypto and AI innovators dinner. to raise money for a pro-Trump super PAC. Tickets were $1.5 million a plate. The event was held at the President's Golf Club in Virginia. The co-host of the dinner was David Sachs, the White House AI and crypto czar. Sachs is a South African-born tech investor who is part of the so-called PayPal mafia.
I just want to pause this because, you know, regardless of this, the crypto thing, the fact that like, there are so many layers to this corruption, right? First, it's the crypto thing, right? Where he's doing a pay-to-play scheme to get access to the president. But then he's running this company that is then using his own property to hold an event, which I can guarantee you 100% that some portion of the funds for that event, I mean, I'm assuming that golf course is getting paid. You know, an event planning can cost a big money, right? Depending on what you're doing. And, you know, Donald Trump gets to decide how much these things cost, literally, and then pay himself while president. And this is, should be an Onion article.
Tech investor who is part of the so-called PayPal mafia, founding PayPal with Elon Musk and Peter Thiel. On May 22nd, Trump is also hosting a private gala dinner for the top 220 investors in his meme coin. The dinner will also be held at the Trump National Golf Club. The promotion also offers an ultra-exclusive VIP reception with the president and a tour of the White House for the top 25 Trump meme coin investors. The anti-corruption group CREW, Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington, called the promotion, quote, one of the most blatant and appalling instances of selling access to the presidency we've ever seen, they said. We're joined now by Molly White, an independent cryptocurrency researcher who runs the Citation Needed newsletter. She recently wrote an article headlined Trump's Newest Grift, Building a Cryptocurrency Empire While Destroying Its Regulators. Molly, welcome to Democracy Now! If you can start off, for folks who aren't following cryptocurrency that carefully, explain what cryptocurrency is.
Cryptocurrency.
Okay, no, I think that's probably good. I think we get it. It's an insane amount of corruption happening. And Republicans are the ones who are allowing it to all happen, right? They're the ones, the Republicans in Congress specifically are the ones who are allowing this all to happen. They could do stuff to stop Donald Trump. They're doing nothing. The Supreme Court, in many cases, is basically dropping the ball as well, or spiking the ball. Is disgusting. Okay. So yeah, while everybody has, you know, little crises in their lives financially from all of Donald Trump's decisions, he's benefiting himself in a myriad of ways. Meanwhile, he's been doing diplomacy. Trump and Mark Carney met up earlier this week on Tuesday, I think it was. And it didn't seem like the most productive meeting. Mark Carney did stand up for Canada, but aside from that, didn't seem like a lot was achieved.
And I think my people haven't made it clear. We will sign some deals, but much bigger than that is we're going to put down the price that people are going to have to pay to shop in the United States. Think of us as a super luxury store, a store that has the goods. You're going to come and you're going to pay a price, and we're going to give you a very good price. We're going to make very good deals, and in some cases, we'll adjust.
During the campaign,
Prime Minister Carney talked about the American betrayal. How do you react if Canada decided not to shop in the American store as much as before and decided to partner with other countries?
Well, we don't do much business with Canada from our standpoint. They do a lot of business with us. We're at like...
We don't do a lot of business with Canada, even though they're our second largest trading partner. Not a lot, not a lot.
4%. And
4%.
usually those things don't last very long.
What is he
we have
talking
great
about?
Things, great product. The kind of product we sell, nobody else can sell.
Where does he get that number,
including
4%?
Military. Look, we make the best military equipment
It's not true.
in the world.
Is there anything he could say to you in the course of your meetings with him today that would get you to lift tariffs on Canada?
No,
Why not?
just the way it is.
50% of a car that comes from Canada is American. That's not like anywhere else in the world. And to your question about is there one thing? No, this is a bigger discussion. There are much bigger forces involved. And this will take some time and some discussions. And that's why we're here, to have those discussions. And that is represented by who's sitting around the table.
See, the conflict is, and this is very friendly. We're not. This is not going to be like we had another little blow up with somebody else. That was a much different. This is a very friendly conversation. But
This is a very friendly conversation, even though I'm saying a bunch of very unfriendly things right now. There was a little snippet from Mark Carney and Donald Trump's meeting. Do we need another emotional support character? Okay. All right. Let's talk a little bit more about that meeting. We are, of course, recapping the entire week here on this week-ending report. There's a shit ton of stuff to talk about. Since we did a Tuesday stream this week, I decided the U.S. news will be definitely reduced in comparison to the rest of the news we got. Don't worry, U.S. will be popping in throughout the stream, regardless.
Thank you for your hospitality and above all for your leadership. You're a transformational president, focus on the economy with a relentless focus on the American worker, securing your borders, ending the scourge of fentanyl and other opioids, and securing the world. And I've been elected with my colleagues here, with the help of my colleagues here. I'm going to spread the credit to transform Canada with a similar focus on the economy, securing our borders. Again, on fentanyl, much greater focus on defense and security, securing the Arctic and developing the Arctic. And the history of Canada and the U.S. is we're stronger when we work together, and there's many opportunities to work together.
Many opportunities, you say. Opportunity for you to be a 51st state. Sorry, we're not going to watch this whole thing. Let's just see a little bit of the recap on this.
That's not a money thing. But we always will. But it's not fair. But why are we subsidizing Canada $200
Why
billion
are we subsidizing
or whatever
Canada?
the number might be? It's a very substantial number. And it's hard for the American taxpayer to say, gee whiz, we love doing that. Thank you very much. We're going to have a very substantial.
Thank you very
We have been
much.
watching a very lengthy Q&A session with the President of the United States and the new Prime Minister from Canada, Mark Carney, talking about a lot of issues, but I do maybe want to start where that left off, because despite the fact that the two men, and frankly the two governments and countries, particularly Canada, have been very rhetorically aggressive towards one another, particularly with regard to this trade war that is going on. At the beginning, it was extremely cordial, really almost throughout the entire thing. Then at the end, you did
see and hear President Trump start to get and give more jabs, talking about the fact that the United States doesn't need Canadian goods, doesn't need to have cars from Canada. And if you can see right there, the body language from and by the Canadian Prime Minister, he was not happy. And then the president ended the session, and now they're going to go behind closed doors, and we can only imagine how that conversation is going to go. I want to bring in CNN's Kevin Liptak and Paula Newton. They are both at the White House today. And Paula, I do want to start with you because if I am in Canada watching my new prime minister, who got elected largely because he said, President Trump, back off, hear him say not once but twice, we're not going to be the 51st state. I can tell you right now that
not going to do it.
Canadians
Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Election, and it's not going to happen. I'm sure they will be pleased by that. Maybe less pleased by the lecture on economics that we just heard from President.
Yeah, but yeah, multiple times during that conversation, Mark Carney reiterating the statement that Canada will not be the 51st state. They're not for sale. It was a fascinating meeting where not a lot happened in terms of, I heard almost nothing substantive about trade. It was just more Donald Trump repeating the same false statements about the U.S.-Canada trade. His just genuine, just just lack of understanding of economics showed itself throughout the entire thing. Now, Donald Trump and Keir Starmer met yesterday
with me now,
at the White House. Please shut up.
Public Policy at the University of Michigan, Justin Wolfers. Justin, good.
Yeah. Well, actually, technically, they did not meet. I misspoke. There was a meeting between UK officials and Donald Trump. Keir Starmer was on I think a FaceTime or something like that. Zoom, maybe? I don't know. Something like that. He called into the White House. And a deal was announced. Now, ahead of that meeting, CNN had this economist on to explain some things as it relates to U.S.-UK trade.
With me now, Professor of Economics and Public Policy at the University of Michigan, Justin Wolfers. Justin, good to see you. Look, a source telling CNN tonight that Trump is going to announce a trade deal with the UK tomorrow. Is that something you would consider a major trade deal?
No. So let's get some numbers and some context for the people at home. The United Kingdom, wonderful country, lovely people, love myself some fish and chips, don't mind their beer. But they're our 11th largest trading partner. They account for 3% of American trade. And if I took off all my shoes and socks and got 4 more people in the room, I'd be able to tell you that leaves 97% of American trade are absolutely up in the air. Now, Laura, I want to tell you one more fact that will blow your mind. Go back 6 weeks ago. The average tariff the United Kingdom charged countries around the world was 1%. That's the stakes here. So the best we can do is knock the United Kingdom down from 1% to 0, and it's already clear we didn't get them to 0. And along the way, the president is imposing a 10% tariff on the United Kingdom, making it harder for Americans to do business with trading.
I love this. This is hilarious to me. So the UK, a country that represents 3% of U.S. trade, who had a 1% tariff on U.S. goods and purchased more from the United States than they sold to the United States. So they had to trade surplus with the United States, or we have a trade surplus with them, rather than a trade deficit, something which Donald Trump seemingly hates, which basically these tariffs were based upon. And by the way, the UK was one of the countries who had they didn't, if I recall correctly, the UK didn't even have a large reciprocal tariff on it. Hold on, I have to go back to the goddamn Liberation Day list. I'm just, Jesus Christ. Liberation Day. I must see the list. Please help me. Like, they got hit by the 10% tariff. I know that much. But yeah. Oh my god. Was I right? Tell me I was fucking right about that. Yeah, the UK didn't even have reciprocal tariffs on it. Because they didn't have a trade, because we didn't have a trade deficit with them. So basically they just got the baseline 10% tariff. Nothing happened in this deal. That's the thing we need to drive home here. Oh my god. Art of the deal, everybody. Art of the deal. I'm a great negotiator, says my dad. My dad said I was a great negotiator. I'd say, let me take the jet, and he'd say no, and then I'd say, I will literally...
CBS News Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes joins us now with more on all of this. Hey there, Nancy, good morning. So what more do we know about this, quote, major trade deal?
Major trade deal.
Well, most of what we know right now, Errol, comes from various things that the president has been posting on Truth Social this morning. He said that this is going to be a full and comprehensive deal that he is announcing with the UK. But, of course, we'll want to take a look at the fine print and also hear what the Brits have to say about how far along these negotiations actually are. And what we'll be watching for in particular is whether this deal means that Trump will be rolling back the 10% tariffs that he placed on goods coming from the UK, as he did with most other countries, and then 25% tariffs on British cars. In some ways, it's not a surprise that the first breakthrough after weeks of negotiations with a whole host of countries might come with the UK, because unlike a lot of other countries, the US actually runs a trade surplus with the UK, and it's trade deficits that seem to upset the president.
Yep. All right, let's go to the actual meeting. The announcement. Yeah, UK represents 2% of US imports. Okay, 3% of overall US trade. And
we are going to hear from the UK Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, to give the UK's perspective of what has been agreed to. We were hearing a little earlier, or it's been reported by the Reuters news agency, that Donald Trump and Keir Starmer had what is described as a warm conversation on Wednesday night, and will again speak in the morning. I'm being told just in my ear that we can actually hear a little bit of that taped conversation between Sir Keir Starmer and Donald Trump from last night. So I'm going to just put that on the screen for you to hear.
Allies, and we're so happy that that's the way it worked out. I want to thank Prime Minister Starmer and his very talented team for their outstanding work and partnership. Today's agreement with the UK is the first in a series of agreements on trade that my administration has been negotiating over the past 4 weeks. With this deal, the UK joins the United States in affirming that reciprocity and fairness is an essential and vital principle of international trade. The deal includes billions of dollars of increased market access for American exports, especially in agriculture, dramatically increasing access.
Well, I'm going to come away from that recorded conversation because those live pictures that we've been waiting for in the Oval Office, there he is, the US President. Let's put the microphones up.
In addition, the UK will reduce or eliminate numerous non-tariff barriers that unfairly discriminated against American products. But this is now turning out, I think, really to be a great deal for both countries because it'll be really great for the UK also. So they're opening up the country. Their country is a little closed.
A little bit
and,
closed.
We appreciate that. They'll also be fast-tracking America.
They're one of the only countries that the United States runs a surplus with, but they're actually a little bit closed. That makes sense if you don't think about it.
Goods through their customs process, so our exports go to a very, very quick form of approval, and there won't be any red tape. Things are going to move very quickly both ways. The final details are being written up in the coming weeks. We'll have it all conclusive, but the actual deal is a very conclusive one. We think just about.
I just want that to sink in with everybody. Now, we were told we were going to get 90 deals in 90 days, and that would only amount to about half of the countries affected by the tariffs. Slightly more. But this week we had the first announcement of the first actual deal from this, and we were told by Donald Trump actually at one point we were going to get 200. We're going to get oh right, sorry, I forgot your emotional support character. We were going to get 200 deals. We actually have. I could announce 200 deals right now. But this one deal with what arguably is the easiest country for us to undo these tariffs on, based upon the metrics which the Trump administration has set out. And it's not even technically done. It's not going to be done for 3 weeks. It's not going to be finalized for 3 weeks. That's insane. That is insane. At this rate, we're not. The tariffs are going to be around until next year. Oh my god. This is what merit looks like, people. This is what merit looks like. Uh-oh, we are running dangerously close to potentially not getting all of the content. Only 20 minutes left in the goal. And we have not crossed the finish line yet. This is not good. Yeah, this is the easiest country. We had a surplus. We sold more to the UK than they sold to us leading into this deal. They have a 1% tariff on US goods effectively. They weren't hit with the reciprocal tariffs. So it's the lowest tariff rate. This is the most inconsequential deal, and it's going to take weeks to finalize. That is insane. That is fucking insane. Alright, let's go to PBS. Talk about the impacts of these tariffs. This is from yesterday out of PBS NewsHour.
President Trump and British Prime Minister Keir Starmer announced a new trade agreement today. Many of the details are still being hammered out, but Mr. Trump said he believes it will be the first of many in response to his tariffs. As William Brangham reports, other countries, including China, remain open to negotiating with the U.S., but it's far from clear how many will...
I should have left. We should have listened to that part of it. I just didn't have the place in the video queued up. But at some point, Donald Trump starts listing off things from the UK. It's all luxury goods, things that only rich people can afford. And then he got stuck on this like Rolls Royce situation. He's like, Rolls Royce, it's now gonna be Without tariffs, very affordable. And then like the not the foreign minister, the finance minister of the UK was like, we could get you a deal on a Rolls Royce, sir. It was fascinating. Scouts, Sour Hour, engaged. And that ends the goal. Should I end the goal? Or should I leave it up so we can get confetti? I'll give you confetti right now. How's that? I'll give you confetti right now. We'll have a little party. Great job, everyone. Great job. Here's a little confetti for you. For your eyes to wonder at. Siri is coming in with a super chat. Concepts of a deal. I've got great concepts of a great deal. A great deal of things conceptually planned out for deal-making purposes. Very great, very good. It's the sort of thing people say, sir, you're the very best at the deal-making. And I say, that's true. That's why I wrote the book on it. People, you can buy it from the Trump shop. $50 US. $75 after tariffs. But yeah, great job, everyone. That's why we get confetti. Would you like me to leave the goal so that we can get actual check? You know, I'm going to do it because now we're 3 of 5. We're now 3 of 5 on that. Donald James coming in. I appreciate you and this community. Thanks for letting me vent. It's our pleasure. It's our pleasure. I'm sure. Bob Carmody using his 3-month membership highlight. This doesn't count, does it? No, but it counts in my heart. It counts in my heart, Bob. Counts. Aww. Thank you, everyone, for all the sweet, sweet galactic messages, super chats, super stickers. But I think I'm just gonna, we've been doing this lately, I'm just gonna leave the goal up. I think we all know. Hopefully, I mean, we might be able to get confetti. We're only 2 away now. Super close. They just need to be super chats. That's the only problem. YouTube sucks. One day we'll get them to count super stickers. All right, back to this.
A deal. This is a very special day because it's Victory Day, World War II, May 8th.
On the 80th anniversary of World War II's Victory Day in Europe, President Trump sought to claim a different kind of victory in the Oval Office.
It's just incredible that that day is the same day that we signed a tremendous trade deal for both countries.
This is just as good as D-Day. Victory. We've won. We've won, everyone. It's just like it. This is just like the end of World War II. Tom Trask coming in. Oh my god, now we're only 1 away from getting chat confetti. Yeah, really like live streams and chats. Thanks, Janet. Thank you, Tom Trask. I'm glad you enjoyed. And or are enjoying currently, actively. Why should I say it's past tense? You're probably still enjoying it, I would assume. My god, we're only 1 away. 15 left. Confetti is like actual confetti. Chat confetti. It's like we're right on the cusp of getting it.
Surrounded by British diplomats, the president announced the rough framework for a trade agreement with the United Kingdom, the first deal since he imposed sweeping tariffs on countries around the world last month.
The deal includes billions of dollars of increased market access for American exports, especially in agriculture, dramatically increasing access for American beef, ethanol, and virtually all of the products produced by our great farmers.
I'm delighted to welcome you to say a few words.
From a factory in the UK, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer praised the arrangement, which is seen as a political victory for his centre-left government.
I wanted to come to you to announce that we've agreed the basis of a historic economic prosperity.
I gotta say, Keir Starmer should probably cancel taking a lap on this. It's not a huge win. It's really not. You know, and one thing about all this, for Donald Trump to declare this one a victory as well, and everybody in this should basically stop taking the victory lap. The UK and the United States. I mean, for the United States in particular, like with the UK being, oh shit, PB, completing the goal, confetti abounds. Double confetti. I'm going back. We're going back to the office. More confetti. My God, PB. Coming in right at the end. Saving us and the goal. I appreciate you, PB. Just pure confetti everywhere. Confetti in the super chat. Confetti on the screen. But the fact is this victory lap is so idiotic. By the way, I don't know if everybody knows this, but the UK recently kind of scorned a large portion of its trading partners. I don't know if you've heard of it. Brexit really caused the UK to lose a lot of trading partners all at once. And so for us to get excited about the US managing to get into a trade deal with the United Kingdom as if you know they were the tough cookie to crack here, just doesn't line up with facts. And for the UK to be excited over Trump dropping what was basically the smallest of all of the tariffs on the one country that actually had a surplus or had a deficit with the United States, not a great victory. You know, this one this one was basically a given, right? Donald Trump was as much as saying so early on. So actually, the UK has been pretty good. They're not perfect. They don't buy enough US beef and chicken, but they're actually one of the better ones. So there's just, the expectations were pretty much set for that deal to happen. Now, let's think about the rest of them, right? India, China, Vietnam, Indonesia, all these other countries, Brazil. There's plenty of large trading partners. The entire EU got hit. I just don't see how we're going to solve that immediately, all those ones immediately, with this one supposedly still weeks off from being finalized. I'm already like three months in. I am just so sick of Donald Trump holding a goddamn press conference every time that he plans to do something. It's like, buddy, get it done and then tell me about it. Just shut up already.
By some measure, the U.S. even has a trade surplus. And however this final deal shakes out, it could be more important for the UK than the U.S. For while the UK is a relatively small trading partner for America, the U.S. is the UK's largest, and it's a critical market for some goods, including automobiles. While the fundamental details are still being negotiated, those gathered today were quick to praise the president's deal-making prowess. From members of his own administration,
he's the closer. He gets deals done that we could never get done.
To Prime Minister Starmer, who phoned in to the White House event.
I want to thank you for your leadership on that, Donald, and for the way in which your team have negotiated this.
But amid the praise from one ally, threats of retaliation came from another. The European Union announced today that more than $100 billion worth of U.S. goods could be hit with tariffs if trade negotiations fail. The list includes agricultural products like meats and bourbon, along with manufactured goods like airplane and car parts and more. All this ahead of talks around the much bigger trade war between the U.S. and China that are happening this weekend in Switzerland. China. It comes after weeks of Beijing resisting talks, saying it won't kneel down to a, quote, bully.
Mm-hmm. That's where we're at right now, people. Just 80, yeah, exactly, Bob Carmody. Just 89 deals left to go. Should be all smooth sailing from here, all downhill. All right, let's go here. I keep talking about this trade policy.
The president, in a desperate attempt to salvage this disastrous tariff policies, and let's be clear, the damage has been done. Right now, we're just talking about to what extent the damage to the economy is going to be. This is one of those things where it's like the snake has already swallowed the rat, as it were. And we're just it's just a question of, like, how long is it going to take to pass through the system? And if Donald Trump makes all sorts of tariff deals that slow things down or stop the tariffs by this weekend, then the rat still has to pass through the snake. It's just not as long of a snake, or whatever happens to a rat inside a snake will happen quicker. And if he doesn't, particularly in terms of China, then it's going to be
China.
Some people say disastrous. Other people say catastrophic.
Yeah, there is that dichotomy for sure. But you know, that is where we're at right now. Going into the weekend, thinking, hey, maybe Donald Trump will get 89 trade deals done over 2 days, even though it took him a full month, to get one deal, not even fully done. 1 month to get one deal partially done, and then suddenly we're gonna get the rest of the however many other deals. I mean, how many countries actually got tariffed? I think it was more than 90. Great deal more, actually. I think it was like 138 or something like that.
To the economy. The Fed warning yesterday, without saying the word stagflation, was warning of stagflation.
Yes.
Which is inflation and job loss and lack of GDP growth. You know, this is two forces that supposedly are inverse of each other, lining up in a very, very bad way. But Donald Trump announced with Keir Starmer, and I guess they were in the Oval Office.
Well, Keir was phoning in.
Oh, was that? Oh, he was?
Yep, he was over the phone.
Oh, I didn't realize. Okay. Maybe the British ambassador was there or something.
Yep.
They have signed a pact. Now, let's be clear. Probably, if not the oldest trade partner, maybe the second oldest.
Yep, and it's the best deal we've ever done with anybody.
It's so great. The UK is now going to be able, and let's just be clear here, just so you get a sense of how much they were ripping us off. I want to keep that back up there. But Britain is the 11th biggest trading partner in the first quarter of this year. The 11th biggest. So not even top 10. The two nations have, just to give you a sense of how much we're going to finally gain on this, relatively balanced trade. U.S. sent about $80 billion worth of things like gas and airplanes and machinery and other products to Britain in 2024, and bought about $68 billion worth of cars, pharmaceuticals, and other goods. And so not necessarily, like, we're not getting particularly ripped off by them in Donald Trump's parlance.
Illegal.
And there's going to be some reciprocity in terms of beef, I guess, now. with us in Britain, although they will not take any type of hormone-laden beef. So it's going to be all specialty beef, at least in the context of this country. They are taking tariffs on steel and aluminum will fall from 25% to 0%. Unclear to me that we purchased that much aluminum and steel from Britain, but maybe this means that other countries will send it through Britain. I don't know how much beef we're going to sell there when they've got like places like Ireland, but who knows? Keep that up for one more second if you could. I guess we're going to get more, what's that car?
One thing I just don't understand, because I feel like I've heard this talking point from Republicans on numerous occasions, not just in this administration, but like in the past, over the UK and like the EU not accepting hormone-laden like poultry and like beef products from the United States. Like, I just don't understand. Where does that outrage come from exactly? I just don't understand the source of it. Right? I think it's just a lack of any substantive like complaints or something like that. But it's just this. It's so strange. I don't understand it. You know, like what if the reverse? I mean, obviously, like if the reverse were posed and EU was trying to force some sort of food product onto Americans, we would have a fit. Oh my god! Oh my god! We're renaming all the products: Freedom Fries, Freedom Biscuits. Like no more, no more English muffins. How dare you try and tell us to eat specific things? And yet we're trying to do the same thing to them, and it's so strange. I just don't understand it. Freedom. Now, the stock market has actually been rebounding quite a lot over the last few weeks, ever since that fateful Unliberation Day a month ago. And Donald Trump was asked some questions about that.
The Agriculture Secretary, actually, there's a lot of concern about chlorinated chicken and the import of hormone-treated beef.
I forgot there was this in there.
Resolved in these talks, or is that something for the continuing negotiations?
Well,
James.
I would just say that it's very clear, and we have in the heads of terms that we are going to discuss all of these types of issues, and obviously
we're going to discuss all these
country,
kinds
whether
of
it's us or
issues.
them, you got to follow the rules on those types of things. But our point is the rules need to make sure that they are based on science, and that's our
Based on
expectation.
science.
We know the UK believes that too, so we want to come to an accommodation. We want the consumer.
I loved the look from the UK ambassador who looked over and he's like, what do you mean based on science? What is that supposed to mean? Why does he have all these Remingtons out all of a sudden? Oh, the bronze statues. Oh, Jesus Christ. Why does he need props for everything? Did you see the look from the UK, whatever, foreign finance minister? I can't remember if he's the finance minister or the ambassador. But that look from him, he's like, what is the science of hormone-laden chicken being good for humans? Is that what you're trying to tell me? It's actually not bad. Coming from non-scientist Jameson Greer.
Each country to be able to choose what they want and give them the information that they need. Okay.
We have an incredible EPA led by Administrator Zeldin.
Incredible EPA. What is this dress? What is this dress? Anybody else seeing what I'm seeing? What is this? Like some sort of like space fascist, space Nazi uniform or something. What in the fuck is this thing? Looks like she's going to a funeral, like at like what the fuck? Space, like a Space Marines funeral or something. This is some freaky shit.
We're very, very confident in our products, and what the president has done to open up the markets is unprecedented for these farmers here in America.
Great.
Wall Street as they watched this. I mean, you saw the stock market decline sharply after Liberation Day, and it's rallied back since then.
Well, now it's going to really rally because, don't forget, they said this is all a pipe dream.
It's all a
and
pipe
this
dream.
is a tough one. This is, somebody would say, well, this is easy.
It was all a pipe dream, actually. I mean, so up till now, it's been a complete pipe dream, and the reversal of the stock market proves it, right? Like the stock market, and I mean, honestly, this is a strange situation right now. But I feel like a lot of people who are either heading towards retirement or like already retired but are still invested in stocks are at a real turning point in terms of what they're going to choose to do moving forward. Because while we are in a moment where the stock market has rebounded, not entirely, but has regained some of the losses over the last couple of months quite rapidly, they're going to have to make a decision on the future here, whether or not they can afford to take another hit like that. Because if Donald Trump doesn't secure these tariffs, it's not a guarantee, but there's certainly a high likelihood that it just goes right back to where it was a few weeks ago. And yeah, as not a time to take a victory, but Donald Trump will take a victory lap on everything. Oh, it's back to being the Trump stock market again. It was the Trump stock market, and then it was the Biden stock market, and now that it's back again, baby, all those panic hands, all of those uppity people, they're really upset. It'll be back to being the Trump stock market the Biden stock market, any day now. Okay. But yeah, I forgot about that first part of it, where they basically segued for me. But there was Donald Trump reacting to the stock market having rebounded, saying that everybody was saying it was a pipe dream, and now the stock market's back. But the fact that the stock market rebounded because Donald Trump backed off the tariffs for 90 days, and the stock market is just living in this sort of like objectively, what do you call it? Sort of like willfully ignorant sort of state right now. They're like, Donald Trump is going to make these deals the next he said 200 deals in 90 days, and they put those words into the like trading algorithms or whatever that they're running over there. And so for the next 60 days, they're going to pretend like those deals are definitely coming any minute. And when they don't, well, we'll see what happens. But Donald Trump made a fascinating sort of, what do you call it? I can't think of words right now. Omission, I guess you might say. Well, it's not really an omission. A fascinating not retraction. What's the word that I'm looking for right now? Concession.
So breaking just a short time ago on social media, President Trump signaled...
Oopsies. Don't do that.
So breaking just a short time ago on social media, President Trump signaled a major concession in his tariff policy toward China. This is what he wrote. 80% tariff on China seems right. Up to Scott B. Scott B is the
Scotty B.
Scott Bessent. The current tariff is 145%, so he's floating a 65% reduction.
I mean, it is, the number sounds huge, coming down 65%, but 80% is still effectively an embargo on China.
China!
It's kind of hilarious, though. I mean, before they even get to Switzerland to have the preemptive talky talk with China, they are backing down quite substantially. I mean, 30%, no more than that, like 40% of the currently active tariff. They're basically starting from a lower point of negotiating than previous that was already existed. But I mean, 80% would still effectively keep pretty much all ships from coming to the United States from China, right? Like, effectively, I mean, it's still basically double. People are still going to wind up having to pay double to import shit from China, which is it's just not tenable, right? Like, it just isn't. So, you know, it's highly unlikely that even going from 145 down to 80% would have any real effect.
In tariffs to China, even before U.S. negotiators sit down with Chinese officials, Scott Bessent among them, this weekend in Switzerland. With us now is former press secretary and then Vice President Joe Biden, Kendra Barkoff, Republican strategist and former RNC communications director Doug Heye. So that was fast. I mean, before the negotiations even started.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Asking price 65%. What's going on here, Doug?
Well, I think part of it is a reaction to what we've been seeing as either fewer container ships have been coming in or ships with fewer containers, and that a lot of those containers that have come from ports in China to ports in the U.S. have less product in them. And so there's a very real concern of what people are going to pay, or are there going to be shelves that are empty? These are bad visuals for Donald Trump. I think he knows that. It may be too late to save the immediate problem, but clearly he realizes that there's an ongoing issue here that could hurt him politically pretty severely. I think it's...
Yeah, but going from 145, like I said, down to 80, it's merely symbolic. It will not improve that empty store shelf situation one bit.
Hard to get ahead of this, but let's ultimately see where we end up. That's obviously much more important.
Obviously, 80% tariffs are still huge. You're still extraordinarily high, yet it's a lot lower than 145%. You know, Kendra, is this the art of the deal?
Art of the deal.
Well, look, we've seen his tariff policies to be erratic time and time again. And what we're seeing is a potential coming towards a recession. Trump owns this economy, and what we're seeing with the up and downs is really going to start to affect workers. It's affecting prices. And, I think from what it seems like, he doesn't actually care about it. He was asked yesterday in the Oval Office whether or not, he cares about the workers in Seattle that, are concerned that there aren't things being unloaded onto the port, that they are concerned about their jobs. And he sort of brushed by the question. So he actually does own this economy. He is the president. The buck stops with him. And I just think these erratic tariff policies are a problem.
Yeah, no shit, they're a problem. They're a massive problem. And while Scott Bessent and at least some representatives from China are going to be meeting over the weekend at this supposedly impromptu non-meeting, I put the likelihood that gets solved over the weekend pretty low. And the fact is China has been, while the U.S. has been struggling amidst all of this, China has been increasing their exports to non-U.S. countries by massive numbers. Like, there was an expected boost to this, to Chinese exports to other countries, but instead of 2, I think it was like 8%. It was like a 4-fold increase from what was expected by economists. Shows you just how adept China has been in their response in mitigating the effects of these Trump tariffs by going elsewhere. And things are shifting as we speak, And the U.S. is in a worse negotiating position than it was of 2 months ago, basically, due to Trump's blunderous
Secretary Scott Bessent to Congress just within the past couple of minutes. In it, the Treasury Secretary is saying after reviewing receipts from the recent April tax filing season, there is a reasonable probability that the federal government's cash and extraordinary measures will be exhausted in August while Congress is scheduled to be in recess. Therefore, he writes, I respectfully urge Congress to increase or suspend the debt limit by mid-July before its scheduled break to protect the full faith and credit of the United States. And that sets sets up an interesting situation, Mike, as they move on Capitol Hill to pass this enormous tax cut bill. Also now in the mix is going to have to be a hike or elimination of the...
It's more than that, Eamon. This guy's first name is Eamon. It's actually a trifecta. It's not just the big beautiful budget that the Trump people are trying to push. It is that, right? The tariffs come back on as well. So if we have a debt ceiling approaching, a budget that's supposed to get tax cuts somehow worked out, mathematically speaking, and at the same time, July 9th, right? That July 9th is when re-liberation day, right? I know there was Liberation Day, there was Deliberation Day, and now July 9th is going to be Re-Liberation Day. So we got liberation, re-liberation. We got we got a debt ceiling coming, and they're trying to pass that beautiful budget where they're gonna destroy Medicaid and Social Security, and Medicare, so they can give the billionaires more tax cuts. There's no way the Republicans screw that up. Now, if you're a person who has a little extra money, I know times are tough, so fewer and fewer people with that extra money, but you might be thinking about taking a vacation, or maybe you've got something important to do, maybe, or business-wise, or maybe you've got a funeral to attend somewhere across the country, but maybe you think you're going on a flight, you're going on a plane. I'm not going to tell you what to do with your life, but at this moment, flying does seem to be more dangerous than it has been for the entire 21st century. Exhibit A, Newark, earlier this week.
We do have breaking news coming in just now. The FAA has just now imposed a new ground delay for Newark-bound flights this morning. As we mentioned, the 9th straight day of staffing shortages and snarled travel at that airport. Also this morning, we have new details on what really was some terrifying communication breakdowns that led to this now more than a week of chaos. Newly obtained audio offers a glimpse into the moments air traffic control lost communication and radar with planes in the air, leaving air traffic controllers essentially flying blind. Here's some of the audio where the tower tells one plane that the radar is down.
9674 approach. 74, radar contact lost. We lost our radar. So just stay on the arrival and maintain 6000.
So that incident was on April 28th. It was so traumatic. Sources tell CNN at least 5 employees have now taken special government leave to recover from the stress of it. And that has compounded the ongoing staffing shortage and further adding to the travel mess for thousands of flyers going through Newark, one of the nation's busiest airports. And on Monday, the FAA acknowledged that antiquated air traffic control system, that system is impacting its workforce. And the Transportation Department says it's going to be announcing plans to overhaul that system. But those are long-term plans, and those plans are going to be coming out Thursday. Let's get over.
Now, I was told, I think we were all technically told by the Trump administration, they were going to get DEI out of the FAA, out of all the government agencies, because that was what was causing all the problems in government. especially as it relates to the FAA and air traffic controllers. He literally blamed a mid-air collision on DEI. Now, at this point, 3 months in, 100 days in, 100 beautiful days, they passed a myriad of executive orders, many of which relating to DEI. So what is the explanation for this one? Republicans are in control of everything: the budget, the purse, the Supreme Court. I mean, the Department of Transportation. What's the problem here? Can't be DEI because they've already gotten rid of it. So what is the problem? Where is the Trump administration to show us merit and competence we were promised over and over and over again?
Seen Pete Muntean for much more on this. You obtained this audio. It's really important to hear. And now we have this breaking news of further delays.
Yeah, and the latest here, Kate, is that the FAA imposed another delay for flights bound to Newark until midnight tonight due to these air traffic control staffing shortages. Now the 9th straight day of these delays. That new audio you speak of and the new statement from the FAA are essentially confirming our reporting that paints the best picture yet of how this all started. This all goes back to an incident last Monday at a key radar facility that's responsible for Newark flights. And a source familiar with that incident tells me that Newark approach controllers lost both radio and radar systems for an undisclosed amount of time, meaning that they were essentially doing their jobs blind. It's called NORDO, no radio. The source also tells me that led to at least 5 controllers taking what's called trauma leave, that legally entitles controllers to 45 days off. It's a huge development and explains the repeat delays that have caused these staffing shortages. I want you to listen now to the audio captured by liveatc.net. And in it, a controller is explaining to a smaller airplane to essentially go away. No ability to
Go
get that
away.
plane on radar. Listen.
No, you do not have a Bravo clearance. We lost our radar and it's not working correctly. Radar service terminates, squawk VFR, green change approved. If you want a Bravo clearance, you can just call the towers when you get closer.
Okay, I'll wait for that frequency from you, okay?
Okay, no, just squawk VFR, look up the tower frequencies. We don't have a radar, so I don't know where you are.
Oh my god.
You can hear the frustration.
I don't know where you
voice.
are.
We also have this.
That is literally the only thing they're supposed to basically be focused on, and unable to verify the location of planes. Just insane. But of course, they had no radar with which to locate those planes. I guess DEI wasn't the problem. And this may shock you, or may not. But we have another story from 5 hours ago. You are not having a stroke. You're not having a deja vu moment. Nope. 3 days later, after that story broke, this happened.
We're following other breaking news right now. Just coming into the Situation Room, air traffic controllers for Newark Liberty International Airport experienced another outage earlier this morning. It's the latest in a series of very troubling technical problems that have plagued the airport in recent days.
I want to bring in CNN aviation correspondent Pete Muntean. What's going on, Pete?
Well, this is the latest in the string of these meltdowns that they've had at the Newark Terminal Radar Approach Control Facility. That controls the flights going in and out of Newark, flights descending and ascending after leaving Newark. This is really critical, and we know from one source that the systems went down there. The radar system went down at about 3:55 a.m. local time today. This is just one more in this series. We know also from from another source that they lost radar and radio coverage, which is very similar to the April 28th meltdown that we were reporting on so much 11 days ago, that caused controllers there to essentially have to control planes blind and not able to know where they are and not able to communicate with them via radio. So this is really significant. That most recent incident after this one just last night was the first in a string that really sort of brought this to light. We know.
Okay, I just want you to read this bottom portion here. Outage included loss of radar for 90 seconds, simultaneously losing all radio communications. This is horrifying. Okay, landing and taking off are the two most dangerous times for planes, essentially. Okay, like on approach and on takeoff. You know, that is the most dangerous time for planes. Because, I mean, just think about it, okay? Airports represent essentially an air traffic nexus, right? Like, when you're in the air, you're going where you're going, and all the other planes are going where they're going, but they're not all heading to the same place, right? An airport is exactly the place, oh my god, where all the planes are heading to. And if you don't have if you have no radio communications, even if you were able, you can't even communicate to people in the air and on the ground that you have the loss of radar. So they're flying as if nothing is wrong for over a minute. We are lucky we did not have another mid-air collision, to be honest. Fucking horrifying. The great incompetence of the Trump administration showing its horrifying head. Okay, now the Republicans in the House of Representatives have been very busy at work. I mean, I know they're supposed to be focused on the budget, but they've been making sure to get the even more important than the budget type of stuff done. Let's go here to the AP from yesterday. What sort of legislation has the House passed now?
On this vote, the yeas are 211, the nays are 206. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
So that bill, which just passed the House of Representatives, was in fact legislation to change the Gulf of America officially. I mean, the Gulf of Mexico. God damn it, now I'm doing it. To change the Gulf of Mexico officially to the Gulf of America. Now, I didn't go through this line by line. I just don't understand how this is going to be. I don't know if they're going to be going house by house and like burning encyclopedias and destroying globes, or I just don't know. To be perfectly honest, it's confounding. It's very strange. But that's what the House of Representatives is doing. They're spending their very important taxpayer-funded time doing. Is putting into law Donald Trump's idiotic executive orders about bodies of water we don't actually control. All right. Speaking of other North American countries, let's go to this one, Canada. Talk about the relationship between the U.S. and Canada, specifically the one between Windsor and Detroit.
The Detroit River is all that separates these two countries. On one side, Windsor, Canada, and on the other, Detroit, United States. Two cities that have been the beating heart of the North American auto industry for over 100 years. But since Donald Trump imposed tariffs on Canada, there's been a fallout between the two neighbors. Canadian Joe Schneier crosses the border every Thursday to play volleyball with an American team in Detroit.
Oh, nice. Nice job. The things that are going on are between the countries and the leaders. It's not between the people. The people, it doesn't really matter. We're all still friends.
And his teammates share his sentiments. They feel like the two cities are deeply connected, and they resent the politics driving a wedge between them.
We're so sorry that this is happening. Yeah, we're equally as embarrassed and sorry. Yes.
In so many ways, Detroit and Windsor are just a single community divided by a river. So many shared similarities across culture and history. To me, Canadians are just like Americans, and Americans are just like Canadians.
But after all the fun and games, Joe remembers he's still Canadian.
So before the tariffs went into place, I used to go up with the team and have a beer after the game. But as a Canadian, I want to support the boycott, so I'm not going to get a beer after the game with my teammates. A lot of people would say I'm a traitor just for coming here. And to be honest, I got to do my part. So if I'm coming here to play sports, but I'm not spending my money here, that's how I'm doing it.
Since tariffs were imposed on Canada, a trade war has been declared between the two countries. Just across the border, tensions are running high amongst Canadian auto workers. Father and son Dennis and Blaise de Soligny have worked at the Stellantis factory, formerly Chrysler, for over 3 generations.
So next week we come back to work. Hopefully it's for a permanent thing.
The company was shut down for 2 weeks due to the 25% tariffs imposed by Donald Trump on vehicles and auto parts.
You're a little angry and a little scared about what's to come.
The trust issue's gone. You have trust, you know. It's a partnership we have with the U.S. We build vehicles. We get parts that come from the U.S. The parts are sent back to the U.S. They come back to Canada and they're put on the vehicle. So we have to work together.
With rising tariffs, the manufacturing cost of cars is likely to jump. 144,000 jobs could be impacted. For Dennis and Blaise, this could mean the end of the auto industry in their region.
Our mortars come from Indiana. I have 31 years there. I'm at the end of my career. But these young kids that are starting and all that are hoping for a good future and all that, it's heartbreaking to hear that. It might not be there. It's scary.
On the United States side, the conversation is much different. Here, residents hope that the tariffs will bring the auto industry back to American soil. Jeff Booth works at Ford in Detroit. He's also a third-generation auto worker.
He's also kind of an idiot, as it turns out. Daddy's home. Daddy's home. I think this must be his wife's side, and this is the man's side, you see? They embroidered the interior of their vehicle. You gotta be a real idiot to think that these tariffs are actually gonna bring jobs back to the United States. I wonder how he feels about his wife calling Donald Trump daddy. Getting cucked by the president. Now, unfortunately, I mean, we already talked about how American workers are getting furloughed, laid off, with all this economic activity ceasing suddenly. In Canada, it is the same situation. Not a lot of jobs were added in the month of April, and Canada's employment rate rose to almost 7%.
We do have breaking news this morning. StatsCan has just released its job numbers from April. Here they are. The economy adding 7,400 jobs last month. The unemployment rate, meanwhile, went up slightly to 6.9%. This comes about after a pretty tough March, which saw a loss of 33,000 jobs as the U.S. trade war took its toll on the economy.
One more story on these numbers, both from CTV.
Canada's unemployment rate rose in April, with Canada's manufacturers shedding 31,000 jobs as American tariffs battered the sector. Stats Canada says the Canadian economy added 7,400 jobs last month, but the unemployment rate rose by 0.2 of a point to 6.9%. Alberta added 15,000 jobs. The unemployment rate here unchanged at 7.1%. The higher jobless rate in Alberta and Canada suggests hiring is not keeping up with population growth.
All right. One last story in Canada before we end the second half of the show. Canada has been having... Would you please shut up, sir? Thank you. Now, Canada's been having something of a rightward shift over recent years. I mean, if it weren't for Donald Trump, they probably would have elected Pierre Poilievre and given conservatives a fucking majority in Parliament. At least that's the direction it was headed in until January. Along with that rightward shift in Canada has come along with it a number of horrifying things, but also anti-vax sentiment. Other idiotic sort of views have taken over in certain areas of Canada, which has been leading to Canada doing something that America's been doing, having a measles outbreak.
Back into Friday as the measles outbreak continues to make health headlines right across the country. Dr. Gorfinkel joins us, as always, on this Friday. And Dr. Gorfinkel, here we go again. Canada, we were actually talking about this on the show yesterday. We are actually in danger of losing our measles elimination status that we've held for nearly 30 years. Just how concerning is this, and is it too late to turn things around, do you think?
Well, what took them so long? We're 1,440 cases later, and now they're saying, oh, it's the end? I can't understand that. But to put it in perspective, between 2013 and 2023, those 10 years, there were 100 cases. Now there are 1,440 cases. So it really makes you wonder, what are we doing wrong? We started out with 90% vaccines in 7 years old and younger. And now what are we at? 70%, 70. Wow. In order to have herd immunity so that it doesn't spread within the community, we need 95%.
70% Canada. What is wrong with you? Are you feeling okay up there? Is the cold freezing your brain? So stupid. So stupid of you, Canada. You are dooming your population to misery and potentially death in some cases. With these games you're playing, 70%? Is that a joke? That is terrible. That is Bush League, is what that is. Alright, chat. Well, that's it with the Canada, the North American news. We got a shit ton of Earth news to get to today. A little tiny bit of environmental news. But because of how much Earth news we had, I tried to keep that to a very bare minimum. We'll be right back with a hell of a lot more content after these brief space messages. I hope everybody's enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Maybe hit that bell icon too, so you make sure that you don't miss a single episode of this spacecast. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube with the super chats and super stickers, memberships too. By the way, we are unfortunately at the beginning of every month, people's gifted memberships go bye-bye. So do consider gifting a galactic membership. Help us get back on track on the road to more galactic emotes. But of course, YouTube's not your only option. You got Twitch with the bits and the subs, the on-screen celebrations, Cash App and PayPal. 2 great ways to avoid giving YouTube or Twitch a 30% cut of your money just to support the show. But of course, the best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars is to become a galactic patron. Get yourself a sweet, sweet avatar on the stream like you see all around me. Space fams hanging out at the pool. Shoutouts, and much, much more. Anyway, chat, that's going to be it for me on the space messages. Enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. think everyone here knows what that sound means. That's right, it means it's time for us to get back to the stream. So you better get back in those seats, Space Fams, otherwise you're gonna miss the latest galactic content. We still got a hell of a lot to talk about here, Space Fams. The Popening Conclave action, of course. A shit ton of stuff to talk about with Israel, whether it's Palestine, West Bank, Gaza, Yemen, Syria. They're basically at war with everyone now. They're just whatever. It's out of control. Out of control. We also have the India-Pakistan conflict, which has genuinely escalated to a level this week that is just wild. I mean, we were talking about this situation. This has been going on for like 2 weeks now. We got a lot to unpack today because we didn't even get to some of the stuff I wanted to earlier this week. So we will try and get to that today. Before we get to the Earth news, though, a few environmental stories, really just a couple. Specifically wildfires in Canada and in the United States. Let's start in Canada. The last few days, multiple wildfires have sprouted up in Alberta. Started here from a few days ago.
Begin tonight on the James Smith Cree Nation, where wildfire has been burning out of control. Flames have destroyed 3 homes and forced people to evacuate. Jasmine Pelche has the details.
A cloud of smoke covered the James Smith Cree Nation on Saturday, about 60 kilometers east of Prince Albert. Firefighters from Canistino, Melfort, Garden River, and Muscadet were dispatched to the scene to respond to the wildfire. 3 homes were destroyed in the flames, and over 30 people have been forced to evacuate.
In the past 2 to 3 years, we've been seeing these getting bigger and bigger on each community. A year today, May 9th, we had our own event out here where it burnt over 1,400 acres. And there too, we had a lot of agencies on scene.
The teams worked with the Saskatchewan First Nations Emergency Management Group and the Saskatchewan Public Safety Agency to fight the fire that has been contained as of Monday. Nearby areas, including the RM of Canistino, Big River, and Meadow Lake, have triggered fire bans. The James Smith Cree Nation Office of the Chief released a community safety message urging everyone to be cautious of all potential hazards, including barbecues, cigarettes, and fireworks. Fire Chief Bear warns the public not to burn into the wind.
It seems to be a growing trend with the drier springs that we've been having. Lack of moisture. The snow's not really leaving much moisture behind. The rains are delayed, and the winds are picking up quite a bit more, which adds to the fires as well.
It wasn't just the Cree Nation getting hit by these fires. Like I said, multiple fires in Alberta. I think there's like a half a dozen fires currently active. Wildfires in Alberta.
Wildfire season
This
is
is from 2
upon
days
us,
ago.
and the fires are forcing some Albertans from their homes, while others are being told to prepare to leave on short notice. CTV's Nicole Lampa is joining us now from Boyle, Alberta. Nicole, good morning to you. What areas are at risk, and what is it like where you are right now?
Well, Marcia, I'm standing just about a kilometer south of the village of Boyle, and that's because no one is allowed into town because of an evacuation order. About 850 people from the community were told to leave last night. I don't know if you can tell, but it is quite windy here, and the smell of smoke is quite strong. About half an hour ago, we spoke with a woman who didn't want to go on camera. She says she is aware of at least 3 homes homes that have been destroyed along a highway just south of the village of Boyle. And this is just one wildfire. There are additional wildfires going on across Alberta, about an hour north of Edmonton in Thorhild County. An evacuation order was also issued there last night, where many people were told to leave. In Sturgeon County, close by there was a wildfire over the weekend, and we visited with one man who lost his entire farm, all his belongings, and all of his animals.
You know, Danielle Smith should maybe focus less on seceding from Canada, and maybe should, I don't know, I guess multiple things simultaneously, try and get the rest of Canada to come help Alberta before things get out of control. Maybe rethink those cuts to the wildfire budget that she enacted in the province a couple of years back. Yeah, just an idea though. I'm just floating ideas. Let's go here. Global news from 10 hours ago. Redwater fire doubles in size despite cooler weather. Come on!
Strong winds are still pushing this fire burning in the Redwater Recreation Area. It's now roughly 3,000 hectares, but the Thursday afternoon wind was blowing away from the Redwater town site.
I'm much more comfortable than I was a couple of days ago.
Redwater is still under an evacuation alert, and Sturgeon County says the fire could still spread. Mayor David McRae says the recent conditions are in his town's favor.
Right now it's under control for coming towards Redwater.
On Thursday, Thorhild County downgraded its evacuation order to an alert, but in Sturgeon County, an evacuation order was expanded. As of Thursday afternoon, it includes everyone between Range Road 213 east to Range Road 203 and from Township Road 580 south to the North Saskatchewan River.
What's going to dictate the situation is temperature, humidity, and wind.
Other Albertans are now allowed to go home. People living in Boyle can now return to the village after a fire forced them to leave Tuesday night.
All right, well, we'll try and keep our eyes throughout the weekend on these fires that have been going on in Alberta, but there is another fire that has been going on in Montana, and I actually don't have I thought I had a current update to this. We watched on Tuesday a video about this fire, the saw log fire in Montana. There was only 100 acres at that time. As of 4 days ago, it has increased to 1,500 acres. I gotta look up to see where it's at now. Hold on.
Saw log fire is now burning 1,500 acres. The fire is happening here, northeast of Wisdom, in the Saw Log Creek drainage. Officials say the blaze grew Saturday due to dry fuels, specifically dead and downed trees, as well as winds ranging from 40 to 50 miles per hour. Today, smoke jumpers secured a line from the Toomey Creek Road to the river on the south flank. 51 firefighters are on the scene, including a crew, an engine, and a helicopter. Additional help arrived today with a crew of smoke jumpers on the scene. Helicopters help crews on the ground with bucket drops, and the saw log dispersed camping area remains closed for public safety, and the cause of this fire is under investigation.
All right. Well, that was I could not find another video on it, so they may have put it out. I don't know. I do not know.
I want to do clip number 10.
No, please hold, Sam. Please hold. We are early in fire season. Things are getting started in the north, both in Canada and the United States. Well, I guess technically not North Canada, but North Alberta. All right, let's talk about geography while we're talking Earth stuff. Environmental stuff. Republicans, they're not huge fans of science. And it seems like they might also not be spending too much time paying attention in geography class.
I want to do clip number 10 because since we're talking about, you've heard that concept that fish rots from the head down. And stupid is as stupid does. And I don't know, there's something about being in the, the Republican Party where ignorance is so exalted.
Coveted.
Before we put up this, will you put up a map of the United States and maybe just sort of like surrounding areas, maybe just
the western half,
the Western Hemisphere, maybe we'll just look at,
including the Gulf of America, which is what we call it now, to avoid being thrown in prison.
That is what I do not call it, but
illegal.
Let's just take a look at a map, just because I want to refresh everybody's memory of what the country looks like. Okay. That's New York City. Okay, there we go. Yeah, all right. Now, as you can see, Mexico borders the United States. And just north of Mexico, you got Texas, you got New Mexico, you got Arizona, you got California. And there you can see over there, there's Los Angeles. That's a big city in California. And San Diego. And just below it is Baja, California. I've never been there, Baja, California.
It's beautiful.
I've heard good things. Like people in LA used to go there. And so you have the Google now calls it Gulf of America on one side of America.
Oh, they really do that?
And then there's another side of Mexico that's called the Pacific Ocean.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
I just want you to take
a
look at that for a moment. Just pull out just a little bit more. Yeah, right there. A little bit more. And just go a little, right there. That just sear that image in your mind. And okay, now let's go to this clip. Now I should say this is Harriet Hagman, Republican from Wyoming.
She's the one who took Liz Cheney's seat, isn't it?
She's talking in the House Rules Committee about a dynamic where Mexico dumps some of its sewage into the Pacific Ocean. And it flows up to San Diego. But why is she talking about this? She's a congresswoman from
Spanish,
Wyoming.
the Portuguese called it San Diego.
Because of what the maps say.
For a variety of reasons, but I think another reason why we should change this to the Gulf of America versus the Gulf of Mexico is for over 40 years, the country of Mexico has been dumping raw sewage into the area near San Diego, California. And the head of the EPA, Lee Zeldin, was just there approximately 2 weeks ago. I was just in San Diego meeting with some folks down there, and they described the situation. It's absolutely a horrific situation. It is an environmental catastrophe and disaster created, and the country of Mexico absolutely refuses to address it and fix it. And has been fouling our waters for decades upon decades. It needs to be resolved, but that is another reason why we need to retake and claim ownership of this area and make sure people do know that it is the Gulf of America. We should not be rewarding Mexico for their bad acts, and that's just one example.
That sounds like a...
Let's take a look at San Diego again, and you'll notice on the opposite side of the country of Mexico from the so-called Gulf of Mexico.
It goes way down. See,
how would changing even
Sam doesn't get is they
California.
pollute in the Gulf of Mexico, and then it goes way down. You see down here, way further down to Panama Canal, and then it goes through the Panama Canal, and then it goes way up. And that's how it works. That's science.
It's science. How would changing even let's say the Gulf of California, we also want to change that to Gulf of America too, or something.
The West Gulf of America.
Mexico is just able to continue dumping them.
That will fix up. That will take care of the raw sewage.
It's all mythology. It's crazy, like how conscious Trump is of that. Like he mentioned it with Alcatraz. Like it's mythologically an important thing.
It's beautiful.
It represents
The symbolism.
It's
We need more symbolism. Symbolism will get the price of eggs down. Yeah, that's the level of genius that we have over there in the, the Congress. All right, we got some Elon space stuff to talk about before we get to the Earth news. Let's start with Starbase, which is now its own town. Horrifying.
Welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. There's a new city in Texas, and it's home to the
so
South
excited
Texas,
about this.
home of Elon Musk's SpaceX company, as they are now finally being named as Starbase. Starbase, Texas, becoming a city will help us continue to build the best community possible for the men and women building the future of humanity's place in space. So we're following this very closely as a vote on Saturday to formally organize Starbase as a city was approved by a lopsided margin among the small group.
Now, most everyone says that the world is actually Earth's place in space, not other planets. This is the most habitable planet in the galaxy.
Voters who live there and are mostly Musk's employees at SpaceX, with all votes coming to a tally of 212 to 6. Elon Musk posting on social media saying now a real city. Starbase is the facility of launch site of the space.
Now, my understanding of all this is that Elon Musk moved in a bunch of workers here, and to the point where the majority of people who lived in this area worked for Elon Musk. And so, it's not shocking that people who were employed by Elon Musk would choose to vote to do what he wants. He pays your checks. Pretty sure these votes, I think they're public, technically. So, I'm pretty sure you could figure out, considering his access to data, even if they aren't public, sure you'll be able to figure out who did and did not vote for it. It might have implications for your job. So that is what happened. Elon Musk gets his own city now in South Texas. I guess to destroy the environment down there. Should be fascinating. They'll probably make him mayor of the town. Now, he's got big plans for off of Earth as well, supposedly. Had another Fox News piece. Him and Jesse Waters had a little conversation about his space plans.
But here's Jesse Waters with Elon Musk. Jesse Waters is just like is aged in a very odd way. Maybe it's the eye lift thing that he has or something. Like they both, I don't know. It's interesting. But nevertheless, that's not the point here. The point is their abject stupidity and fantasy. I mean, this is like, if you've ever had the opportunity to hear two, sixth grade boys talk about stuff, this is going to be reminiscent.
That's not fair. This sometimes is the kind of conversation that people who are high in a college dorm room might have.
That's true, too. But as Elon Musk soaks the government for billions of dollars of contracts and then simultaneously disrupts the lives of literally tens of thousands of people, if not hundreds of thousands, if not millions, and jeopardizes some of our most cherished policies and programs, he is fantasizing about all his work is geared towards something that he says is maybe a real long way off.
This is a backup plan in case something bad happens here, going to Mars.
That's one of the benefits of Mars, is life insurance for life collectively. So eventually, all life on Earth will be destroyed by the sun. The sun is gradually expanding, and so we do at some point need
This is one of the dumbest things I've
multi-planet
ever heard.
civilization, because Earth will be incinerated.
I'm hearing this for the first.
Yeah, Jesse, you know, I hate to tell you this, you don't need to worry about this one. First off, I mean, this is going to happen in like 100 million years. Humanity's got deadlines that are way shorter than in the millions of years. We've got like 5 years to solve climate change. Okay? Don't talk to me about millions of years in the future. Okay, and how Mars is somehow going to go unaffected by the slowly but ever increasing size of the sun. Even though, oh my god, it's just so stupid. Such a stupid thing to say.
Time. No one's ever told me the sun is going to burn Earth.
This is not a disputed fact.
I'm not disagreeing with it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying I didn't know this was our destiny, to get roasted by the sun.
Yes, and I don't think there's anyone who would disagree with that.
So we have to set up plans to leave and spread out.
I mean, we have several 100 million years, so it's not like you don't hold.
It's actually more than that. We have. I'm sorry. Can you pause it for a sec?
But like, it really doesn't matter. Humanity has not survived a million years, right? Like we've only been around a short, tiny period of time in galactic terms. If we honestly, it'll be a great human success if we make it to being burned out of the solar system. Okay, for real. If we make it even close to thinking about this in any serious fashion, great job. But now is not the time to worry about this. By the way, Mars, not that, in terms of space, is not that far away. Much further than the Earth is from the sun. So if the sun gets big enough to roast the Earth, like Elon's talking about, Mars is not going to be like super, like more livable.
It's about 7 billion years until the Earth is supposed
it 7 billion?
to
That's
get
a lot.
gobbled up by the sun.
What do you want to procrastinate?
Well,
seriously, Emma.
Okay.
Can you take this a little more
Here's
seriously?
what I would suggest. The difference between 7 billion years and several hundred million years in the context of this conversation is completely irrelevant. There is not a single thing that Elon Musk is going to do that is going to change the outcome of our living on the planet Mars one way or another. I'm sorry, folks, but I have news for you that over the course of those either several 100 million years or few billion years, we're either going to figure it out or not.
And also, like, just to give you a sense.
I'm just going to keep saying it over and over again. We have 5 years to solve climate change, or at least to greatly impact our current effect on our environment. 2030, remember that? Remember that date? Ever heard of it? 2030? It's a big, important marker. And we're not doing a good job of that.
How many years?
It's 5 years, right? Not a billion, or even a million, or 100,000, or 1,000, or 50. It's 5. 5.
Talking about, I think our first recorded evidence of human life is around 300,000 years ago, is what I'm seeing here on my quick search. But the Smithsonian has it.
It's the first time.
Yeah, Violet Quinlaw. Absolutely. We've talked about this in the past. Maybe I'm just assuming that everybody's been around here long enough to have heard some of this stuff, but maybe not. And the fact is, we've talked at length, different occasions, about the livability of different planets in the solar system. It is the Galactic News Network, after all, and we do space news on the regular. And we have not been able to solve much of that cosmic radiation problem as it relates to all sorts of human biological needs, including, but probably most importantly, pregnancy. You know, babies being formed and birthed and raised off of Earth's planet, off of the planet of Earth, are going to run into all sorts of problems, not just radiation, but gravity and whatever else. Who knows exactly? We have no plan on how actually to survive off of planet for any extended period of time without incurring serious problems. Much really relating back to either the radiation or the gravity, let alone the lack of life on any of the planets that we can currently reach in our solar system.
So that's not, if we were talking about 100 million years in advance, this wouldn't make any sense. Given
this is my point. That
yes.
None of this it's completely fantastical.
Yes.
You might as well also say, like, you know, maybe by that point we'll live on Pluto.
Well, that's the thing, is he's an impresario, and his whole thing is to get, you know, dumb people with more money to give it to him to invest. But this whole scenario where the sun expands is also a problem for Mars.
Yes, like that's the next planet over.
I do actually like talking about this sort of stuff. Like Skeptics Guide to the Universe will occasionally do this sort of theoretical stuff. But yeah, Mars will have a brief moment when the sun is exploding, where it might be slightly warmer, and then it still has the same problem. So
No, we keep the coldness. Listen, we're gonna live in glass bubbles. You don't know what you're talking about.
And also, if we can make Mars habitable, like, why wouldn't you make
America? Yes, the United States.
Well,
yeah, it's significantly easier to just keep Earth from becoming uninhabitable than to turn Mars into a habitable planet for humanity. You know, and it's fun to muse about, you know, have fantastical dreams about. But the fact is it's just not feasible. It makes less sense. If we're talking about efficiency, it's less efficient to move to Mars than to just stop ruining Earth. Just going to point that out. Speaking of ruining Earth by way of space, CBS News from 7 Hours has the story of space junk, which is plummeting back to Earth over this weekend. Decades-old space junk.
All right, a Soviet-era spacecraft that was meant to land on Venus half a century ago is expected to plunge to Earth tonight or tomorrow. Cosmos 482 was part of the Soviet Venera program and got stuck in Earth's orbit due to a malfunction during launch. Now, it's unclear where exactly the half-ton of metal will land. Scientists say the chance of it hitting someone or something is small. But how small? Tracking the probe's re-entry is Marlon Sorge. He's the executive director at the Center for Orbital and Re-entry Debris Studies at the Aerospace Corporation, the perfect person to speak with. So, Marlon, how small is the chance that it will hit any of our viewers in the head?
It's actually quite small, well below kind of the international standard of 1 in 10,000 for anything, having any chance that somebody's actually going to get injured by it. And part of that is because, like you said, this object is designed to survive re-entering Venus, which is a whole lot harsher than Earth. So there's a pretty good chance that it's going to stay in one piece instead of breaking into a bunch of fragments that all could potentially be dangerous.
And I know that's another part of your calculations, the idea that it will likely break apart. But if it does survive re-entry, what happens to that debris? You just mentioned that if it breaks apart, there'll be many items, but what could happen?
So it's likely that it'll stay together. And if it does, it has 3/4 of a chance of just falling into the ocean. There's a possibility that it'll land somewhere on land. If it does, and if somebody hits the jackpot and actually finds it, don't mess around with it. So contact your local authorities. You never know for sure what's inside of it. There could be, chemicals and things you don't want to mess with. So that's the safe approach.
And we were just looking at a map of where this debris could land, effectively anywhere on Earth. Help us understand why this is happening now.
The penguins are pretty
and that
safe,
background behind you makes me nervous as well. Is this a unique event, or is stuff falling out of the sky all the time?
So the reason this is happening now is it isn't so much now. It's kind of been working its way there for the last half a century.
Okay.
So this object was in an orbit that had a very low point and a very high point. And it spent the last half century kind of dragging itself down slower and slower and slower into the atmosphere. Sun's really active now. That may have helped speed it up, make it come.
Not a fan of this phrase. Uncontrolled re-entry. That basically just means it's gonna fall at some unknown location. So, chat, just a little galactic PSA for you. Expect Russian space junk at some point. Well, technically Soviet space junk. Old USSR space junk, which is heading back to Earth. An uncontrolled re-entry is somewhere over the next 24 hours. Where? Well, we'll probably find out later. Or maybe we won't. Hard to say for sure. We'll probably know. Hopefully not because someone dies. Alright, now let's go to Earth News and start here with the new programming which Voice of America is going to carry. That's right. U.S. U.S. funded news, which goes to all sorts of countries across the world.
Back to America Decides.
Please shut up. I am talking. Voice of America, an important part of U.S. soft power, is now going to carry programming from, wait for it, One America News. That's right. One America News.
And welcome back to America Decides. Voice of America will carry programming from One America News. That's a far-right television outlet widely known for promoting President Trump's false claims of 2020 election fraud. Senior advisor to the U.S. Agency for Global Media, that's Carrie Lake, wrote in part on social media last night that, quote, I don't have editorial control over the content of VOA programming, but I can ensure our outlets have reliable and credible options as they work to craft their reporting and news programs. So for more on this and more political news of the day, let's bring in our panel. Vance Trover, formerly...
That is hilarious to me. Somebody calling One American News a reliable outlet is fascinating. It is hilarious. But there we go. Enjoy that, world. Enjoy that. Now you can turn on to real, what's it called? One American News on Voice of America. All courtesy of the U.S. taxpayer. That's what we're paying for, people. Straight up the double propaganda. The double prop. Double ganda. We're gonna incept the world with right-wing psychotic messaging from One American News. It's hilarious. It is really fascinating. We're getting DEI for the worst possible ideas. And we get to pay for it too, which is super fun. Yeah, exactly, Mona. One America News is where people go to once they think that the Fox has gone liberal. They're like so far gone. You're like, Alex Jones doesn't tell it true. Gotta go to One America News. Fox is woke. We're getting rid of Tucker Carlson. All right. Now, let's talk EU stuff real quick. Donald Trump talking about the tariff policy, suggesting that everyone wants to make a deal.
And he's got plenty of cash. Plenty of cash. Are you planning to meet Ursula von der Leyen? Yeah, the Federal Government. Go ahead, fast. Yes, are you planning to meet Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the European Council anytime soon? Oh, she's so fantastic. She's so fantastic. I hope we're going to meet. Yeah, the answer is yes. I saw her a few days ago. And I think that we'll definitely meet, yeah. The European Union's big thing, they want to make a deal very badly. You know, everybody wants to make a deal. Look, everybody wants to make a deal with the United States. So we're doing that, and we're going to make fair deals.
The EU very badly wants to make a deal. Everyone wants to make a deal. The great deal maker. That is my legacy, the greatest deals anyone has ever seen. Fictional or non-fictional. Make some great fantasy deals as well. There you go. EU, expect some great deal making happening very soon, supposedly. I'm sure the EU is just stoked to give Donald Trump his everything he wants. What's that? People in the EU are boycotting US products? Uh-oh. Let's go to France and see what's going on here.
Breaking news, the White House unleashing an all-out assault on Germany over a right-wing political party. Secretary of State Rubio, Elon Musk, and Vice President Vance attacking America's longtime ally. Vance even accusing the Germans of rebuilding the Berlin Wall. This came after Germany's domestic intelligence agency classified the far-right political party in Germany, the AfD, as extremist, which makes it easier for them to have surveillance on it. AfD is an anti-migration party with a co-leader who has been fined for using Nazi slogans. But the White House, once again, is coming to its defense as anti-American sentiment is growing overseas amid Trump's trade war. And Melissa Bell has this special report tonight for us out front.
So before you would have come in and you would have taken these chips? I used to take this one, but now, well, I took this one.
Across Europe, a quiet protest is playing out in supermarket aisles. American products left untouched. The hashtag Boycott Trump is gaining traction as Facebook groups rally Europeans to push back against US policies with their wallets. Michel joined a French group in March.
As long as we had aggressive policy of American administration, we want to make pressure to say, stop it.
His group even provides an app called De-Trumpify Yourself that lets consumers know if a company's funding traces back to the United States.
Fanta, I wonder if it is. So we just use the app and it says, yes, it's
American.
So
you
American.
put it back.
Well, we'll try with that. We look like
this is a very French brand.
Very French, but sometimes we have surprised. Yes.
Good, so we can buy it.
Oh, there you go. French people making their own app to help boycott American products. Yeah. it seems like the EU is sort of getting by fine without the United States. In some ways, at least. I mean, maybe not perfectly, but, you know, they're now considering making deals with China rather than the US to make up for some things. Maybe harder to make those deals than Donald Trump seems to think it's going to be. I guess we'll all find out what happens. All right. I'm gonna stay in Europe. But I don't think this is technically part of the EU. Rome. I could be wrong on this. But Rome has been a bustle with activity, certainly been at the center of the news this week for all sorts of reasons. But most specifically, the Conclave, which has been going on. Now, if you missed this somehow, see this. This is from 4 days ago. Donald Trump got it, threw his hat in the ring on the conclave situation.
There's uproar today over this image of President Trump dressed as the next pope.
Him tweeting out an AI-created image of him posing as the Pope is disrespectful, it is frankly disgusting, and it is outrageous.
But the president is brushing off the controversy.
Does it at all diminish the substance of the official White House account to have it go out on that particular channel?
Give me a break.
It was just some
separation of church and state. Come on, it's a joke. It's fucking insane. This guy is literally destroying what this country supposedly stand for, like minute by minute.
They did it in fun.
It was for fun.
Have to have a little fun, don't you?
New York's Cardinal Timothy Dolan is in Rome for the upcoming conclave.
The president appearing as the Pope, yeah. I hope he didn't have anything to do with that.
Are you offended by that?
Well, you know, it wasn't good.
Cardinal Dolan was mobbed by crowds after saying Mass and took this baby in his arms. What about your chances of being the Pope, Cardinal Dolan? Your chance.
Good question. You know, didn't I warn you what would happen after they legalized marijuana?
2 other Americans are considered remote possibilities, Cardinal Joseph Tobin of New Jersey and Cardinal Robert Prevost of Chicago. But Vatican expert David Gibson tells me that shocking Trump image damages all their chances.
There you go, Donald Trump posting from the White House's own account an AI image of him as the Pope. Can we separate, you know, I'm fine with going back to separation of church and state, but can we just officially, like, legally separate Donald Trump from computers in general, whether it be a phone or a laptop? Oh my god. Everything's computer. Everything is computer. Alright, let's get to the meat of this week. You anticipate a letter hack, right? Very exciting. I look forward to it. Yeah. But later this week, Pope talks got more serious. And cardinals went into lockdown in the Roman conclave. CNN from 2 days ago.
Well, billions of people are keeping an eye on the roof of the Sistine Chapel. That's because smoke from its chimney, expected in the coming hours, will signal the result of the first ballot to choose a new pope.
Yeah, 133 cardinals locked inside the chapel for the papal conclave are deciding who will be the next leader of the Catholic Church. And they've been offered what's known as the College of Cardinals report. This is supposed to help them get to know one another better. That's what its creators are saying, adding that it was compiled by, quote, independent journalists and researchers.
The report profiles about 40 papal candidates and looks at where they stand on various church topics, including same-sex blessings and contraception.
CNN's Christopher Lamb is live for us.
I love how I love how antiquated the church is. There's still the important the important conversation about contraception, whether or not the Catholic Church should allow it. I mean, it's so dumb. It's so dumb. These people are like so many centuries behind us, I feel like, at this point. Alright, we don't need to get too deep into this video because it's from multiple days ago, and there's been a lot that's happened in just the last couple of days. But let's take a quick dive into how the manosphere is seemingly tuned into this situation in perhaps an unhealthy way.
Ardoni O'Sullivan recently met with one podcaster and content creator who considers himself a traditionalist Catholic. But you might be surprised to what he is preaching online. Here's Doni's report.
We're rolling, yeah. This is where you go live. He liked women's lib. John Paul II, it said some really evil things. Because women should develop economic skills. Why? I mean,
Why?
The ironic thing is some women do, like you actually kind of have.
This
You actually kind of have. I love the way he says that.
Some.
He's like, contrary to all expected outcomes, you as a woman kind of have become capable of making your own money. It's shocking.
Timothy J. Gordon.
Do you get a lot of hate?
Some. A lot's really happened in the last 3 years that has helped to normalize, pave the way.
As you might be able to tell from his home decor, Timothy is a Christian. In fact, he's part of a conservative Catholic movement known as traditionalism.
Basically, society it's kind of the Matrix. If you look at it from
Society's
outside
basically
the
the Matrix.
everything is wired to make women think that they can be independent, and women aren't independent of men. And as the Bible teaches.
Sorry, the world. Wait, what part of it is the Matrix? The Matrix is wired. The Matrix is outside of the world or inside. I can't quite understand what he means by that. But the Matrix is telling you, ladies, to do things that men do, and that's bad. That's bad. No, you can't do that. Can't do that. Daddies are stronger than mommies.
This St. Paul says it in 3 places. Women are by their nature dependent on men.
By nature.
And they're happy that way.
By
and
nature.
They get miserable when they're forced
It's nature's
to be the main
decision.
character acting like a man out in the world.
Timothy is part of
They're
the
making
manosphere,
they're
a
making
group
the
of
women act
online
like men.
influencers that tell young men they need to fight against feminism.
There's some competing iterations of how to restore masculinity. You've probably heard of, Andrew Tate and those guys offer a perfectly valid critique of feminism.
The woman must learn that her man is an Iron Mountain and the easiest path is to obey.
But Timothy says people like Tate are not helping.
They're bringing solutions to these young men that aren't true. And they're saying, sleep with a bunch of women, contraception and birth control. I mean, there's basically feminism for men.
March has turned out to be International Women's Month.
It turned out to be. It just suddenly marches International Women's Month. Where has this guy been exactly? He just found out. What? March, an entire month for women?
Illegal.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
And preaches an interpretation of the Bible that is rooted in patriarchy. He hosts a podcast which his wife Stephanie sometimes appears on.
Now, my wife doesn't have to be a follower of any of all men, but every woman is literally called in 8 places in the New Testament to follow her husband under pain of sin.
Oh,
And
no.
the way it's
8 places in the New Testament, you don't say.
It's science.
Well, if that's the case, then I have no other argument. Oh, wait, I do have an argument. It's a fictional book.
That's the way she shows her love for God.
Mike Lewis is the founding managing editor of the blog Where Peter Is, a site he says was set up in part to respond to American traditionalist Catholics' attacks on Pope Francis. Tim Gordon's argument is it's there in black and white in the Bible. Women are there to serve men, men are dominant. There is a patriarchy.
Well, I would classify that as a fundamentalist point of view. The Catholic Church has always been very clear that it is the Pope and the bishops in communion with him that authentically interpret Scripture. And this is wholeheartedly rejected by figures who are into this Catholic version of the manosphere.
Pope Francis was deeply unpopular with manosphere Catholics like Timothy.
The worst Pope in the history of 266 Roman Catholic popes.
And among broader traditionalist Catholics like Steve Bannon.
And we stand in absolute defiance of...
Oh my God. The worst Pope in 260 years. Wow. Worse than the Spanish Inquisition times? Worse than, I mean, what are we talking about? Worse than the Nazi Pope? Fucking insane.
Of this Pope. The Vatican deep state is the mother of all deep states. The movement of conservative Catholics, traditional Catholics, even people, young people going to the Orthodox side of Catholicism, is one of the great developments in the 21st century.
Mike is worried what the traditionalists and so-called manosphere Catholics could do to the church in America. Tim Gordon, and I've seen other...
Yeah, but the manosphere was obsessed with this former pope in a very unhealthy way, and were deadlocked on this conclave with a equally strange and creepy obsession.
Don't be creepy.
Hoping for a pope that would stop convening with God about what the Catholic Church should do, and should instead not interpret the Bible and just do exactly what it says. Which is a strange vibe. It's a weird vibe. But I'm fairly certain the Bible literalists are a little bit brain damaged, or needing a significant amount of therapy. Okay. Now, after this video came out, there was smoke. It was the wrong kind of smoke. Black smoke. Sorry everyone, we are breaking this down minute by minute. Well, as much as I felt like we could. Black smoke, where is it? Give us the black. Oh, it's the wrong color.
Illegal.
It sounds racist as shit. But no decision was made on the first round of voting. Wait, didn't I put a white smoke one in here too? God damn it. Imagine white smoke for me, people, because after that, the next day, second round of voting, white smoke merged, rose, risen. No, that's not it. That's a poison. Rose from that fateful chimney. And I'm afraid to tell everyone, America will be moving in to Rome. That's right. Move over, Pope Francis. American Pope is coming for you. Robert Prevost, named Pope Leo.
Such an honor for our country. Watch out, watch out.
Great honor.
What greater honor could there be that we
been surprised, very happy. It's just a great, absolutely great honor.
Are you planning to meet the Pope in the near future?
Mr. President.
They've already called. When is that? Do you have a timing in mind?
They have already spoken to us, and we'll see what happens. But again, to have the Pope from the United States of America, that's a great honor. That's a great honor.
It's a great honor for America. We get our own Pope. Now, many Americans like Donald Trump, who were weirdly obsessed with this, were very excited momentarily that American was going to be taking over, make the Vatican great again. But shortly after, news started to break, information started to leak about this new American Pope. And boy oh boy, the vibes change quickly. For multiple reasons, I'll point this out. But very quickly, after being named Pope, people started looking through the social media of the new Pope, Pope Leo, started finding some things suggesting that the woke Pope, the old woke Pope, may have been replaced by a newer, woker Pope. Yeah, that's right. And apparently Pope Leo has been taking shots at all sorts of people on social media before being made Pope, including J.D. Vance.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Very special moment.
Very special moment.
And here he is.
There is a new Pope. He is American, and based on his social media activity, he appears to be a good one. So in this video, I'm going to go over some of that social media activity, the stuff he has shared, the opinions that he has levied against J.D. Vance and Donald Trump, and I'll also play his introduction to the world as well. So this is still very early on, but so far the stuff that has come out about what this guy advocates for appears to be solid and in the same mold as Pope Francis. So this is from the National Catholic Reporter. Writing Prevost is New Pope, an American cardinal committed to the reforms Pope Francis began. So the new Pope is Cardinal Robert Francis Prevost from the U.S., a Chicago native. That said, so I want to be clear, the first American Pope ever, but he did spend a lot of time as a priest and bishop in Peru, as well as in Rome. And based on this piece in the National Catholic Reporter, they write, the wealthy and well-organized conservative critics of Francis will be disappointed. Good. The new Pope is not someone who will be seduced by their financial power. Good to hear. So again, very much in the same mold as Pope Francis, focused on the marginalized, critical of power. That is fantastic. Here is his introduction to the world, and then I will get to some of the social media posts.
Very special moment.
Very special moment.
And here he is. There he is, Cardinal.
And the applause going up, the greeting, the waving,
big
the
smiles. How amazing.
How amazing.
And Dr. Liz was also talking about the symbolism of the red that he's wearing. You know, it is a sacrificial role, and that is the symbol of the cloth that he's wearing right now.
That is the introduction of Pope Leo the 14th. So I want to get to some specific social media posts from the formerly known as Robert Prevost. But quick overview here from Matt. The new Pope's Twitter suggests he is pro-gun reform, supports climate action, backed Black Lives Matter, strongly opposed to MAGA immigration policies, and clearly has no patience for J.D. Vance.
Oh, no.
So I'll get to that tweet and article in a minute here.
Sounds
but on climate action, this is when he was a cardinal. Prevost is outspoken about the need for urgent action on climate change. He recently stressed that the church must move from words to action, warning against the harmful consequences of unchecked technological development and advocating for a reciprocal, non-tyrannical relationship with the environment. he aligns closely with Pope Francis' environmental priorities. This social media post from 2015 when Trump was...
Oh no. Criticisms of the president? Donald Trump. I can't wait for him to find out this. He was so excited. He's like, oh, this is a great honor for America. I'm sorry, what? My rhetoric is problematic.
Illegal.
That's it. I declare war on Rome and the Catholic Church. Do they still have an army? No? Well, it's going to make this a quick battle. But he had a bunch of woke things to say, apparently. All sorts of wokeness from this new pope. Here's another one. JD Vance is wrong. I do love that. I do love that. I'm not gonna lie. Just straight up. JD Vance is wrong. Jesus doesn't ask us to rank our love for others. It's amazing. It's just so good. Oh God. But you know, I don't know how much of that has filtered out yet to the Republicans. I'm sure they will. There was Vatican 51st state. I'm fairly certain wars were fought over that in the past. It's shocking to think about it, even as a rhetorical, even as a joke. The 21st century, it seems weird. But hey, that's where we're at right now. But you know what? There was other things they got real upset about, including his first address.
New Pope announced yesterday during the course of the show he's going to he's adopted the name Pope Leo the 14th. I'm not going to lie. I didn't dig too deeply into what that's about. I'm a lot less interested in the Pope than I think most people are. I mean, I think it's good to have a Pope who's not a former Nazi or something like that.
That's an improvement.
So that's an upgrade. And the last Pope was helpful, I think, in some respects, in terms of like helping Catholics move into the 20th century, probably, if not the 21st. And this Pope seems to be more or less similarly aligned to the last Pope. I'm sure there's some things that this Pope doesn't support that I do, and there's some stuff that he probably does support that I'm happy about. But I can't get too excited about the Pope, except for the fact that he was sort of slamming J.D. Vance on Twitter before he thought he was going to be the Pope.
Yeah, even as a raised Catholic, I can only care in this sort of negative polarity of it. So if they're making J.D. Vance mad and people are calling him commies and woke, then
that's a W.
I'll take it.
Exactly. I prefer woke Marxist Pope over some other version of the Pope.
Youth Pope.
Yeah, exactly.
But I will also say, and there's a video going around, and I don't know if it's actually real, but it appears that, back when the Pope was a kid, in his late teens in Chicago, he had a situationship with some woman, and I watched the family get super excited about the fact that their mom hooked up with the Pope. Which also, I mean, that sounds like fun. But here is Will Cain. The last time we checked in with Will Cain, he was, what was he going on about? Like, it was Max Frost. Not Max.
Right.
Congressman was returning from El Salvador. And
And I think Frost had made a claim that the president of the United States was interested in deporting U.S. citizens. Homegrowns. And Wilkin got very, very indignant. Did you have a citation for that? Well, he said it multiple times. Oh, is that really true? Over and over again. And then took a break and came back and said, well, it turns out, yes, there's a lot of evidence and like multiple videos, examples of when the president said this. But nevertheless, my point stands. Even though the evidence I have
actually
is
your
now
fault.
Why
I didn't believe it.
But here is Will Keane with Fox News contributor Raymond Arroyo, and they are with an interesting sort of like parsing of, I can't tell, maybe they have a problem with Jesus too.
The record is a mixed bag, but there are indications. When you saw the Pope come out today, okay, he was wearing the traditional mazzetto, that red garment, atop his white cassock. That's kind of a cry back to the past. That's a wink at tradition. Right. So a lot of traditionalists and conservative people said, oh, look, he's dressing like a Pope. We frankly haven't seen this in 12 years with Pope Francis. So maybe Leo will be, as he mentioned in his speech today, a bridge builder. One hopes, I mean, when you look at his Twitter feed, he was for open borders in the United States and kind of took pot shots at J.D. Vance and the Trump administration. But look, all popes are going to support migrants, support the poor, support peace. That is, their heart goes out to humanity. That's with the job. Right. I know normal. Jesus would do the same. I don't know if he'd get so political, and that they're going to...
I love the way they talk about it. Because it was so strange about that sort of discussion on Fox News, since Fox seems to just love Christianity and believe that Christianity is the best religion on earth. They're all espoused, I mean, most of them at least are supposedly devout Christians. But instead of talking about us Christians, right, he just talk about like Jesus in this abstract way. It's like, oh, well, Jesus would have actually probably been down with all that, but not us Christians. Like, just Jesus.
Have to be careful of. But maybe Pope Leo can bring together...
Pause for 1 second. I want you to contemplate, like, now let's just for the moment assume that Jesus existed and
that sounds fun.
Reports on his activities are accurate. And that even Arroyo is like, well, you're going to, you're going to be supportive of migrants and, feeding people, that type of thing. I don't know if Jesus would get so political. Like, what? What do you imagine politics were like at that time when Jesus walked the earth? Were politics like sort of more like, well, the prefects.
The room of the situation with Wolfus Blitzus the Third.
There's 42. There's going to be a reconciliation bill, and it's hard to know. Or was it basically just like, hey, we should either be nice to people or not be nice to people? Like, what were the politics of the day that you really had an opportunity to sort of weigh in on? Would you like to die by spear or by sword? Or just have your head bashed in with a rock? Those are the multiple choices you have at that point. You don't want Jesus getting too political. All right, go back. Let's listen to this guy again. I wonder if they ever catch themselves saying stuff like this and go, oh, damn it.
And that they're going to have to be careful. He was for open borders in the United States and kind of took pot shots at J.D. Vance and the Trump administration. But look, all popes are going to support migrants, support the poor, support peace. That is, their heart goes out to humanity. That's with the job. I know Jesus would do the same.
Just like Elon.
I don't know if he'd get so political, and that they're going to have to be careful of. But maybe Pope Leo can bring together the broken parts of this church and Christianity and our society and offer a countercultural moral clarion call that I think we need now.
How about...
No, I just find it strange. Their like vision of what the Catholic Church is supposed to be, and like the Pope's supposed like non-political like duties. Like, it's like they forget all the shit that happened with the Pope, and like, do you know why there's so many popes? Like, and why this dude pulls out Leo out of the bag and he winds up being number 14? Because they've been an institution for millennia, and they did politics all the goddamn time. They literally had the biggest army on the planet at one point, and have been doing politics all over the place. That's literally, I mean, sure, they've been doing politics by way of religion, also by way of the sword, I would point out. But it's a silly notion that somehow the Roman Catholic Church is non-political, or that Jesus wasn't doing politics of his day. But it's just this weird compartmentalization that they do. They just, I don't know, they trick themselves into believing things that are clearly non-factual constantly. Whether it's science or history. It's why the dismantling of the Department of Education is one of their main goals right now, so they can make the rest of America as stupid as they are. Yeah, they were very upset that he also chose to come out and do a speech that wasn't in English.
Illegal.
However, he did say a few English words later on during his first Mass at the Vatican as well. Here's that.
Begin with a word in English, and the rest is in Italian. But I want to repeat the words from the responsorial psalm. I will sing a new song to the Lord because he has done marvels. And indeed, not just with me, but with all of us, my brother cardinals, as we celebrate this morning, I invite you to recognize the marvels that the Lord has done, the blessings that the Lord continues to pour out upon all of us. Through the ministry of Peter, you have called me to carry that cross and to be blessed with that mission. And I know I can rely on each and every one of you to walk with me.
Well, there you go, Republicans. The Pope said words in English. You know, you should consider yourself grateful. Stop complaining about not understanding what the Pope says. You know, I found it kind of funny. There's another sort of ahistorical qualm or complaint that these guys had, because of course, you know, for a very long time, actually, the Roman Catholic Church exclusively spoke Latin, right? And if you weren't trained in Latin, you know, you weren't an aristocrat or part of the clergy, then you just never knew what the Pope said, you know? And it was the job of the lower clergy to help you learn about the Bible and such. They seem to have forgotten all of that history as well. That is a thing.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Now, Pope Leo's first appearance offered 3 clues about his papacy, according to Reuters. Let's go there. It's our last Pope-based video. I know, it's very sad. Reuters Vatican correspondent says Pope Leo's first appearance offered 3 major clues about his papacy.
When Pope Leo XIV emerged on St. Peter's balcony for the first time as Pope, he offered 3 big important clues about what kind of papacy he might have. The first was the choice of name. The last Pope Leo was the Pope who died in the early 20th century. He was known as the Pope of the Workers. He was really concerned about issues of social justice and started a tradition called Catholic social teaching. He spoke up for fair treatment of workers, fair pay, and the right to join unions. We might expect that Pope Leo will offer similar messages on social justice issues and be firmly in...
Wow. There's a little bit of papal lore for you. The last Pope Leo. Big social justice warrior, apparently. Oh, wow. A pope for the workers, the working man and woman. Joining unions. My gosh, I wonder how Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and the rest of the hypocristians will, react to this news. Social justice Pope.
And pro-labor movement.
SJP.
The second hint that Pope Leo offered was his choice of language and his choice of words. Leo is the first pope from the United States of America. He did not speak English. He spoke in Italian, the language of the papacy, and the language of Rome. He also briefly spoke in Spanish to address his former diocese in Peru. The third major clue was the
We don't care about the third major clue. We get it. He wore red. Very meaningful. But yeah, there you go. Social justice Pope. Now in the Vatican. All right, we got a few more stories before we wrap up the third. Actually, yeah, I guess that's fine. Yeah, well, we'll see what happens with where we take the break. But let's go quickly to Germany, talk about some of the stuff that's been going on there this week. Over the weekend, last weekend, we didn't talk about this. We should have. We didn't because we had other stuff going on. But over the weekend, the AfD was classified in Germany as a threat, basically as a domestic terror threat and a threat to democracy. Here's DW News on that story.
Germany's domestic intelligence agency has classified the far-right Alternative for Germany as an extremist organization and threat to democracy. The AfD finished second in February's national election on almost 21% of the vote, making it the main opposition in parliament. Recent polls suggest it has gained support since then, with several showing it as the joint strongest or strongest party in Germany. The move by the Domestic Intelligence Agency allows closer surveillance of the AfD's activities. Our chief political correspondent Nina Haase told me more about this new classification of the AfD.
The AfD had previously held suspected extremist status by Germany's main intelligence agency, and the party challenged that description, that designation in court, but was not successful there, so that held. But now the agency says that they've got concrete evidence. They've put forward a report that is that consists of 1,100 pages, where they lay it out how the AfD, in their words, pursues efforts that threaten Germany's democratic order. Let's keep in mind, the AfD was founded as a Eurosceptic party in 2013, but has quickly moved further to the right over the years and adopted a very strong anti-immigrant stance. And the agency says, and I quote, that the party's prevailing understanding of the people based on ethnicity and descent is incompatible with the free democratic basic order. So they've looked at statements and positions by the party and leading AfD representatives and say that a lot of them violate the principle of the inviolability of human dignity. And that is something that is enshrined in the German constitution, i.e. they do now say that the party is unconstitutional.
Wow, this is going to have some implications, undoubtedly. But you know, this is a fascinating move, and I feel like the United States should take some notes from all of this. I'm afraid it probably won't happen for some years, but maybe we should do this with the Republican Party. They seem to be antithetical to the idea of democracy. Might need to outlaw them.
And we know that the German parliament is made up of so many AfD members. What's this going to mean?
Well, they've got the biggest share of members in the opposition ranks right now after this year's federal elections. They scored a very, very good result overall nationwide. But if you look at the east of the country, there they almost scored half of the vote in many, many constituencies. And so, of course, this is a tremendous challenge now for German democracy. And all other parties have ruled out working together with the AfD, specifically because many politicians have warned of these right-wing...
By the way, all these people that you're seeing on the left-hand side, like this woman, Alice Weidel, these people are horrifying racists. They've all, if you go through the things that they've said, it is genuinely horrifying and disturbing.
Specifically because many politicians have warned of these right-wing extremist tendencies within the party, and that is why the AfD is not in government on federal or state level. And of course that is something where many people have said, how do you deal with a situation like that when a party is clearly the big tent party in some parts of the country, and now an agency says that this is an unconstitutional party?
Couldn't this move make the party even more popular?
I think this move now triggers two tendencies. One, it will definitely feed into the narrative of the far-right AfD that has said over the past months and years that all other parties feel threatened, which is why they're undergoing these processes of trying to potentially even ban the party. So they do play that victim card, and that is tremendously successful and popular with their voters, especially in the east of the country. But it will also trigger that other tendency that people who have long called for a ban of this party, specifically because of Germany's experience with right-wing parties at the helm of this country, they have called for a ban and they do now feel strengthened. But that is something that will have to be looked at extremely carefully by those politicians. And you do need a democratic institution here to come forward with this demand, with this pledge.
Yeah, so while they've been designated as an extremist group, they are not banned from German parliament. They still hold a large number of seats, certainly not a majority. But they had historically good turnout for the party this year. I think they pulled down like over 20% of the vote, maybe. It was definitely a better showing than the last election for the AfD, which was troubling, I think, not just to us here, the Galactic News Network, or in Germany, but I think abroad, just generally. People were kind of horrified by this turn for Germany. It would be nice to see them just get banned outright, or for people to just reject them and their insane fascist ideologies. Now, let's go to see who it is that has been elected Germany's chancellor as of a few days ago. Friedrich Merz was declared the new chancellor of Germany. Let's go here. to the AP.
Ich schwöre, dass ich meine Kraft dem Wohl des deutschen Volkes widmen, seinen Nutzen ehren, Schaden von ihm bin. Das Grundgesetz und die Gesetze
Protect and perform, keep and defend the Constitution and the laws of the country, fulfill my duties with diligence, and uphold justice for all.
So wahr mir Gott.
Herr Bundeskanzler, im Namen der Bundesrepublik Deutschland ernenne ich aufgrund des Artikels 63 Absatz Unterschrift. Herzlichen Glückwunsch.
Herzlichen Dank.
Dankeschön.
Ich bedanke mich sehr. Vielen
Danke.
There you go. That's Friedrich Merz being sworn in as Chancellor of Germany. This guy kind of sucks. Sure, he doesn't suck as much as the AfD, but he's basically a center-right politician. I believe he's referred to himself as being socially conservative, but fiscally liberal, which I find to be a fascinating sort of take. So it's like he doesn't mind regulations in financial markets, but he sure hates brown people and LGBT people, and you know, all sorts of people. Really, it's a great vibe. All right, let's go south to Africa. Got a couple of stories there relating to Sudan. During this week, things escalated in Sudan. And, you know, the Sudanese military took back Khartoum earlier this year. Like, I think it was like a few weeks ago, honestly. But as we said then, that did not mean that this civil war was over, that the humanitarian crisis was over. Yeah, and that the fighting would almost certainly continue. And I'm afraid to say I was right. This is Al Jazeera from 5 days ago. Sudan's RSF carries out drone attack near Port Sudan Airport.
So we start with breaking news. Sudan's army says the paramilitary rapid support forces have carried out attacks near the only functioning international airport. The army says an airbase, cargo warehouse and some civilian facilities were targeted in Port Sudan. There are reports of some damage after drones hit an ammunition depot. Let's cross to Hiba Morgan straight away. She joins us on the phone now from Khartoum. So Hiba, what more are you hearing about this attack?
Well, what we do know from residents in the port city of Port Sudan is that 5 drones were launched, presumably by the paramilitary rapid support forces, and targeted the civilian and military airbase in the city's capital in Port Sudan. Now, let's make it very clear. Both the civilian and military airports are in the same place. There is a section of the airport that is strictly reserved for civilian flights, but there are military flights that land in the same airport as well, with the cargo going to a separate department. So it's not clear if the drones were targeting the military or civilian facilities or both. But according to the Sudanese Army spokesperson, an ammunition depot at the airport was targeted, which led to explosions and plumes of smoke rising from around the vicinity of the airport. There are no reports of civilian casualties yet. And it's not clear if the RSF was trying to target the fighter jets that displayed a show in the port city of Port Sudan on Saturday. On Saturday afternoon, there was an Air Force show around the port city in Port Sudan. And it's not clear if the planes were there when the drones were hit. But what we do know is that there are no civilian casualties. Plumes of smoke continue to rise. Power has been cut off from parts of the airport, and international flights have been suspended.
Now, this is going to have absolutely civilian implications, even if no one was hurt. Even if no one was hurt during this operation, this is civilian infrastructure, technically, even though there's a joint to use. And this, honestly, this fucking war is such nonsense. I am so sick of watching this in Sudan, not gonna lie. It's the largest humanitarian crisis on the planet, even though it gets almost no coverage. We've been trying to cover it as much as possible over the last year. Almost a year and a half now. Jesus, we've been going for a long time, huh, people? It is fucking unbelievable that people in Sudan are still having to live under this civil war. You know, the SAF and the RSF just need to get just need to sit the fuck down and actually hash out a ceasefire, right? The fact is the RSF, if I'm not mistaken, the SAF refused to go and meet with the RSF in Switzerland last year, just because of the presence of the RSF being at the talks, but they needed to be there, and there's this sort of childish games that are being played that are leading to the just the horrifying living conditions on the ground right now. It just needs to stop. If they care at all about, which it doesn't seem like they do, but if they did care at all about the people who lived in Sudan, they would stop doing this shit. There seems to be zero point to this fucking war. It's just an extended atrocity that's being funded by multiple foreign nations, and it in no way benefits Sudan or anyone in it. And it's not even clear to me what the objectives of the two sides are. It just seems to be continued. I mean, aside from just control of the country, but it's about time they start thinking about multilateral democracy rather than having fucking military rule of the country. Right, because that's all it is about, from what I can tell. Still, is just a desire for power, and it's gross. It's gross, and it needs to end. And yet we get nobody talking about this. There's 20 million people in Sudan who are living in near famine conditions. Millions and millions of other people, well, not other, but within that group of people, I think the vast majority of that 20 million are living in refugee camps, tent camps, and or are just have been forced out of their homes. And it's been going on now for multiple years. I think 3? Is it 3 years? No. 2.5? I can't remember when it first started. Might be long. How long is it? It's been too long. Let's just say that. I guess it's been more like 2 years, not 3. Right? Something like that. Still, for a war with almost no objective, it's time for it to come to an end. This is the last on Sudan, Associated Press, from 3 days ago, on the same strike on Port Sudan. Look at the size of that fucking cloud. There you go. That was the that was the footage of the drone strike. Or at least of the aftermath of that strike in the port of Sudan. Alright, this feels like a good a place as any to pause. I'm gonna take our third break of the evening, but we will be right back with more galactic content beginning in Israel right after these brief space messages. Well, I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Twitch. But of course, the best ways right now are Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon, as we get those funds immediately, and we are in a crunch already due to a number of factors, including the stream problems we were having all of last week. Galactic funds are depleted. And when you donate on Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon, we get those funds immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So do consider contributing in one of those many ways which I've just recommended to you. Anyway, chat, enjoy this short break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Alright, sorry for the space delay, everyone, but you know what that sound means. It's time for us to get back to the show. Had to make myself some galactic vittles, as I am quite hungry. After 6 hours of streaming, I got no snacky snacks. Just the foods that need to be cooked. And it takes a little longer than the amount of time we have during the regular breaks. Okay, on to talking about Israel. Now, of course, there's been a lot going on. A lot that Israel's been up to. We haven't heard a lot of, if any, in fact, I don't even think I've heard a single condemnation of anything Israel has done from the US government since Trump took office, and in fact, let alone a condemnation. I don't think I've even heard a single, like, request of Israel, a single criticism or suggestion that Israel do anything that it doesn't want to do. Or that it's not currently doing. And to remind us of that is this clip, which somehow we have not watched ever, but it came out 11 days ago. But this is going to get us started off. We're going to be going through what's been going on with Israel in what is essentially a chronological order, at least by topic. So let's just start broadly with Israel. Here's Caroline Levitt at the Ministry of Truth 11 days ago. How we haven't heard this one yet, I don't know. And I haven't heard anybody else. I haven't seen this one pop up anywhere else. But this is exactly the vibes right now.
Of course, the president has been working incredibly hard to unleash the might of our economy here at home. He's in the process of negotiating trade.
Donald Trump is unleashing the might. Ooh.
Fair trade deals abroad with many countries around the world who have come to the table because the president is using the leverage of this office of the United States of America to leverage our economic might and to cut good trade deals. You also look at what's happening on the world stage when it comes to foreign policy. The president has put the world on notice. They all understand that we have a commander-in-chief in the Oval Office who is going to put America and our troops first, who's going to do what's right for our country, our nation, our people, even if that means making tough decisions. And we are closer today to a peace deal in Russia and Ukraine, certainly than we were when we took office on January 20th. If you look at the situation in the Middle East, Israel has never had a stronger friend than they do right now in the Oval Office with President Trump. We've had more than 75.
Israel has never had a better ally than the United States under Trump. And I guess it depends on how you want to define better. But they certainly do have a White House now willing to greenlight anything that they want, regardless of how illegal it is.
Illegal.
I mean, we already knew that the U.S. foreign policy as related to Israel was garbage. But Donald Trump saw that garbage sitting in the dumpster, unburned. He decided to light it on fire. And that's why we have a garbage fire in the Middle East right now brewing. It really is. I mean, there's no other good way to put it. With Israel being greenlit to commit whatever war crimes it wants by the U.S., publicly speaking, with zero, like, at least during the Biden administration, I hate talking about the Biden administration in any positive light, certainly as it relates to this, but at least during that time, we had administration officials from time to time coming out and saying, maybe Israel shouldn't do that. Maybe Israel should allow aid in. You know, according to international law, they should probably be letting more aid in right now. And blah, 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 blah. I don't hear a single peep. Not a single freaking peep. on anything. If anything, it's just been from the very beginning, Donald Trump is just sort of coming in and saying, you know, all those war crimes. Why do people complain about war crimes anyway? What is a war crime? I don't even know. Ethnic cleansing? Is it bad? That's too bad. We're gonna do that too. Best has never had a stronger friend. How great. Okay. Now, around the same time, about 9 days ago, the World Food Program declared that its food stocks in Gaza have completely run out after, I guess, 6 weeks? How long has it been since the ceasefire ended? At least 6 weeks. Since the fake Donald Trump ceasefire ended, Israel's completely blockaded Gaza from getting any aid. That includes the World Food Program.
The food security situation in Gaza is unfortunately deteriorating. And the reason it's deteriorating is that we have no food coming in since March. This means no humanitarian, no cargo. This means that also the population is resorting to negative coping mechanisms, which means that parents are having to go without food, which means that in some households people are only having 1 meal a day. The current situation is continuing to exacerbate. And this means that right now where we stand as humanitarian community is that it's a little bit too late. Unless we are able to get the assistance that the population needs in order to be able to sustain a dignified and adequate nutritional level and food level in the Strip.
There you go, directly from a World Food Program official. They've completely run out of food because Israel is not letting food into the Gaza Strip because they're planning on ethnically cleansing it. But before we get to that, let's go here. BBC News from 7 days ago on the same exact problem.
Two months after Israel closed all crossings to the Gaza Strip, there are warnings that mass starvation could be imminent. The UN's World Food Programme and UNRWA, the Agency for Palestinian Refugees, say they've used up all their food stocks and there's little left to buy. A few dozen remaining food kitchens are the only source of a daily meal for hundreds of thousands of people. Let's speak to our Middle East correspondent, Yolande Nell. These warnings are dire, Yolande.
That's right, and what we've seen in the past day or so are more powerful statements coming from top UN officials about this blockade that has gone on now for 2 months in Gaza. You had the emergency director of the World Health Organization saying that what was unfolding was an abomination. He said if we don't do something about it, we're complicit in what is happening. And then you had the UN's humanitarian chief saying this was a cruel and collective punishment of Palestinians. And he said that, quite simply, blocking aid kills. Now, Israel has previously denied that there is a hunger crisis in Gaza, and it's just not clear at the moment when aid will be allowed back in.
A hot meal is hard to come by in Gaza, but for needy families in the south, a delivery is on its way. Today's dish is kosheri, made with lentils, rice and a tomato sauce, cooked in a community kitchen by American Near East Refugee Aid. This will feed about 6,000 people. Sami Mutar says his team is doing the best it can in desperate circumstances.
In the past, we used to cook rice with meat, with the protein. Now there is no any type of meat or vegetables also entered Gaza. The people rely on our meat.
Israel blocked all goods to Gaza 2 months ago and then resumed its military offensive, saying this was to pressure Hamas into releasing hostages. Food stockpiled during the ceasefire at the start of this year has all but run out.
We used to receive more than 100 trucks every week. And now we don't have anything in our warehouse. There is no food parcel, no flour bags.
Within 2 weeks, Gaza's community kitchens, a last lifeline for so many, will have to shut down.
If the situation will continue with the closure of the crossings, Gaza will face again the risk of starvation.
Al Mawasi is a sprawling tent camp for displaced people. Conditions here are tough and getting tougher. This man's been searching unsuccessfully for bread. Now he can feed his family of 7. Others are also thankful for the handouts.
At this time it's excellent, because there's no cooking gas, no food. I collect leaves to start a fire just so we can have a cup of tea.
Israel has accused Hamas of stealing aid, but humanitarian...
It doesn't matter. I don't care. I don't care what Israel says about Hamas stealing aid. It would not be a justification to shut food from entering the country. Right? It's a war crime regardless. Regardless if Hamas is, even if they were, which most reports on the ground suggest that they are not. Certainly not to the extent that it would be the reason for people starving. The only reason people are starving right now is because Israel's not allowing food in. You know, they haven't been. They've allowed. They've intentionally caused all ability for people in Palestine to feed themselves to collapse. Right? They've destroyed all the farms, all the orchards, killed all of the livestock, bombed all of the desalination facilities. I mean, it's a systematic destruction. You know, whether it be access to food, people, buildings, it's all fair game to Israel. It is insane. So yeah, UNRWA says they have no food. The World Food Program says they have no food. 9 days ago, World Food Program. 7 days ago, it's UNRWA, and 7 days ago, as well, the World Health Organization decided to come out and make a statement about Israel's illegal tactics here.
Illegal.
More death and devastation in Gaza. Families mourn loved ones after Israeli airstrikes killed at least 29 people across the territory on Thursday, including children. Gaza's health ministry said that at least 2,326 people have been killed since Israel resumed bombardments in March after a ceasefire between Hamas and the Israelis broke down.
He was 9 years old and his brother was 11. What connection do they have to rockets of resistance? They were just looking for bread to eat. They didn't even have flour.
The population is facing food shortages and lack of humanitarian aid as the enclave has been under a brutal blockade for nearly 2 months. The UN agency which supports Palestinian refugees said nearly 3,000 of their trucks with life-saving supplies are waiting outside Gaza. They are being prevented from entering. Doctors there say it's young children who are most affected. The worsening situation in Gaza has drawn strong anger and condemnation from the WHO.
We are breaking the bodies and the minds
of the children of Gaza. We are starving the children of Gaza, because if we don't do something about it, we are complicit. Man Group, myself.
Yeah. Yeah, he's right. If we do nothing about this, we are complicit. What if you're actively assisting, like the Trump administration is doing right now? It's got to be beyond shame.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
It's beyond shame. Some other word. But I don't know if you know, but Trump administration greenlit, what was it, $16 billion more in, or at least in this last few months, they've greenlit $16 billion, something like that, more bombs and munitions and whatever else Israel wants. You know, they took down the Biden era sort of placation, that being the 3,000 and 2,000 whatever pound bombs that had been blocked from going to Israel were allowed under this administration, while Gaza goes back into being a bombing field and being blockaded entirely. It's horrifying. It is horrifying. You want to know how entirely Israel has been blockading Gaza? Well, not only have they been blocking all food from entering by way of the land crossings, they also attacked an aid ship which was headed towards Gaza.
Illegal.
The climate
I was part of the
activist
group who was supposed to
Greta
board
Thunberg.
that boat today to continue the voyage towards Gaza, which is one of many attempts to open up a humanitarian corridor.
Israel has no comment on the allegation.
Give me a joke.
Of course, Israel has no comment on the allegation. Did we commit that war crime? I do not know. No comment.
Illegal.
We have 83 likes. Okay, before we get back to the Greta bombing, I'll get you 2 more emotional support characters.
A Gaza-bound ship carrying humanitarian aid and activists was, according to its organisers, bombed by drones in international waters early on Friday morning. Organisers, the Freedom Flotilla Coalition, have alleged that Israel is to blame. This video, verified by Reuters and filmed by those on board, as well as from the ship's CCTV, purports to show the moment the Conscience was struck off the Maltese coast. The Israeli Foreign Ministry did not immediately respond to a request for comment on the allegation by the international non-governmental group. While the Maltese government has confirmed all on board are safe, the NGO and Swedish activist Greta Thunberg maintained the ship was still in danger.
And this attack caused an explosion and major damage to the vessel, which made it impossible to continue the mission.
Thunberg told Reuters she was supposed to be on board the vessel.
The ship is currently still, as far as I know, at the location where it was attacked, because if it would move, too much water would come in and it would sink. So that is where we are right now.
The Maltese government said maritime authorities responded to a Mayday call, while a nearby tugboat headed to the scene and launched firefighting operations. The government added that the crew had refused to board the tug, reporting there were 12 crew members and 4 civilians on board. The Freedom Flotilla said in a statement on its website that the alleged drone strikes had caused a, quote, substantial breach in the hull.
Yep. You bomb a ship, breaching the hull, kind of expected. Charlie Jinmir with a sweet, sweet galactic membership gift. Who got it? Michael Reich. Michael Reich. Enjoy that, Michael. Enjoy it. And thank you, Charlie, for the gift. I'm sure Michael will appreciate it, just as I do. All right, to wrap up this discussion of the Freedom Flotilla bombing, let's go here to the Majority Report.
While it was 14 nautical...
What in the fuck just happened? Do not tell me we're about to go to this. No. What? What the fuck? How did this happen? How do we get kicked out of the list? This should be illegal.
Illegal?
How rude.
Don't understand. Why has YouTube forsaken me? I don't appreciate it. Sorry, everyone. Slight technical difficulties.
A Gaza-bound ship carrying humanitarian aid and activists was, according to its organisers, bombed by...
Israeli drones fired at a freedom flotilla. Fired at a freedom flotilla that Where did this take off from?
So I'm not sure where it took off from initially, but it was supposed to stop in Malta to pick up dozens more people, which include Greta Thunberg, and also had been previously carrying dozens of people when it was on its way.
She just called Greta Thunberg Greta Thunberg. I think she just mixed up. I think that Emma just mixed up Eliza Thornberry with Greta, and I get it. There's definitely some similarities there, but that was hilarious to me. Does anybody remember that show, The Thornberries? That was a great show. Old school Nickelodeon.
Was hit by drone attacks, and the vessel had humanitarian aid on it. It was a peaceful convoy of folks trying to get food to Gaza, because I need to remind people, if you haven't seen the images of people starving to death there and little babies starving to death there, this may be the worst situation in terms of malnutrition and starvation that we've been in since the genocide began. Donald Trump has basically allowed Israel to do an entire blockade of both medicine and food and / water coming into Gaza for the last 60+ days. And we don't know the full true extent of how horrible it is, but it's been said that it's basically as dangerous as any time period right now. And so this was an attempt to kind of bring food there, or at least it was a display to put pressure on the international community because of the direness of the situation. But
Israel struck it, and apparently the timing we don't know, but
she was it was right before Greta was supposed to board.
We don't know if that was a conscious decision or not, but who knows?
I have a sense, yeah.
Last night,
it's a little low at the beginning, yeah.
A ship carrying humanitarian aid to Gaza was attacked by two, and I was part of the group who was supposed to board that boat today to continue the voyage towards Gaza, which is one of many attempts to open up a humanitarian corridor and to do our part to keep trying to break Israel's illegal siege on Gaza. For 2 months now, not a single bottle of water has entered Gaza, and it's a systematic starvation of 2 million people. And Palestinians have been resisting the unimaginable oppression for decades, and the silence and the passivity largely from the outside world is completely deadly, and we all have a moral responsibility to act against that and to do our part to demand accountability for war criminals and our own government's complicity in this genocide and illegal occupation and siege.
Time magazine put her on the cover for that, or no, it does not happen this time around?
Doubtful.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent
she's gotten
at
a
this
lot
juncture.
less press coverage since she's been vocal about Palestine's.
Weird.
It's a couple things. I think definitely that's the main thing. And also a lot of these governments have turned their back on some of the climate commitments that they made during the previous years too. Europe backsliding on that thing. But shame on countries that had previously celebrated this girl who is among the best of humanity for all the smears that she's had to endure.
Absolutely. That is correct. Shame. Shame indeed. And it would seem pretty clear that Israel absolutely carried this out. There's no reason why, there was literally no reason why anybody else would attack this ship. And of course they did it on purpose. Of course they knew that Greta Thunberg was involved in this. I don't think these are great leaps to be taking. Now, meanwhile, things in Gaza were continuing to get worse and worse. They were not only blockading, of course, land and sea, but they were also continuing to carry out strikes, killing dozens of people a day. This is from 6 days ago. Associated Press. Israeli strikes in Gaza's Khan Yunis kill at least 17 Palestinians.
Illegal.
That is utterly horrible. And there's so many broken faces in Palestine. People who just look broken. Every time that we turn, I feel like people just look a little bit more broken. Every day, every week, every month. I feel like I can see people losing their faith in humanity in front of me. Whatever was left of it. And it's horrible. It is horrible. A day later, UNRWA reported that 3,000 aid trucks were lined up at the border. You mentioned that, but let's talk about that a little bit more. Because think about that. 3,000 aid trucks, that could provide people... I mean, I know that the previously...
Al Jazeera's Hani Mahmoud joins us live from Gaza City. Hani...
I know previously, something like 500 aid trucks entered Israel, like per day, which was essentially the main source of food for Gaza. But technically, people could survive, are surviving on less. Whether or not that's, I mean, obviously it's not right. Obviously it's not optimal. But 3,000 aid trucks could feed the people in Gaza for at least a couple weeks, maybe a little less, but you know, the fact that they're not just being let in, the fact that they're being held at the border under whatever pretense Israel is cooking up, it's all irrelevant, these freaking pretenses that Israel keeps bringing up. Like how gasoline and batteries are actually going to be bombs next week when people have no electricity. But it's just insane.
I know that you and your teams, of course, like all 2.3 million Palestinians in the Strip, are struggling to get by every day. Can you tell us at the moment where the next meal is coming from?
Well, Cyril, it's quite interesting. On our way to this broadcasting point, we walked by one of the displaced people who asked us several questions. And one of the comments that he made, other than the question, he said he believes that Israel has turned Gaza into a testing lab, not only by the bombs that it keeps dropping on civilians and displaced people, but also testing how far it can push people on when it comes to starvation and dehydration. The fact that we don't see for the past 62 days any drop of food or water or medicine allowed into the Gaza Strip is an indication that for real Gaza has turned into a testing lab by ongoing bombing campaign as well as the ongoing enforced dehydration and starvation. The UNRWA warned that the many trucks on the other side of the borders, and literally from the point where I'm standing to where the trucks are stationed, we're talking about 30 minutes, 40 minutes maximum driving just to get these trucks and help as many people as it can. But that did not happen, or it's still not happening because of the ongoing blockade that is not allowing these 3,000 trucks carrying life-saving items, water, food, medical supplies, and other survival items much needed for people now who are on the brink of starvation and famine that is already quite visible. We also heard from one of the coordinators of this displacement camp on the right side from where I'm standing, telling us they received news from a local community kitchen that provided them with meals in the past days. They were telling them they're coming to the point where it would be very difficult to provide them with any meals as of today. So many of these people here, if not all of them, are going to go by this day without any food, particularly the children, the elderly, the vulnerable among them are not going to have their share of food or meals as.
It's so sad to just see an entire population just being starved. Little kids carrying around pots. Empty pots. Empty jugs. All could be prevented. You know. And the I almost called it the Biden administration. The Trump administration could stop all this. But we all know that's not going to happen. Everyone in Donald Trump's administration thinks this is all justified. They don't give a shit about international, not even the the pretense of international, not even the facade of international. They don't give a shit about any of it. They think they can do whatever the fuck they want, and anybody who they're friends with can do whatever the fuck they want to, as long as it doesn't upset Trump. That's where we're at right now. Not a single peep. Not a single peep from the State Department about this starvation that's going on right now. Not a peep from I keep calling him Joe Biden, Donald Trump. See, the fact is, you know, yeah, soon, won't be long, we'll be referring to Donald Trump as Genocide Trump. Ethnic cleanser in chief. I mean, this guy is, you know, doing everything Biden's administration was doing, and then worse, right? Genuinely worse. I hate to say that. It's really hard to say that, but it's true. I mean, nothing said about that, and then nothing said about this next fucking story. This is from 4 days ago. Israel declares it is going to seize the Gaza Strip. Just the whole thing. As if, I mean, let's be real, they've basically been in control of the whole Gaza Strip for quite some time. But now they're actively going to, no more corridor. They're just taking the whole thing. Expanding the military operation, what is left? We're talking about vast areas that can GPS. To know where our lands and homes are located. Then you come and say, we want to expand the military operation. What's left for you to bomb? One can no longer bear the pressure, the war, the killing, the death, and the bombing. In general, we can no longer endure anything. Hunger, destruction, displacement from one place to another. Every day in a different place. Frankly, we need a solution. We want a long-term truce so that we can rest, so that the entire people can rest. What more will happen? Children died. Children were displaced. Children went hungry. Homes were destroyed. What more will happen? Yeah, and I mean, it's fair. Everything said there. But in my estimation, what Israel's doing is they're testing the whole world. They're basically saying, hey, who's going to stop us? Who's going to stop us at this point? We've basically been in control of it for like the last 16 months. I mean, you know, they've been moving from one place to the next. Now we're just going to occupy the whole strip, not just the perimeter of the strip or different parts of it. We're just going to rule the whole territory. Who's going to stop us? The United States certainly isn't going to do it. So who of Israel's allies and or non-allies are going to stop what they're doing? That's basically what they're saying to everyone. They're saying, yeah, we have the United States on our side for anything we do. Who's going to stop us? I have no answers for that. No good answers. I mean, with the explicit and or implicit support of the United States, there is no one else really that's going to challenge the United States in this matter, I don't think. I just find it very unlikely that anybody would try and physically stop Israel. So what is there left? I mean, they've ignored the ICJ and the ICC, the UN, the WHO. It's a fucked situation. Because no holds are being put on Israel at this point, right? Not even slightly. Not even rhetorical holds. Not even the semblance of red lines exist. And it's a travesty. It's a travesty. And the fact is, I hope people who voted for this, thinking he'd be better on Gaza, feel betrayed at this point. And that somehow Donald Trump has lost their support. I would like to think that. But I also had the sense that a lot of people who did vote for Donald Trump also agreed with a lot of other things Donald Trump had to say. And it wasn't just this situation. I could be wrong. I'm sure plenty of people do probably feel at least slightly betrayed. But it's just, you know, we got 4 years of this now. Now, I don't see what could be done, what's going to be done meaningfully to get Donald Trump to back off of it, aside from the entire U.S. population coming out in full force and demanding it. Because, I mean, forget the way Donald Trump's dealing with foreign policy as it relates to Israel. Think about the internal U.S. policy Trump has been enacting as it relates to this. If you say pro-Palestinian words, prepare to be detained and deported, potentially. You know, like, that is where we're at right now. So, you know, it's another thing that Biden technically didn't do. He wasn't deporting people for Palestinian speech. They were just, you know, completely ignoring it and or supporting whatever, you know, universities and police departments wanted to do. And one Israeli minister said some pretty horrifying things about Gaza. Not only did Israel plan to seize the entire Gaza Strip, but apparently some believe Gaza is going to be entirely destroyed, which is a horrifying thing to say, especially when you've already entirely destroyed it. What does that even mean beyond? It's insane. It's an insane sentence to say.
Since the fragile ceasefire collapsed mid-March, Palestinians have been subjected to near-daily airstrikes. Hospitals like this one in Jabalia continue to receive an influx of wounded and killed. Now, the Israeli army is going to intensify its offensive and plans to conquer the Gaza Strip.
Gaza's population will be moved for its own protection.
The announcement made by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Monday has rippled throughout the international community. France's foreign minister called the new military campaign unacceptable.
The Israeli government is in clear breach of international law and international humanitarian law.
While the UN has urged utmost restraint.
This will inevitably lead to countless more civilians killed and the further destruction of Gaza.
But the United States still stands staunchly behind its ally, and President Donald Trump says his office is ready to help.
People are starving, and we're going to help them get some food. Hamas is making it impossible because they're taking everything that's brought in, but we're going to help the people of Gaza.
As part of the escalation, Israel's Security Cabinet also unanimously approved plans to put the army in charge of food and other goods in the enclave. However, for more than 2 months, they have barred any supplies from entering, and rights groups have decried the humanitarian crisis that has pushed thousands of children to the brink of death from starvation. While Hamas, for its part, has said it will not be continuing ceasefire negotiations as long as Israel's, quote, hunger war continues in the Gaza Strip. In Jerusalem, too, there is discontent. More than 70% of Israelis say they do not trust the current government, and hundreds protested outside the Knesset on Monday night. Some argue that the war is continuing so that Netanyahu can keep his job.
Okay, we don't actually need this one. This is just AP archive footage showing those children fighting for more food. It's a all too familiar scene we've seen too many times. Now let's go to Israel and Jerusalem. See how people there have been reacting to some of the things going on. This is from 3 days ago. The Associated Press. Protest in Jerusalem after Israeli cabinet approves plan.
There's no reason to continue on with this war. What we did for 1.5 years, last 1.5 years, and we couldn't succeed, we won't be able to do it now. They just want to hold the Strip of Gaza and make a new settlement there. They will stay there. Soldiers will be killed, and the hostages will come back in black sack. That's what will happen.
We are calling to stop the war, which I believe is no longer a war, it's a genocide. We are here to call to bring back the hostages. We know that Netanyahu does not want the hostages back because he wants to keep his throne forever. We know that the messianic parties just simply wants to annex the West Bank and Gaza Strip, and we're against that.
Wow. Yeah, as you can see, protests held in Jerusalem, demanding the Benjamin Netanyahu and the Knesset to end what one protester referred to as a genocide.
Illegal.
Ay, ay, ay. Alright, this is also from 3 days ago. Israeli residents react to Israel's plan to seize the Gaza Strip. Well, we already saw some of the reactions. Here's some more.
I think it kills the hostages, and I don't want to believe that my own government would leave people behind, and I think that's the most important mission the country has, and we let them down. This is what I think.
I think that the situation is deteriorating. We are going to lose hostages, we are going to lose soldiers. And we don't see the aim.
We wouldn't lose soldiers if you stopped attacking people. It's not like Israel is losing a ton of soldiers either.
Where we are heading. This government is not leading us somewhere. We are turning around, going in circles. Biggest aim of this government is to stay in power, and we have to pay for it. We, our kids, our grandkids, that's it.
I think that this expansion is going to cost the lives of our hostages. I think that this is what they're doing now should have been done on October 10th, 2023. And that the whole way the government has been handling the situation is disgraceful. I'm very, very worried. My son is about to enter in Gaza in the tank corps, and I'm worried about him and his friends. I'm worried about the civilians in Gaza, and I'm most of all worried about our hostages.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that people in Israel haven't taken the situation more seriously. I feel like a lot of these people sound like they're in some sort of a waking sleep, right? Like they're walking, but not actually conscious. You know? Like they are a literal short hike away from all of this shit, and they just act like I mean, it feels like they're genuinely like head in sand. Some of them say things that make sense, the rest of them just sound completely nonsensical. But Israel's not just planning to take all of Gaza. They're also doing an ethnic cleansing in the West Bank. Legitimately, well, it's not legitimate, but they are literally ethnically cleansing, forcing residents out of their homes in the West Bank. Have been, and have been stepping it up in recent days. They have been doing this now for quite some time. Certainly over the last couple months, they really stepped up. Actually, a few months. When did this start? Like the invasion, the tanks. Was that in January? February? It was during the ceasefire, right? What's happening in Nur Sham's camp is a crime committed by the occupation. This occupation has expanded its military operations, previously destroying approximately 120 homes. Now has issued a demolition order for 16 more homes within the camp. To note, the camp has been... What was that? The camp has been subjected to 64 incursions since October 7th, resulting in the destruction of 276 homes and commercial shops, as well as private and commercial vehicles. We had expected that during this period, the military operations in Nur Sham's camp would have ended. However, we were surprised by a new plan and map from the Israeli army, which involves notifying of the demolition of 48 buildings. 48 buildings within the Nur Sham's camp, which is packed with residents. 48 buildings that consist of 4 or 5 or 6 apartments. Bulldozers would reach these buildings, so there will be indiscriminate destruction. Yep. All of this has been going on this week. All of the stuff that we've been going over. A lot of it has been not talked about and nearly enough. Some of that's my fault, I guess, because I haven't been streaming. You only got one stream in this week. Tuesday. Is it Tuesday or Monday? It's Tuesday. And technically Sunday, I think. Residents. Oh wait, did we do Sunday? Oh my god. Residents say a recently installed fence around them felt like a big prison that separated them from the main road to Nablus and Ramallah. This fence, which was erected by the occupation, turned the town into a prison and closes all entrances to the town. Around a year ago, the Zionist occupation forces confiscated these private lands that are owned by the residents of Sinjil. They attacked these lands. They bulldozed these lands, which are around 35,000 square meters. The length of the fence is 1,500 meters, equivalent to around 1.5 kilometers. The occupation, Israel's goal, or let's say the occupation's excuse, is that they are hurling stones toward the road. We in Sinjil local council say no. Sinjil Town Road 60 that connects Ramallah and Nablus, and it isolates around 8,000 dunam, or 8 million square meters of agricultural land. Before, when there was no gate, we used to pass on this road normally. Since they put the gate up, we go through a long way. They opened a side broken dirt road and put checkpoints on it daily and closed the road, so we have to go through Ajul, a long road. What is happening? I have this plantation here, and we were surprised by them, of course. They prevented us from coming to the plantation. All of my trees were burnt. I couldn't use anything, and they cut off our livelihood with this wall and put us in a big prison. There we go. Israel just created a little prison. A pretty big prison, actually. In the middle of the West Bank. Somewhere they're not supposed to be. I cannot imagine what it would be like to just be living your life and have someone just randomly say, you're not allowed to leave this area anymore. And we're putting up a fence around your house. We're putting up a, fence around the neighborhood. And nobody gets to leave anymore. Sorry. Jesus Christ. Alright, let's go here. Reuters from 2 days ago. Palestinians evacuating refugee camp in the West Bank.
What do they think they are to move us to caravans? This will never happen. Even if they build castles for us, we will not accept. Let them demolish half of the house and give me the other half. I would rather live in a room than in a castle outside the refugee camp. This camp is our life.
And while they're ethnically cleansing the West Bank, children in the West Bank are being shot by Israel at a really surge in violence against children in the West Bank specifically.
Layla, one of the youngest Palestinians killed in the West Bank this year. Her life was cut short on January the 25th by Israeli snipers while she was in her home in the village of Al-Shahada near Jenin. Her mother is numb with grief.
Her voice filled the house with joy. Any time I hear a child's voice, I think of my Layla. And then I remember she was martyred. My life has changed forever. She was my source of happiness. She wasn't just a child, she was my life. Now that she has gone, a huge part of me is gone.
A single blow to the head killed Layla, but other family members were also severely injured. They showed me bullet holes in the windows, doors, through the sofa and near the floor, evidence of numerous shots fired.
It's clear that they shot us with the intent of killing because of the amount of shots. My daughters were screaming, "Layla, Layla," and crying. And then I saw blood was pouring profusely from Layla's head. I ran out with her and saw dozens of soldiers occupying the rooms and the roofs of the houses around us. We were surrounded.
The Israeli military says the incident was part of its Iron Wall counter-terrorism operation. As Layla was dying, the soldiers detained the family, separating them and preventing any immediate medical care, including obstructing an ambulance. Layla died soon after at the hospital. It's hard to put into words exactly what this family has been through. 2-year-old Layla was shot in the head in her mother's arms in her own home. But since October the 7th of 2023, hundreds of Palestinians in the West Bank have been killed at the hands of Israeli forces. In recent months, it's reached unprecedented levels. This is Layla's funeral. She is one of at least 224 children who have been killed by Israeli forces or settlers since January of 2023. Rights activists say there is no legal basis for these such killings.
Yeah.
Illegal.
Definitely not. You can't claim terrorism and then kill a 2-year-old child. It's fucking insane. Alright, let's quickly talk about Syria, as there's been a lot that's gone on over there over the last week. Israel has been doing all sorts of stuff as it relates to them, but first let's go here. Forbes breaking news from a day ago. And see what the U.S. State Department had to say about the current situation in Syria.
All right, go. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Tammy. 2 questions for you. Number one, Trump administration, first term and second term, is a foundational part of foreign policy. We'll talk to anybody, whether inviting the Taliban to Camp David or King Jong-un or Putin or whoever. It's no secret the Syrians are here in the States for talks with a lot of people. Why is the Trump admin kind of tiptoeing around the subject of meeting with the Syrians this week?
I don't think it's about tiptoeing. I think it's about what's appropriate. I can tell you that
what's appropriate? What does that mean?
State officials met on April 29th with the Syrian interim authorities in New York. But just like any meeting with anyone, we're not going to tell you the details of that.
No one is asking you for the details of anything right now. We're just asking why the U.S. Is not meeting with Syrians while they're literally in town. You know, might be a good time. Might be a good time. Wow, Tammy. Look, we can't tell you the details of whether or not we talk to people who are in the country. Charlie Jameer. Hey, thanks for the sweet, sweet galactic membership gift. Who got it? Scott Drake. Enjoy that, Scott. Yeah. Well, that was last week, technically, around this time. Now, internally, there's been a lot going on, and then there's also been stuff as it relates to Israel and some of the other external forces when it comes to Syria. Not just the United States, but internally, at least, on the same day, this came out from France 24. According to them, government forces and Druze fighters reached a ceasefire after recent sectarian violence.
The violence may have abated, but the aftermath has been difficult for residents of this town south of Damascus, which saw 2 days of intense sectarian clashes.
The situation was very difficult and the damage was extensive. As you can see, the shopfront and some items inside were affected.
The town's governor said that a ceasefire agreement had been reached Wednesday night to put an end to the fighting, and security forces have been deployed to keep the peace. The clashes erupted between Syrian security forces, allied fighters, and local Druze groups, sparked by the circulation of an audio recording attributed to a Druze citizen and deemed blasphemous.
Yep.
Syrian authorities distanced themselves from the attacks, blaming them on outlaw groups. But the latest...
I have nearly lost all of my optimism about HTS managing to bring about multicultural bullshit. I'm at least calling multicultural bullshit right now because since taking power, they claimed they were going to bring multiculturalism to Syria, right, and democracy or whatever that's supposed to mean. Then they started creating a police force, which was going to enact Sharia law. They have gotten into multiple clashes. Some would say war crimes, at least in one case. And they're blaming attacking people based upon blasphemy. This is a problem. This is a problem. This is not a this is a this has become a theocracy really quickly. Did not take long. Well, like 3 months. When did this happen? I'm trying to remember now. Didn't take long. Didn't take long, and I've lost a lot of faith in the future, at least the near future for Syria right now. And honestly, I think this is a fucking massive blunder by HTS, regardless of what they're, you know, regardless of what they might want. If they want their country to not be invaded, they need to stop this. Because, I mean, if they wanted any part of the international community to lift a finger to stop Israel from invading them, which Israel's doing right now, even if it's a slow invasion, they've definitely invaded the country already. If they don't want to be completely taken by Israel, maybe they should, you know, show that they're doing what they said they were going to do. Because the international community is just not going to support this shit, right? Like, regardless of what you might want for Syria to be able to make their own decisions, I'm sorry, I'm just being realistic right now. Like, having witnessed enough stuff in this region, this is the kind of thing that's used as a predicate, you know, as pretext for invasions all the time. You know, whether it's Israel or the United States, or anybody else, for that matter. Like, this is exactly the kind of shit that they use to justify invading countries in the Middle East. You know, and they promised one thing, and now they're delivering something completely different. Speaking of that, one day later, France 24 English. Syria. Israel strikes near Damascus over Druze violence. A people that Israel genuinely doesn't care about, but uses as a pretext for shit like this. Who could have guessed that this would happen?
As security ramps up in the Druze-majority city of Sana'a, Israeli military strikes have hit near Syria's presidential palace, a final warning to protect the religious minority.
I call on the international community to fulfill its role in protecting the minorities in Syria, especially the Druze, from the regime and its gangs of terror.
Jesus Christ.
And not to turn a blind eye.
Oh my God, is Israel coming out to ask the international community to protect ethnic minorities is one of the most laughable things. And I cannot actually bring myself to truly laugh about this, but this is one of the most ironic, paradoxical statements made this year. It is genuinely just fucking nonsensical. Israel saying, hey, international community, protect the ethnic minorities. Yeah. Oh shit, Mish gifting 5 sweet galactic membies out to the community. Who got them? Shade Dragon, you got one. Disco Wolf, Bad Lefty, Brandy Nuance, and Jay Satoke. Look at that. Enjoy. I'm sure they will enjoy it. I enjoy and appreciate you gifting those membies, Mish. I really do. Yeah, I just need to hear that sentence one more time, just because of how crazy it was.
I call on the international community to fulfill its role in protecting the minorities in Syria.
Would you also like to call now for the international community to come and protect the ethnic minorities in Gaza or the West Bank? I too agree that the international community, just blanket statement, the international community should protect the ethnic minorities in the Middle East. I think that's probably the best plan. Just protect everyone from Israel, actually. But also, yeah, protect the Druze, not just the Jews. I know they sound similar, but they're different. But Jesus fucking Christ, this is crazy making, okay? This is crazy pills talk.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Oh shit, Charlie Jinmir also gifting a sweet Galactic News Network membership. Going one at a time though, and I can appreciate the slow approach. Melanie Dennis receiving that galactic gift. Thank you, Charlie. Yeah, we gotta keep building up the memberships. Unfortunately, at the beginning of every month, we lose a lot of the gifted memberships. They fall off. They need to be re-gifted or have people restart them on their own. Not everyone chooses to do so, sadly. But truly. But we've been making a little bit of back progress here today. I can't even listen to the rest of this. Actually, I have to, because this isn't actually the reason why I watched this.
Especially the Druze, from the regime and its gangs of terror.
Wow.
And not to turn a blind eye to the tough events taking place there over the recent months.
Jesus
The strike
Christ.
comes after days of deadly clashes between Islamist armed fractions, security forces and Druze gunmen. Another sign of the continuing fragility of Syria's security situation after the overthrow of Bashar al-Assad.
There were violent clashes between us and our Druze brothers, and thank God they were resolved safely. Up until now, things are fine.
The Druze are against what happened. I live here across the main street. I saw everything. It was like a horror movie.
Watching on in horror, displaced Alawites who fled coastal regions in March after hundreds of people belonging to the minority were killed.
The regime had fallen on the basis that there would be no sectarianism, that we would be one people. I don't know what is happening. Why this killing? Why this attack?
I think we all know why. This woman seems, for some reason, less concerned about the fact that Israel is attacking the country. Whatever. This is ridiculous. But France 24 likes to put the Zionist angle as much as possible. Yeah, Israel basically did a bunch of strikes right next to the presidential palace in Syria, and then called for the international community to protect the ethnic minorities. Fascinating. Alright, and now let's move from Syria to talking about Yemen, of which there's been a shit ton of stuff going on there. Fact is Yemen's been getting more than its fair share of attention, not just from Israel, but also from the United States. And I've been holding on to this news for quite some time. This happened last week, like last Tuesday or last Wednesday or something. But the United States did another airstrike in Yemen on a prison, where people were being held. Had no chance at, I don't know, avoiding death. 68 people died. I'm sorry, it wasn't a prison, it was a detention center. A detention center holding African migrants. This one I found so long ago, I almost forgot about this. So this is literally the United States. What is the justification, by the way? What is the justification for this exactly? Not that anybody's asking the United States to justify this, but I would love one. I would love a justification for this. What justifies the United States? It's a detention center for immigrants. Not for... This isn't a Houthi barracks. It's a goddamn detention center. People who aren't even from Yemen. They're from Africa. What is the military justification of this target? What is the purpose of this? What does this achieve? I just don't understand it. I can't watch this whole thing. It's just fucking horrifying. Sorry, this is the exact same story. It's old. And we get what happened. The U.S. doing Israel's work for it, but doing it in a completely sort of ill-conceived way. I mean, it's hard to unpack these when I don't really agree with the original justification, but, you know, it certainly is not getting at the Houthis. Alright, here's 5 days ago. Houthis launch attack on Israel.
Fired from Yemen has hit an area near Israel's Ben Gurion International Airport. There's been damage near the airport and on a nearby road. All flights in and out of the facility were initially suspended. I'm joined now by our defense editor, Alex Katopoulos, and Hamda Salahut, who's reported extensively on Israel's war on Gaza in both Israel and Amman in Jordan. Thank you very much. We need your expertise at this particular point in time, both of you. Alex, you start with your military breakdown of this.
They're talking about now, there are reports that there was a crater 25 meters deep, which is huge. And this indicates that not only was it a direct hit, but it indicates that it was moving at phenomenal speeds as well. The word hypersonic is being bandied around, although that can be misleading, but certainly far faster than normally would. And this could have been very much one of the ways that the Houthis managed to overwhelm Israel's air defenses. Now, this is a multi-layer thing. There is one of the most heavily protected areas on Earth, and you have Iron Dome, and you have American THAAD, which is Terminal High Area Defense, and then you have the Barak 8 and Arrow 2 and 3 to intercept ballistic missiles exactly like this, and yet it got through. So this is quite something on top.
First direct hit on Ben Gurion Airport, right?
Yes, right. And this is all after 40 US airstrikes on Houthi positions just yesterday. So you can imagine this is an ongoing campaign to totally degrade and destroy Houthis' capability to be able to wage war. And yet, after all that, they have, and they still are able to.
Hamda, you
There we go. Even with all of the strikes, and there's a great point. There was another strike after the strike that we just watched. Before it, I mean, I'm talking about the U.S. airstrike. That's right. We struck Yemen like in three separate events with dozens of strikes, killing untold number of Yemenis over the last couple of weeks. And eventually Yemen decided to strike Israel. Shock of shocks. This time actually hitting Israel's airport. Airlines suspended flights after this airport was attacked. But honestly, most of the infrastructure of the airport seemed to be perfectly fine. I think it hit the road leading to it rather than the actual airport. On the same day, Benjamin Netanyahu came out and said that Israel would take very strong action against the rebels, against the Houthis.
Obviously, we're being challenged. The whole world is being challenged by the Houthis, including
the whole world.
Dastardly attack.
The whole world.
Ben Gurion Airport.
The whole world is being challenged by the Houthis. It is such bullshit. It's not even close. It's basically just the United States and Israel that Yemen is challenging. I mean, this shit is such nonsense. It is fucking wild. Anybody accepts this shit as being valid.
We will not tolerate it. We will take very strong action against them. And we always remember that they act with their patron Iran's direction and support. We will do what we need to do to take care of our security, to respond effectively.
Everybody should be reminded that Israel, in all of its genocidal efforts, acts with the support of the United States. There we go. Both sides did for you. Enjoy that. Fucking hell. Fucking sadistic prick. Yeah. Now, the very next day, Donald Trump said that the United States had conversations with the Houthis. Here's Forbes breaking news from 3 days ago.
Tell us a bit more about the deal that you've reached with the Houthis.
No, it's not a deal. They've said, please don't bomb us anymore, and we're not going to attack your ships.
And where did you hear about that?
It doesn't matter where.
It sounds like a deal.
It
sounds like it sounds like a deal. Or the Houthis just said, I'm confused, right? I'm confused. Because that sounds like a deal to me. I don't know, if this then that. We'll do this if you do that. We do this, then you do that. Like, that is a deal. Unless the United States just said, okay, cool, you do you, we'll do us at the end of that conversation. It sounds like a deal. Art of the deal. Art of the non-deal deal. Now, on the same day, Donald Trump said that there was no deal, but the Houthis were going to stop attacking the U.S. Israel decided to attack Yemen. Here's CNN.
But Israel is confirming that it has attacked Houthi targets in Yemen for a second straight day. The IDF saying it hits the international airport in Sana'a and has fully disabled it. This video showing smoke rising around the airport. The IDF says it struck several other targets around the capital, all in retaliation for a Houthi-fired missile that landed on the grounds of Israel's main international airport over the weekend. We are following the story very closely. We've got Jeremy Diamond back with us. Jeremy, we're seeing these images of the smoke coming through from Sana'a. Give me a sense of what we know right now and the targets.
Well, Eleni, these are some of the most significant Israeli strikes in Yemen that we have seen to date, and the second round of strikes within just 24 hours. All of these strikes over the last 24 hours have been in retaliation for that Houthi ballistic missile attack that struck right next to Israel's International Ben Gurion Airport on Sunday. You can see several plumes of smoke rising within and around the Yemeni capital of Sana'a, including including from the airport itself, where the Israeli military has confirmed that it did indeed carry out strikes directly on the airport, targeting the runways, aircraft, and infrastructure at the airport. They say that it has now fully disabled the airport itself. These strikes were carried out about an hour after the Israeli military issued an unprecedented evacuation order for that Sana'a International Airport in Yemen, sending passengers and crew and staff scrambling in that hour before the Israeli military began carrying out those strikes. Not only striking Sana'a International Airport, but also a cement factory, which was also struck last night in the first round of Israeli strikes there, as well as several power stations across.
You paid for this, America. Your tax dollars went to fund more of Israel's military objectives. All right, let's go here. Associated Press from 2 days ago. Houthis say Sana'a Airport in Yemen is out of service after Israeli strikes. Whoa, what just happened?
For the second time in 8 days, an F-18 fighter jet assigned to aircraft carrier USS Harry S. For the second time in 8 days,
oh my God, shut the fuck up.
المطار استهدف يوم أمس من يوم 6 مايو.
Yeah, it would seem that Israel did some very vast strikes rather than one missile. Who knows how many missiles and bombs, drones or whatever else. Oh, well, 20 missiles or more. Yeah. Yeah. The U.S. is giving Israel whatever they want. As many bombs and missiles as they want to attack all of their neighbors. But don't worry, we are taking care of our end of things with great merit. So meritful that we've lost 2 now U.S. fighter jets in the Red Sea.
For the second time in 8 days, an F-18 fighter jet assigned to aircraft carrier USS Harry S. Truman has been lost overboard in the Red Sea. This is just one of many incidents involving the USS Truman in the last 6 months. In December 2024, a fighter jet was shot down by friendly fire from the USS Gettysburg. The aircrew ejected safely in that.
So under Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth's leadership, in the last 2 months, less than 2 months, so in like 1 month, we've lost 2 F-18 fighter jets. How much do those bitches cost again? I must know. $73 million. There's $150 million that just went into the Red Sea, never to be seen again.
Incident In February, the USS Truman accidentally collided with a merchant vessel near the Suez Canal. And just last month, the USS Truman lost an F-18 fighter jet. Yesterday, the latest fighter jet was lost. So CBS News senior national security correspondent Charlie D'Agata has more details on the latest incident.
For the second time in just 9 days, an F-18 Super Hornet fighter jet aboard the Truman has ended up at the bottom of the Red Sea. A U.S. defense official tells CBS News the jet was coming into land Tuesday when it failed to catch the wire known as a failed arrestment, sending a $70 million aircraft overboard. Both pilots safely ejected and were rescued by a helicopter. They're recovering from minor injuries. Just last week, another Super Hornet rolled off the hangar deck while being towed. One sailor was hurt there. The Truman has been deployed in the Red Sea since the fall, leading strikes against Iranian-backed Houthi militants in Yemen. The Pentagon's chief spokesperson confirmed in a post Tuesday night the DoD is monitoring the situation and that aircraft was not struck by the Houthis. Despite the recent mishaps, officials say the strike group remains fully mission capable and investigating.
So mission capable. I would argue not so mission capable if they keep losing, you know, $100 million jets in the Red Sea. They seem to be pretty incapable. That's just my thinking, though. Now, Yemen apparently launched more rockets into Israel earlier today on Friday. Here's Al Jazeera from 15 hours ago.
Well, sirens are sounding across central Israel following the launch of a ballistic missile from Yemen. The Israeli military says it has been successfully intercepted with no reported injuries. Let's cross to Hamda Salut, who joins us from the Jordanian capital of Amman. And she's there because the Israeli government and the Palestinian Authority have banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel and the occupied West Bank. So, Hamda, bring us up to speed with the latest you've got on this.
Well, the Israeli military has confirmed that they shot down one long-range projectile that was launched from Yemen, now known as a ballistic missile that was shot down by the Arrow system. This is the longest range of the air defenses that Israel had, but it's also worth mentioning that the American THAAD system was also dispatched to try and get this projectile down. This is the same air defense system that shot down that missile earlier in the week, that tried to shoot down that missile that actually landed at Ben Gurion Airport. So since Israel actually broke the ceasefire in Gaza back in March, this is the 28th projectile that has been launched by the Houthis in Yemen. And the Israelis have continuously been trying to shoot them down, but most recently their attempts have not been as successful as they had previously been. And that's because the Israelis were normally shooting them down before they were even inside of Israeli airspace, but now they are getting closer and closer into Israeli airspace, and as we saw earlier in the week, even making impact. So the army says that this one was successfully intercepted, but nonetheless, it still caused a lot of panic in central Israel. There are images of people running from the beaches, running all over central Israel, trying to get to a shelter, because that is what Israeli protocol calls for when these sirens go off, when there is any sort of projectile in the sky.
All right, Hamda, thanks for that update. Hamda Salut reporting there from Amman.
All right. Alright, I think we'll do this one story before we... Please shut up, sir. I need you to shut up. Can you shut up? How about you don't talk? How does that sound? Good. Alright, I think we're going to do one more story, then we're going to take another break. I'm going to be switching from talking the Middle East to going into Asia. Oh boy, and boy oh boy do we have a lot to talk about with that, as India and Pakistan, that situation has become Well, it is growing more and more out of control by the minute. Seemingly. This story is sort of a fun one. Real stupid one, but fun. Let's go to the Persian Gulf. Sorry, the Gulf of Arabia? What am I talking about? Great question.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Let's go here. Maybe Donald Trump can explain to us what I mean by that.
Referring to the Persian Gulf as the Arabian Gulf, are you going to make that announcement on your trip?
They're going to ask me about that when I get there, and I'll have to make a decision.
So you haven't made a decision
I
yet?
don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. I don't know if feelings are going to be hurt. Why have a case right over here? It's called Gulf of America, and I guess
Which only you
get
call
ideas
it.
from us. But the Gulf of America was something I thought should have been named a long time ago. I'm going to be given a briefing on that. It was just done, and I'll make a decision.
Is it the U.S. position that Iran can have an enrichment program as long as it doesn't reach a weapon?
There you go. Donald Trump is considering not naming a territory even close to the United States. A body of water which we have absolutely no claim to, even in the slightest. But Donald Trump is considering unilaterally changing the name of the Gulf, the Persian Gulf, to the Gulf of Arabia. I wonder if that has anything to do with the fact that the Saudi Arabians have been funneling a shit ton of money to Donald Trump ever since he got into office. Oh my fucking god. This is so pathetic and baby-brained. That anybody thinks that anyone other than Donald Trump thinks that this is going to actually genuinely rename the Gulf? As with the Gulf of Mexico, everyone else still calls it Gulf of Mexico aside from Donald Trump and his sycophants. This will undoubtedly go the exact same way, if not cause further embarrassment for the United States. I mean, I don't even understand what gives him any sort of inkling of a semblance of power over this situation, as if the United States has any right to go renaming the Persian Gulf. It is fucking idiotic. Did George Bush try that? Which Bush?
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
I assume you mean George W. I'm actually not familiar with that. Sounds equally stupid. We are genuinely living, though, in one of the dumbest timelines possible. And all these supposed anti-war, supposed anti-interference Republicans, where are they? Where are they exactly? Where are these feckless losers? Come out and speak out against this insanity. Come out and speak about how Donald Trump promised peace and has delivered more conflict than we had before January 20th. It's fucking wild. Alright, we'll be back. We'll be starting back off the fifth half with Pakistan and India, of which we have a shit ton of stuff to unpack. You know, we were covering this certainly leading up to last week, through mid last week and partly over the weekend. Things just continue to escalate with this, and Yeah, it's very troubling. But we'll be right back with all of that after these brief space messages. Well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as without you, we would cease to exist. And the space station would no longer run. I would probably be homeless on the streets. So do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network by one of the myriad ways we have available to you. YouTube and Twitch, of course. Of course, we got the super chats, super stickers, memberships, the bits, and the subs. But in this moment, I would like to recommend people consider contributing on either Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon. Mostly because we get that money immediately, and we are in a real bind after the end of last month going off really bad, where we basically didn't stream at all due to technical difficulties, which we have thankfully fixed now, but it has put us approaching a black hole of horrifying horrors. Anyway, chat, that's enough messages from me. You know what to do. Support us however you can, whether it is liking, subscribing, YouTubing or Twitching, Cash App, PayPal, or, of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars, Patreon. Anyway, chat, enjoy the short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. Now we'll be right back. everybody knows what that sound means. It does in fact mean it's time for us to get back to the show. And we are now at the point where we need to get deep into this whole India-Pakistan situation. And it is quite a situation indeed. Whoa, before we can get to that, I gotta address holy shnikes. I gotta address a bunch of galactic memberships just flying across my screen. Charlie Janmir coming with 5 sweet, sweet galactic memberships given. To who? Mrs. Jones, Illstore 8500, Charlie, Look Swine, and Pitchfork's dope daughter. Pretty sure most of those people will enjoy those memberships, undoubtedly. Then Scouts coming in directly after, gifting another 10. Matt, Puggle, Steve L., Elaine, hold on. Sound. Elaine, Etherean Maya, Oya, Selena Mary, Tismfish, Oid Anderson, and Emily S. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. Truly incredible and generous, both of you. Getting our numbers back up on the memberships. I should probably check to see where they are, although the last time I checked they were in a very sad position. But I will at least double check to make sure that we haven't somehow gotten ourselves to the place. You know the place. Whoa, don't do that. No, don't do that. For the confetti? I'll give you some confetti. Here, enjoy the confetti. Enjoy it. You deserve it. You deserve it for your great generosity. That's right, impromptu confetti. It can happen when you least expect it. How's everybody's evenings and/or days going? Hopefully good. I know mine's improving, seeing our galactic membership numbers go up like that. Gives me great hope for the future. The more galactic members that exist, the more chances the universe has of being saved. Okay, no, we're not there yet, but they get us back a little bit on track, which was great. We were starting to slump into a horrifying state, and now we're at least certainly back in the running. We're not quite there yet. But soon we'll have the 19th emote countdown back. Very soon, I think. As long as people keep gifting memberships, we've got a whole lot of hope. I'm certainly feeling the hope. Okay. Oh, look at that. Donald James coming in and retaking the plunge of galactic individuality. Thank you, Donald James. I really appreciate all of you so very much. You're beautiful. You make it all worth it. Okay, okay. Gotta shut the confetti machine off. Wow, what an unexpected flurry of galactic memberships. Alright. Let's get to the Earth news. We still got a ton of Earth news left to do here. Pakistan has been in the news practically every day for the last week. More than that, honestly. Ever since that attack on the train in the Kashmir region, which India immediately then blamed on the government of Pakistan, even though Pakistan immediately came out and said it was not them, and that it was a fringe extremist group. Doesn't seem like India cared too much about that and decided to respond. Where were we last? I tried to leave in something here so that we could like get reacquainted with where we kind of were last. This is from 11 days ago. I think we watched this together. Reuters. Pakistan defense minister says military incursion by India is imminent. Oh, right. We're going to start off before India ever incurred on anything. Well, at least in this particular moment. Wow, Duck still doesn't have a Memby, and neither does Violet Quinlaw.
There is a likelihood that India will attempt an incursion in Pakistan and will engage Pakistan militarily. That is a possibility, a very clear and stark possibility. Cannot be ruled out. We have
Jesus Christ.
Our forces.
Oh my God. I'm sorry, chat.
Because it is something
Jesus Christ.
imminent now.
Oh my God. I just... How and why did I do that just now? Oh my God. You're killing me. I am apparently trying to drown myself. That's not horrifying at all. Okay. Definitely didn't almost drown myself with tea just now. Whoa, Charlie Jameer giving another galactic Memby. Maybe trying to give Donald or Violet. Violet can't receive memberships. Oh no. I know Donald can. Where is this membership, YouTube? Do not play us. Okay? Do not play. We will sit here. You'll fucking sit here. Oh my God. YouTube, why has YouTube played just random games? Just random ass games. With no, like, it's not clear why they do it. No, Charlie, I know, I see you tried. You definitely tried. It's YouTube who's not doing their job. Not trying, not giving up. Fuck right now. It's incredibly rude.
How rude.
Alright, it'll happen. It'll happen. It'll happen. Just have faith in Gary. Just pray to Gary. Eventually that membership it will go to someone. There's plenty of people out there. I know for a fact there are plenty of people out there who deserve that membership, who would love that membership, and who can receive that membership. It's YouTube who is being a butt. Okay, but let's move on. This was Israel's defense minister saying that... I'm sorry, Israel's, Jesus Christ. This was Pakistan's defense minister saying that India was likely to incur on Pakistan at any moment. This was from 9 days ago, BBC, where the UN chief expressed deep concerns over India and Pakistani tensions. This was once again before anybody, decided to take things to that level.
Now, the UN Secretary General has expressed his deep concerns over tensions between India and Pakistan after the deadly attack on 26 tourists in Indian-administered Kashmir. India accuses Pakistan of being indirectly involved and says 2 suspects are Pakistani nationals. India has suspended a landmark water treaty in response. Bilawal Bhutto Zardari is chairman of the coalition party PPP and is the former foreign minister. He was asked about his remarks that if water doesn't flow to Pakistan, India's blood will. But first, he rejected India's allegations and told the BBC's Pakistan correspondent Azadeh Mashiri that Pakistan is being scapegoated.
The Prime Minister has already offered for there to be an impartial investigation in Pakistan. We, unlike many other countries across the world, have actually learned our lesson. And in the context of these same sort of linkages that these accusations that have existed in the past, Pakistan has also undergone its own internal reform. So much so that before I was Foreign Minister, Pakistan was on the FATF grey list. While I was Foreign Minister, Pakistan exited the FATF grey list, which means the international community also accepts that Pakistan has no connection, as of today, to any such groups.
Well, the State Department's most recent report still says there are terror groups like Lashkar-e-Taiba, JM present.
I'm not going to go litigate the details of the State Department report and the issues we have with that. The point that I'm trying to make is Pakistan has learned its lessons. It's moved on from this, which is an old chapter in our history.
The Indian government and the Indian military is putting out so many statements. Every single day, they are accusing Pakistan of initiating unprovoked gunfire across the line of control and initiating firing.
There's no reason for Pakistan to
Why is Pakistan not answering?
What is it for Pakistan to gain in having a terrorist attack like this in Maqbuza, Kashmir, or for us to initiate firing on the line of control? I know without hesitation that Pakistan would just be responding to firings from the Indian side. In fact, at the end of the day, it's the Indian side that's emotional right now. It's the Indian side that's being irrational right now. I believe that Pakistan has responded very calmly to a whole host of absurd accusations.
You don't feel emotional right now? The reason I ask is because you made those comments over the weekend, and it was in reference to India's decision to unilaterally suspend the landmark water treaty. You said either water will flow or their blood will, referring to India. Do you think that's an unemotional, calm way of responding when...
I mean, that's fair. That's fair. It's not super calm. She does make a good point. But to be fair, I mean, what does Pakistan stand to gain by attacking India? I mean, I've tried to actually answer that question for myself, because the fact is India definitely outguns Pakistan, right? Like, the military sizes between the two countries is somewhat it's certainly an unequal fight in terms of weaponry available. People, I mean, it's just on all those metrics. It would not be a good. I just don't see how there would be a good. Consequence of this for Pakistan. Now, of course, Pakistan could do things that are out of its own interest for whatever reason, but just saying, yeah, it's a very lopsided situation. Exactly. Not to say that Pakistan's never done things out of their interest in relation to this situation. It just seems I'm just in this moment. It just it wouldn't make a ton of sense for Pakistan to be the first one to break the tentative ceasefire that exists. 90 likes according to Jerry McLean. Thank you for reminding me, Jerry. Before we go on, continue on in this situation, which has just gotten worse and worse through the week, we must get more emotional support. Sam, okay. Don't forget that China... yeah, I mean, China has, in some instances, given Pakistan support. I don't forget that. They also... But China also has its own territorial interests in the area. And sure, you know, to some group... But, and also, China and India, I mean, they've been trying to work with India lately, right? Like, if we're just looking at this like a... You know... some game of Risk, which is sort of perverse to try and do. But I guess what I'm saying is, like, China in this moment with Trump's trade war ongoing, right? They have less reason than ever to start shit with Pakistan and India, to people who they're looking to probably work with. Not just probably. I mean, China met with India last week, 2 weeks ago, something like that. And it's, I mean, you know, China, India, they're both part of BRICS. I mean, they're generally, I mean, more and more so, year after year, becoming much, you know, pretty strong allies. And if anything, all of Trump's actions recently have pushed them closer together. So this would seem like a bad time to start shit with, you know, potentially a huge market for you. As China's looking to export stuff. Right? I don't know. I'm just thinking big picture here. But you know what I mean? Like, if you're looking for a big population, you only have to look just a little south. And, you know, you got a massive market just sitting there. Granted, India doesn't have the biggest... in terms of percentage, middle class, but that middle class has certainly been growing in India. Perhaps not the same pace that India has, but I mean that China has, but it's definitely been shifting. All right, let's go here. 7 days ago. Alright, we're 1 week away now. And then we'll pretty quickly start getting into current... we didn't ever cover some of this stuff because I ended early, or because the stream didn't work, or whatever else. And so a lot of this stuff has been sitting here for over a week. But I think it's probably good for all of us to kind of try and unpack all of this chronologically after all of the events of the last few weeks. I'm trying to remember what day that train attack actually happened. I think it was over 2 weeks ago now. Could be wrong. There's been so many other things to pay attention to. Alright. Now, CNN had on both a representative from Pakistan and a representative from India. After tensions were escalating and threats and accusations were flying, this, you know, seemed like a decent plan from CNN. Get both countries talking.
Reliable, very authentic intelligence at the operational level. Obviously, operational details cannot be shared, but we had confirmed reports that India will attack Pakistan, and this is not the first time. And let me also share that had I not at that point in time shared this information very timely with the world, with the international community, So you see, when you communicate things, sometimes they act as a deterrent. So I think as a responsible state and as a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council, we had to share the information very timely.
Are you suggesting that now that you have shared what you describe as this credible intelligence with the international community, which is why I guess you made the announcement at 2 a.m. in the morning, so that the international community were awake to get that information. Do you now believe that India is unlikely to attack? Because look, these are, as I say, serious allegations suggesting that India will attack Pakistan. You are now saying you don't think that's likely anymore, correct?
What I'm saying is there are three forms of deterrence. One is your...
You should have stuck with that. Oh, we're missing a Sam. You're right. Where is he? Way down here. There we go. Thank you. But yeah, should have stuck with that. We'll get to why. I think you probably know, but maybe not. But I'm just trying to hit all of the stuff that happened. So Pakistan initially came out and said that they had intelligence suggesting that India was going to attack.
Clearly, the government is sufficiently concerned with what has happened. Some immediate steps have been taken, and actionable points are being discussed. Now, whatever could be done immediately has been done, including putting the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance.
The allegation that Pakistan has, quote, credible intelligence that India was going to launch a military strike on Pakistan within 36 hours is a serious allegation. I'm not asking for the operational details. I'm just asking whether there are plans afoot at this point, which include retaliatory strike on Pakistan.
Nobody in India talked in terms of a 24 to 36 hour framework. This is something which emanated from Pakistan. It is their quote unquote credible intelligence input. And how credible their intelligence is, we know because of past incidents. So what they wanted was to put...
So there was a representative of India suggesting that they had no imminent plans of an attack. That was 7 days ago. Now, let's go here to the very next day, where Pakistan was test firing ballistic missiles, seemingly getting ready for the inevitable, or at least attempting to deter India, have them rethink perhaps some of those plans. Yeah. Then this was footage from the India-Pakistan border on the same day. Now, in more recent years, this has been a little bit less raucous.
A proud Pakistani who is peaceful. We as a nation think very positively and peacefully. I think we should resolve all the conflicts. Love is bigger than any of the conflict in this world. And if anything is going to attack, we are going to revert stronger. We are a braver and a stronger and a peaceful nation.
The flag lowering ceremony is a regular occurrence at the India-Pakistan border, but it is supposed to, it's supposed to mark a peace, essentially. I mean, at least that's been my understanding of it, right? There's certainly there's an element of competitiveness, but it feels more like cricket usually than the preamble to more violence between the two countries. That's some flexibility. That was quite an axe kick. Both of those guys. Okay. Has anybody seen the membership that Charlie gave go through yet? I've been trying to keep my eye out for it. I haven't seen it. It bugs me that it just randomly decides to just like cut people off on membership gifting. Just randomly. I mean, how many memberships were gifted this stream? It was a bunch. Must have been... I mean, Charlie had given out a bunch herself. It's like it's almost like 20 memberships gifted today, and then suddenly just one of them is just like, nah. Fuck yourself.
How rude.
Okay, now let's go. We're getting closer to the current right now. This was from Wednesday. 3 days ago, PBS NewsHour. India strikes Pakistani territory. Wait, 3 days before it. Literally 3 days before this happened. Israel. Oh God. I can't think of countries now. My brain just broke. India was literally just telling us in a different video they did not have imminent plans to attack Pakistan in the next 3 days. Then 3 days and 12 hours later, they're like, is this long enough? Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ.
Jesus, I say that.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Welcome to the NewsHour. India has launched missile strikes against Pakistan tonight in an apparent response to a deadly terrorist attack in Indian-administered Kashmir 2 weeks ago.
India blamed those attacks on Pakistani militants and struck 9 targets in Pakistani-administered Kashmir. The disputed border region each claims as its own. Nick Schifrin joins us now. So, Nick, what's the latest?
Whose fault is that?
Jeff, as you said, India says that it targeted terror.
Oh, right. That one's not our fault, actually. It's Britain's fault. Great job, Britain, with that.
Now, so Nick, what's the latest?
Jeff, as you said, India says that it targeted terror sites in Pakistan-controlled Kashmir, but Pakistan says the strikes also hit in Pakistan's eastern province of Punjab. And these are videos from Pakistan tonight. You see one of those explosions. India calls this Operation Sindoor and says these strikes are, quote, focused, measured, and non-escalatory. They didn't target any Pakistani military targets, and that India has, quote, demonstrated considerable restraint.
Ooh, is it
As you guys
restrained?
said, India is responding to a terrorist attack last month in Pahalgam, in Indian-administered Kashmir, that killed more than 24 Hindu tourists. India accused Pakistan.
I'm not sure launching a missile is great restraint. I've never seen a missile explosion and thought to myself, what great restraint. What aplomb. What cool thinking in a hot, hot situation.
So hot right now.
No, usually I see a missile launch, I'm like, that might not be as restrained as one would like. Just saying. Just saying. For once, America was not involved. Look, we can't say that too often, so I gotta take the tiniest of W's.
Welcome to The Brief. I'm Jim Sciutto in New York. We begin early today with breaking news. India launching a military operation targeting what it calls terrorist infrastructure inside Pakistan and Pakistan-administered Kashmir. Those the sounds of explosions during those strikes. India says it struck 9 targets, adding that none of them are Pakistani military facilities. A Pakistani military spokesperson says the country will respond to those attacks, adding that at least 3 people have been killed in the Indian strikes. This comes after gunmen killed 26 people in Indian-administered Kashmir last month. India blamed Pakistan for those attacks. Nick Robertson is live now in Islamabad, and it's worth reminding our viewers that these are 2 nuclear-armed nations that have fired at each other before. Tell us what the situation is now and concerns about escalation now.
There's a real concern about escalation. Pakistan vowed that if India attacked, that they would respond. That was part of their military doctrine. They believe, and I've been speaking over the past few days with very senior security officials here, and they believe that this incident inside Indian-controlled Kashmir, where 26 civilians were killed, that India blamed on Pakistan, that Pakistan denied, they believe that this had now come, the relations with India had now come to a moment, a defining moment, where Pakistan needs to take a definitive stand, because India has threatened to cut off water supplies coming down 3 major rivers, vital, existential.
Yeah. It does not help that India is pulling that as well. Now, Donald Trump had some stuff to say here. On this same day, 3 days ago. Let's hear what the Donald had to say. Sure is very measured.
Mr. President. Any reaction to the attacks between India and Pakistan?
No, it's a shame. And we just heard about it, just as we were walking in the doors of the Oval. Just heard about it. I guess people knew something was going to happen based on a little bit of the past. They've been fighting for a long time. You know, they've been fighting for many, many decades and centuries, actually, if you really think.
Some say centuries if you think about it, and if you think about it in a way that's ahistorical, right? If you think about it like those 2 countries existed centuries ago, then you could say it's actually been centuries, hundreds and hundreds of years. Even though that doesn't make any sense, and this was all, I mean, not entirely the fault of Britain, but before Britain came to the area, India, Pakistan, it wasn't really a thing. And then one day in, what was it, like 1940 something, like 48, I want to say, a lot of bad stuff happened around 1948. A lot of bad lines Britain was drawing back in the 40s. What's up, Britain? What's going on? But yeah, it's not, you couldn't say that actually, unless you didn't understand the history of this situation. But okay, Donald Trump, he hopes that the fighting will be over very quickly. It'll be ending, I'm sure, very quick. I wonder what counts as very quick. Is it the same thing as
immediately, if not sooner?
Is it similar to that, or day 1? All right, let's go see some of the footage on the ground after these strikes. You can see debris all over the ground. This building appears to be caved in right here. kind of looks like it might be a military. It's hard to say, though. This looks like an apartment building. So yeah, that was on the ground in Pakistan after these Israeli, why do I keep saying Israeli? Indian missile strikes. Let's go here to the Associated Press from 2 days ago. Analyst says scale of Indian missile strikes on Pakistani territory were surprising.
It was quite clear that something was coming, and I think that if you look at the past, when there's been a case like what we've had in the last few weeks, an attack in India that India blames on Pakistan, India has responded with limited use of force, targeting terrorist sites in Pakistan. That is what happened. The one thing that is a bit surprising is the scale and intensity of these strikes that India carried out. Much more high scale, high intensity than what we've seen in the past. Given the scale and intensity of the Indian strike, I think it's all but inevitable that we will see a similarly robust response from Pakistan that I think will pack quite a punch. And again, it's not yet clear at this moment in time what this response will look like, but I do think that Pakistan will certainly want to send a very strong message to India that it has the capability to hit back in the face of what Pakistan views as a completely unwarranted provocation. This is such a worrisome situation because you are looking at two militaries that are very